Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, race fans, and welcome to TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. This is the 2025 Technical Welding Services World Invitation Superstock Championships, always one of the biggest speedway events on the calendar here in Aotearoa, and we want to welcome everybody trackside and to those who are watching the live stream through the Pits TV, whether that's across New Zealand or across the world, because that's what it is about this weekend as we welcome in some of the best drivers out of the UK to take on New Zealand's best as well. My name's Paul Hickey, race commentator for you this evening in the box. I've got Bianca and Tony alongside me. We'll be keeping you up to date right through the course of the weekend. Firstly, Bianca, welcome back to Paradise Valley. It's been a busy time of the Speedway year, but this is a biggie.
It sure has. It's been a really busy time for the Pits media especially, but we are so thankful to be here. The sun has been absolutely melting us all. Everybody, even the Brits, they want to go home. They want to get this race over and done with, and they want to get out. 27
degrees in Rotorua today. Hey, but look, this is it. I'd rather be complaining about the heat than complaining about rain. Tony Gallagher, one of our regular commentators here at Paradise Valley Speedway. What a weekend we're gearing up for.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had a couple of meetings so far this season, Paul. We missed out on the triples, which I was real excited for. This is the next big one for us, so it's going to be a really good meeting. It's the big field that we've been waiting for the year, you know. It's the biggest meeting apart from the stock car teams that we've got this year, so... it's going to be a good one, and we've got over 100 drivers here vying for, 3 spots out of each group. It's going to be full-on racing tonight, let alone tomorrow night.
And a massive lineup. You mentioned over 100 cars. We had the New Zealand Superstock Championships 2 weeks ago in Nelson, and because of that little stretch of water in the middle does kind of tend to reduce the number of cars that do enter the New Zealand Championships and also the spectators' numbers. I think we're going to see some big growth in those this weekend as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're looking at the crowd now, Paul, we can see it building. The anticipation is building as well. The weather forecast did say rain, but there's no show of it whatsoever. So I think people are at home going, no, we're definitely going down. And of course, we welcome everyone who's watching on the stream. We have a huge worldwide stream as well. So we do appreciate everyone tuning in.
Tony, you've been across to England to watch the racing over there. What's your take on the differences between what we see here in New Zealand and over there?
I mean, the track surface is a big one. I mean, these guys, they race, I'm talking about the Brits, sorry. They race on the shale and the tarmac. When it gets slick, I think they've got a little bit of an advantage there. It's great to see the likes of Frankie. I'm really excited to see Tom Harris back here. You know, the way that the cars are definitely different. I feel like our cars are probably nicer to drive. Less horsepower, way better brakes, way better suspension. Maybe that gives them an advantage because they, you know, tend to drive cars, you know, they jump in better cars. It's probably easier to drive. It makes them easier, you know, better drivers out there.
Bianca, 2 big nights of racing, qualifying action tonight. We've got 5 groups. We're only taking the top 3 from each group. It's going to be tough.
I think what we might see from a couple of these drivers is, you know, back in the old days, we would just go all gangs busted. You know, first across the line, we had to get first across the line. I think what we might see is a really good mix of attack and defence. There's a couple of select groups there where that is going to be very obvious. We'll let that play out, of course. But I really think that these drivers are really, really smart enough to be able to change, you know, from that attack to defending their position on the track, and then vice versa as well. So I think the racing tonight is going to be really fast, and I think we're going to see a lot of skill come out too.
And you go into a night like tonight for qualifying, trying to make the top 3. It's tough, but tomorrow night is going to be even tougher when you're in there with 26 other cars all on that same top pace.
Yeah, I mean, the extra pressure, I'm thinking, just something that comes to mind is the fresh 1, 2, 3 and Z. I feel like you've got extra pressure on yourself if you've just got that number. There's that expectation for you to qualify. There's only 3 in each group. That's a tough ask. We saw it at the New Zealand Stock Car Champs only a week ago. Those guys were battling, like it's so hard for those spots. And we're going to see it's even faster, it's even harder here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. So it's just, you know, those are the guys I'm really looking forward to watching. See how they go a couple of weeks after they've got those numbers coming off that real high, seeing if they can carry that on through the 240s.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see that too. That's a really interesting point because it makes me wonder, you know, how long does that momentum actually continue for those drivers? It has been a really short time since New Zealand's. They're probably still on a high, but it'd be really interesting to see.
And I'm fairly sure that none of them raced last week. Well, Ethan raced in the stock car.
No,
he
I don't
didn't.
believe so. No, he was
but
passenger princess for
that's
Brittany.
right, he was too. So it's sort of his first time out on the track. And look, Todd Hemingway, the New Zealand Superstock Championship, how cool for him. Congratulations. He is a regular visitor here at Rotorua. He lives nice and close. He's here on our club nights pretty much every meeting. So he knows this track very, very well. And he's always a performer here at Rotorua. Like you say, that added pressure, how will he handle that? I think he'll do pretty well. Ethan Levine, he's used to, being under pressure. And Shane Harwood, well, he's had the number one before, so he knows all about it too.
Absolutely. And I will correct myself. Sorry, Paul, I did mean Ethan Rees didn't race last weekend.
Yes.
So I correct myself. I'm sorry for everyone at home. Ethan was racing. I remember the interview well.
Right, so yes, it's a big night with the World 240s. We talk about the qualifying for those Kiwi drivers, but how great to welcome back our overseas drivers, and that's what makes the World 240 so special. Look, it takes a big name to overshadow Frankie Wayman Jr., especially here in New Zealand, 3-time winner of the World 240s over the years. But Tom Harris is here, and it's been a long time between drinks since he's been here. I think he's won 4 world titles since the last time he was here, so he's a lot more accomplished driver now. How exciting to have him back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see Tom here. He's fresh off Chili Bowl as well, so there's no time like seat time, right? That's what you hear time and time again from plenty of drivers. I'm a firm believer in that. Tom is in a weapon of a car. Those that don't know, it's a Joblin Motorsport car. That thing has had numbers on it already in New Zealand, so to see Tom in one of those top-notch cars, extremely excited about that too.
Yeah, absolutely. We do welcome Tom back. I believe it's been about 10 years since he was last here. I said, golly, the track has changed a lot. Yeah. And he said, yeah, absolutely. But what a privilege it is to have him here. If we take a look at his racing calendar for the year, it's been flat out. So we're very, very lucky to have someone of that stance in the country racing.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how he goes out. And like Tony said, it is a top machine, which most of these overseas drivers now, they do get supplied with great machinery. Tonight, they will be on the track 3 times with just some practice sessions. They tend to take it a little bit easy on the first one, but then they start mixing it up and putting the bumper in a wee bit because, they're not used to that either. And that lap by lap style, a lot of the bumper stuff generally just does come in at the end of their races over there.
Yep, they have to give it a little bit of a test, don't they?
They do. They certainly do. So they'll be in practice sessions tonight. So we've also got, let's quickly move on to the Rees race cars, Aotearoa Ladies Crown. This event has become massive too.
It is such a prestigious event for these girls. They're so thrilled. There's a waiting list to get in there. I do know that Sally Barr apparently is first on the list for next year because we've had a withdrawal. She is absolutely thrilled even to be on that waiting list. So that kind of shows just how special it is for these girls. And I think it's the only race of its type in the country at the moment where we actually feature the girls.
And look, we know that these women drivers can foot it with the best of the guys. And we saw that last week at the so with just to clarify, the Aotearoa Lady Stock Car Crown, they are in stock cars, not in the super stocks. So the cars are a little bit different than what we're seeing with the World 240s this weekend. But last weekend at the New Zealand Stock Car Champs, we did see a couple of the female drivers make that finals field. So like I say, we know they can mix it up, but this is a real great challenge for them all to go head to head together.
Yeah, the other thing with it, Paul, is it's across 6 heats. So if you have one bad heat, you can just carry on. You've got to keep trucking. Generally you see a bad heat, 1 or 2, you start looking to go on the block or help some club mates out traditionally, and we like talking about that. But with 6 heats, you have got the opportunity to take a bad finish and just carry on, truck on. You talk about females that qualified last week. Brittany Carpenter, super fast in that brand new Rees. She's got to be one of my hot favourites. I hope that I haven't given the commentators curse there. But eyes definitely on the 85G there. Kept my eye on Azara Simpson all season, the 82A. She's been really quick as well. She might be one that sort of will slip through and grab a podium as well. And of course, Catherine Harris. I'm going to say it, she's in a really good car. I helped build that car, it was my old car, but Catherine Harris all the way from the UK as well, and in a really good car too, of Beck Spa. That was the qualifying car from New Zealand. So the ladies that are on that there, I think you're looking to see some good hard fast racing, plus the Rotorua regulars. You've got Milla Theobald, she's the defending champion.
Yes.
She's super quick around here, plus all the other Rotorua ladies.
I think too, I sang her praises last week. She had a few not so good qualifications, but her racecraft is just developing and her maturity is incredible for such a young driver on the track, and that is Ricky Lee Cowrie, 23P. I think everyone needs to keep their eyes on them, maybe not just tonight, but for the rest of the season and the seasons to come, because she's really going to fix it, fit it with the boys.
Yeah, and this is one of those byproducts of youth mini stocks, isn't it, that have been doing the rounds here in New Zealand now for over 20 years. So it's almost a 50-50 split in the youth mini stocks between boys and girls who are racing, and it's so good to see so many of the girls carrying on into adulthood and getting behind the wheel of a full-on race car.
Absolutely, and it just goes to show how important that feeder class is. And I mean, if we touch on that for a minute, we actually have a family with 3 generations racing tonight. That's a Thai family, and Brittany is in the Ladies' Crown. It's her second time here, and she's come through the mini stocks as well. So yeah, it's definitely a really important feeder class.
One of the things I love about this World 240s is that, well, it's Speedway in general, isn't it? That it just brings a wide community of people together. And Rotorua, it's become the place to come to in the middle of January for this World 240s event. I've just seen a few previous New Zealand champions wander past just behind the camera. 2-time winner of the World 240s, Barry Pajewski, just over there. Let's talk about the defending champion. He's here tonight, but I don't think I saw the car unloaded. We talk about Jamie Hamilton. Because he is the defending champion, he automatically qualifies, so he can get out there in the practice tonight, but he doesn't have to. I think he knows the track pretty well.
Oh, I think he's pretty confident in his ability and his car, as well as the Tier 2 winner last year, who was a local man, Dale Stewart.
Yep.
Yeah, so be really interesting to see if he comes out and does a few practice laps too. Here comes Miller, our current Aotea Crown champion. Look at her up there.
Yeah. Looking good. That trophy is pretty special as well. Yeah, we're not too far away, so how it's going to unfold tonight, timeline, we have a grand parade with the Rees race cars, Aotearoa ladies. We're supposed to be after the World 240s, but it looks as though there might have been a change of plans there. So we'll have a grand parade for the Aotearoa ladies crown, thanks to Rees race cars. Then the grand parade for the World 240s, thanks to TWS, and then we're into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be bringing as many interviews as possible. You guys will be updating. You do a brilliant job updating of all the points and the grids and what have you, and we'll just see how the night unfolds.
All right, we look forward to all of those interviews. I'll be in the box. Bianca will be in the pits. Tony might kind of juggle and see how he's feeling. He might like the air conditioning in the com box.
Hey, I don't know if I like the sound of that.
So we are counting down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The big show has arrived back at Paradise Valley Speedway. This is the TWS World Invitation Super Stock Championships live on the Pits TV.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Grand parade time at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. And we're introducing you to the drivers competing in the Aotearoa Ladies Stock Car Crown. 3 races tonight, 3 races tomorrow night. Combined points to find a champion as we see the cars leading out is the 189 of Miller Theobald coming around through turns 3 and 4. Our local star, she is out to defend the title this weekend, and as always, very, very quick in the Humphreys built 189. The 252C of Peyton Wilson comes out the pit gate, and in behind is Lauren Swift, another one of our regulars here at the Ladies Stock Car Crown weekend. Great to see these drivers coming from all over the country to be a part of this one. Always a regular trip for many of our South Islanders who are in the stock car class. 78A is Caitlin Connolly. Some pretty strict rules and regs the way this field gets put together. It is only a 26 car field, but you can imagine there's always plenty of drivers who are wanting to be a part of this event, and there is a waiting list each and every year for the ladies who are wanting to be a part of it. So we are going to head trackside very shortly, and looks like we're going to catch up with our defending champion, Miller Theobald, as the cars continue to make their way out onto the circuit here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. A nice crowd building for qualifying night of the big World 240s event. What a great lineup of female drivers. A couple of other previous champions out there as well. We'll highlight those for you across the course of the weekend as well. They don't fail to turn it on. You think, no, they're not going to use the bumper. Hey, they definitely do. Even though, as Tony mentioned in our opening tonight, it is over 6 races, so you can afford to have maybe one race that might not go to plan. But I think we're going to head down now and head trackside, and Bianca's with Miller Theobald.
I sure am, Miller. It's such a pleasure to bring you to the crowd here at Rotorua and everybody at home. You're the current Aotearoa Ladies Crown Champion. Unfortunately, you might have to do away with it this weekend, but you've done really, really well in supporting the girls and showing this off all around the country.
Yeah, no, it's been good. So whatever happens tonight. So I'm not too stressed. So just go out there, have fun. That's all I can do.
That's all anyone can do, right? This is your home track. Do you feel that there's like a little bit of extra pressure because of that?
No, not really. It just, like I said, it is what it is. Stock car racing can change at the drop of a hat. So yeah, it is what it is.
Talk to us through what it looks like for you if that change does come at a drop of a hat and you're in disaster mode. What does it take to put the car back on the track and finish your 6 races with high points?
I don't know. A good crew, good support system always helps, and I'm pretty lucky that I've got that. So, massive thanks to everyone that helps. They know who they are. So, yeah, thank you.
Without it, without that support, without your crew, without your sponsors, we really wouldn't be able to get much racing done, right?
Oh, no, definitely not. Sponsors are everything, so that's the main thing.
Miller, if there's a little bit of word of advice you can give to the ladies that are here for the very first time, what would that be?
Just go out there and have fun. Don't get it in your head too much. It's just another meeting. Just cruise and have fun. Whatever happens, happens.
Spoken like a true champion, Miller. We'll let you go and get ready and what have you. Do you want to just give the everyone at home a flash of that crown? That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Awesome. Hey, lovely speaking to you as always, Miller. Good luck for the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive trophy, isn't it? So we see the 69 of Carol Pajerski there. She's quite often being at the pointy end of this Aotearoa Ladies Championship. One of the regulars here at Paradise Valley. And I think we're going to head down very shortly.
And we have down here the 8GB Catherine House. First of all, how was the trip over?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, obviously. It's a long flight, but it was as good as it can be.
And you're in the 8GB this weekend. Good car, I know that one. It qualified for the New Zealand Champs only a week ago. Now you race Brisker F1 stock cars back at home. Our version of super stocks essentially. You've been here before. Firstly, how many years ago since you've been? And can you tell us the main differences between the racing at home versus the racing here in New Zealand?
Yeah, so it's been 5 years actually since I last came over and did the Ladies Crown. And massive thanks to the bars as well for giving me such a good car. And obviously she raised the bar last week in it, so we're hoping for a good weekend. The main difference is for us, like, obviously off the start, it's a clutch start, whereas we do a rolling lap. But overall, there's not too much difference. I compare the stock cars here to the V8 hot stocks that we race at home. Just obviously less power to the F1s we race at home, but I'm looking forward to getting stuck in.
Yeah, so essentially you'll have a little bit more time to think with the little Holden V6 that the stock car's got compared to it's a smaller box Chev, I assume, that you're racing. I've had the pleasure of going over and watching the live racing over there. Obviously, another big part of our speedway here is that traditionally it's an unwritten rule in the UK that you can't really block. Unless you're on the lead lap, that's the only time contact's allowed. Last time I believe you came under a bit of attack. That's something you're going to be watching your mirrors for.
Yeah, definitely. Last time we didn't have a lot of experience at home. Just we did 2 seasons in the V8s last time I came here. So 5 more years experience, so hopefully we'll be more ready for it this time.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Catherine Harris, the 8GB all the way from England, racing here tonight. We wish you good luck, and there'll be a lot of New Zealand cars, I think, that won't want it to go home, but we do wish you all the best at the same time.
The main show, the TWS World 240s Grand Parade, and leading them out on the track, the new 1NZ, Todd Hemingway. Debut of the number 1 on the side of the car. Congratulations to the Bay Park driver, regular visitor here to Paradise Valley Speedway, winning that title in stunning fashion in Nelson just a couple of weeks ago. Not often we see 2 number 1s on the track together, and behind him the 1GB, Tom Harris, the current Brisker world champion. And we welcome him back to Paradise Valley and back to New Zealand for the first time in a number of years in the Joblin Motorsport Hot Rod. He will be one to watch. Remember, he has pre-qualified. Doesn't need to race tonight. He'll be out there in practice sessions though. 272, Seth McConchie, and behind him, David Ellsworth. The 87R is there as well. And in behind him, need to mention Trent James, 156P on the side of the car. He finished here last year. Right up the top of the podium, so congratulations to him. Right, we're going to head down and get some more interviews soon, but let's take a look at these cars as they continue to make their way out onto the track. There is a big stream of well over 100 super stocks who will be part of the World 240s this weekend. What a lineup as they continue rolling out the pit gate. People anticipating the first green flag of the night. Zach Harris there in the 119V, who makes his way out. Chad Ace, 4P, he'll be racing in the purple group tonight. There's AJ Axton's 14R, looking to qualify this evening, but he'll already have eyes, I'm sure, on the teams champs in a couple of weeks down in Palmy North, along with Alan McRobbie in the 10R. William Humphreys, 94P, one of the top racers in the country. He'll be looking to take that car to the finals tomorrow night. Another one of our Joblin Motorsport cars, the 62 of Adam Joblin. Jacob Buckrill drives the 99B out of Hawke's Bay, part of that finals field a couple of weeks ago down in Nelson. Hawke's Bay well represented here. Bailey Warner, the 72B. There's Adam Groom in the 9B and the 71B of Jack Cunningham. They're all there together. Bianca mentioned earlier on the Ty family. 669 is Brendan Ty, who makes his way out onto the track for the Grand Parade. It looks though our crew have got themselves a couple of drivers to chat to, so we'll head down there very shortly. I think Tony Gallagher might be set and is chatting to our new New Zealand champion.
Yeah, very first time I get the proud honour of speaking to the brand new 1NZ. Todd, how does it feel?
Oh mate, it's truly humbling, eh? Like just doing that lap there and everyone clapping for me, it means so much. Yeah, it's an incredible feeling. Thank you very much. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I said to you earlier, I bumped into you. It was the first time I got to see you in person, got to shake your hand and congratulate you. I don't think you're going to get sick of getting that either, are you?
No, it's pretty cool, man. It's really awesome to see everyone showing their appreciation as well. And yeah, I don't think I'll get sick of it. I'll make most of it while I can.
Yeah, the smile on your face actually tells me that I think it's almost sunk in well and truly. You know, that lap round here, the number 1 on the side. You mentioned an interview down in Nelson. It is a childhood dream. You've done it, mate. Absolute congratulations. Now, one thing that I'm thinking of to start with is the fact that with that number 1, is there a bit of self-expectation for it, or is it more I've got the 1 on the side, who actually cares from here on? The season can do what it wants.
Oh, no, there's definitely a lot more expectation. You know, you've got to prove why you've got that number. And that's obviously my goal from the rest of the season, is just to prove that we do deserve it and that we've earned it, and we'll wear it with pride and try the best to stay at the front while we can.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your brand new 1NZ, first time back on track, Todd Hemingway.
Guys, so I'm down here with Trent James, the man of the hour. You were so close last year, Trent. You came home second, but it was a really, really good challenge that you put out.
Yeah, last year I think I missed out on Jamie by 1 point. Pre-qualified last year, so it was a little bit less stress like for night 1. You didn't have to try to qualify, because I'd say it's going to be a hard job just to make it into that top 26.
As a driver, Trent, how hard is it? I mean, what's your strategy going forward? Do you have a strategy? Are you just swinging it? Like, what is your thought process going into each of these heats?
Oh, you know, you just want to go over the car 3 times and make sure everything's right, and just hope that luck's on your side, because like we saw at Nelson, I was sitting up the front in the first race and blew my right front tyre, and that put me out of contention for the whole weekend. So it's really easy for something to go wrong and stuff your whole night, and especially being top 3, you need to be on the ball and be moving forward in every single race.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes it's absolutely no fault of you or a driver or anything. It's just real simple things that you just can't foresee happening. That is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the way cookie crumbles. Everyone's in the same boat. Anything can happen to anyone. So just got to keep on pushing and hope their luck's on our side.
You've had an amazing year. You've exploded onto the super stock scene, Trent. Hey, we hope to see you up on the podium, maybe doing one better for tomorrow.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. I hope so too.
Awesome. Cheers.
All right, then we move our attention. We're going from the New Zealand, we're going from the current New Zealand champion. We're going to multi-world champion Frankie Wayman. Welcome back to New Zealand, mate.
Hey, Paul, thank you.
And the trip was as good as always.
Yeah, superb so far. I'll just get into it tonight and see how the car's run. The car off Scotty Myers this year for PTS, so we're going to give it a go. I raced this car about 5 years ago, so yeah, it was a good car.
It's like you read my mind. I was literally going to ask you which car you're in this year, but here we are. So you've managed to have any laps before you got here? No stopping in any other tracks?
No, nothing at all. We got a car last night and we're just coming here. We'll have a few laps tonight and get dialed into it.
And we know that you can definitely be at the pointy end of the field. You're looking forward to that over the weekend. We know that the attacking in New Zealand's a lot different to the attacking back in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's what the racing's all about. That's why we keep coming back. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't be here. So that's how their racing is. So.
That's it, and on the rose between two thorns, I told these lovely gentlemen that it's a bit of a pun from England. Carl Hawkins, welcome back to racing in New Zealand.
Thank you very much.
And what car have you got this weekend, mate?
Got one of the Ashton cars. Thank you to them lot for sorting it out and lending it us.
Now, I spied in the pits there's two number 175s. Is that suggesting that one of them's a team's car for the week for a couple of weekends' time?
Yeah. Hopefully going to give it a run later on, just to see if it's running all late.
And so it's been a number of years since you've been in the team, if I'm not correct.
Yeah. They realised they weren't going to win it without me, so they thought they better put me in.
No pressure on Carl Hawkins. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of the visiting overseas drivers. Carl Hawkins, Frankie Wayman Jr.
Everyone has accidents, but thankfully, there is always someone there that can help fix your problem. Fraser and the team from Elite Wheels in Christchurch can put your wheels back to the way they should be with state-of-the-art equipment and operators that will have you back motoring in no time. Custom fabrications is their specialty, from wheel manufacturing and whitening to suspension manufacturing and modification. Elite Wheels have you sorted. Elite Wheels is also the preferred repairer for all major insurance companies. Drop down and see the team at Elite Wheels, 240 Annex Road, Christchurch.
At Mag & Turbo, not only are we Christchurch's leading mag wheel dealer, but we also have the biggest range of tyres for family cars, sports cars and four-wheel drives, all available at the best price in town. So not only can you buy new mags from us, but also tyres for any vehicle backed up with the best after-sales service around. All available from just $1 down and as low as $10 a week. Credit criteria and fees apply. So for the very best deals in town on new mags and tyres for any vehicle, get down to the number 1 Mag & Turbo Tyre and Service Centre.
As the last of the cars makes his way out onto the track, the rest of them going, right, we're done. An impressive display and lineup of super stocks who will be competing for the World Invitation Super Stock Championships. See the Randall Tarrant car with the Win This Super Stock along the side. We'll probably be able to tell you more about that across the course of this weekend thanks to Mucka Motorsports. We did mention Brendan Tye earlier on. He came out, we spotted him coming out the pit gate. It's his birthday today, we're told, 41 today, so happy birthday to Brendan Tye. That'd be a great birthday present, wouldn't it? Taking home a title like the World Invitation Super Stock Championships. Carl Hawkins was chatted to there by Tony Gallagher. We've mentioned Frankie Wayman and Tom Harris. Need to do a shout out to our other overseas drivers here representing the Northern Hemisphere. Liam Gilbank in the number 20 and Austin Moore driving 127. And also we've got Lewis Hunter who's driving the 22 GB car. He wasn't one of the pre-qualified drivers but has decided to make the trip over and be a part of the World 240s. He will be in qualifying action tonight. And he will be in, just checking here, file, here we go, in yellow group. So keep an eye on the 22 GB of Lewis Hunter. So right across the course of the night, we'll be bringing you those interviews with the drivers. Oh, look at that, the 69S. There we go. There's Brad Pajerski. He won that super stock. Just heading into the pits, he won that super stock earlier on this season. Last year's Grand Prix winner, Regan Penn 235, departs the track. There is one of our overseas visitors, Liam Gilbank, in the number 20. Paul Mabey, the 15R car, former 3NZ in the stock cars. 58M. So unlucky. Got caught up in a whole lot of problems down in Nelson, did Stefan Roygaard. Be looking to make amends this weekend. So a hot day in Rotorua. Got up to about 27 degrees. Are still some showers in the forecast tonight, but let's hope those, not too much, maybe only 1 or 2 mils, but let's hope that stays away from our venue here at Paradise Valley tomorrow. Looking real good. You see the green 3NZ of Shane Harwood, former 1NZ course, and great to see him back at the top end of the podium after such a mega campaign to bring him out of retirement, and did so. So he wasn't originally on the list to be here at Paradise Valley, but with the 3 on the side he thought, I better. So good on him. 16C of Dakota Irwin gets into the pits. Another former New Zealand stock car champ there in the 98 of Jerry Linklater. So massive lineup, all set to go into battle tonight. Just the top 3 from each group will progress to the finals tomorrow night. So that gives us 15. We then take the next 2 highest point scorers overall who have missed out. That brings us to 17. We add in last year's winner and the second tier championship winner. That brings us to 21. And then we add in our 5 overseas drivers who have pre-qualified, and that gives us our finals field of 26 drivers for tomorrow night. Just down in front of the admin building, not far away from turning into the pit gate, is the 94 of Dale Stewart. Getting a snap there by Graham Hughes from Sports Web Photography. Dale Stewart pre-qualified. Paul Vasey, 351R on what is potentially his farewell season. There's another former champ, Peter Rees in the 10G. Won the New Zealand Grand Prix in Christchurch at the beginning of the year. To join the Grand Slam Club, Peter Rees. And the Grand Slam, if you're unaware of that, that means he has won the New Zealand Championship, the World 240s, the Grand Prix and the North Island Championships, and he's also a teams champion as well. So joins a very elite group of half a dozen drivers to achieve that Grand Slam across the Superstock class. And just like that, there are none. Just having a quick look down, we had 111 cars come out onto the track there. I'm pretty sure that is all of them, and I think that pretty much does match what was promoted and online. So it looks as though most of our drivers have turned up. We will get confirmation of that. No grid draws through yet. We will be able to update you on some of those across the course of this evening. So all our drivers, 3 races across the course of the evening, a front grid, essentially a middle grid and a back grid, and 26 points for a win, 25 for second, and so on, and then combined points to find our top 3.
Yeah, guys, I can absolutely tell you that the pre-qualification vibe down here is pretty chilled and relaxed, and it's a totally different vibe to what I seen you this time last year, Dale. Congratulations firstly on winning the second tier in the World 240s last year. Tonight you're just going to do a couple of practice laps and relax and take it all in.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, it's definitely a lot easier to turn up tonight and seeing all these cars go by. Try to be top 3 in those groups is pretty tricky. And Rotorua being such a nice track, and everyone loves coming here. It's just getting bigger and bigger, So yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
I mean, it's a testament to the show that you drivers put on as well, considering the calibre of drivers, the cars, the crew, everything that is here. Like you said before, when we were off air, it's almost like another New Zealand title.
Yeah, very much. Yeah. Like this is like going to Nelson. I wasn't able to go down to Nelson, so this is my New Zealand title for me for the year. But this is definitely look at the cars, look at the showcases. It's just awesome.
It's such a buzz to be a part of it, just to be here and be in the environment and feel the buzz from the drivers, crew, and the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Especially like I say, these cars, man. Everyone's cars are just getting better and better each year. Everyone's spending a little bit more and a bit more pride in the cars, and it's pretty hard to get that top 3 and get in there. So a lot of big names miss out.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I mean, it's just sometimes the luck of the draw can be 50-50. Tell us, so your night tonight's going to be a little bit relaxed. What are you going to do when you go out on the track? You're just going to not give too much weight to these Pommy drivers, I hope?
I just want to just get a feel for the car again. And I've been off on work commitments for last month, so just get a feel for the car and just do some hot laps and just see how these guys go, and don't show my lines because they'll probably kick my ass anyway.
Do you know what though? I actually spoke to one of them before, and they said that they've spent the last couple of months just watching every single driver, so they already know the lines you're going to take. yeah, I think Frankie's probably done more laps around here than I have anyway, so I might follow him. Yeah, probably a really good idea. Hey, listen, we love talking to you as always. Good luck. I mean, local man, there's no reason why you can't do this, Dale. Pressure's on.
Oh yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it'd be cool to see a Rotorua car up in the top 3. We normally get there or thereabouts, but we never quite get there, so it'd be awesome to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck. Thank you for your words.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Dylan, we're down here. We can start the engine starting now. When you hear them, does the nerves start to pump?
No, it's not too bad. It's I guess when the visor's down and you're rolling out to the track, it's probably when they start kicking in, but yeah, not too bad at the moment.
Tell us about those nerves though. How do you actually control it? Because you came home third last night. Do you feel there's a little bit of pressure and expectations that kind of add to that?
Nah, not at all. I think it's new year. It's all back to scratch. Everyone's changed the car and whatnot. So I think pretty much everyone's back to the same even playing field. So yeah, looking forward to getting back out there.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, it's like a reset, like a clean slate.
Yeah, definitely. I think every season, almost every meeting, you got to think that. So yeah.
Tell us, what are your expectations of the calibre of drivers on this track this weekend? It gets harder and harder and harder. I'd love to know what, like I say, your expectations on you and the track other drivers.
Yeah, calibre of the cars get better, drivers get better, and I think it's only top 3 tonight, which makes it even harder again. I think it was top 4 last year, so you pretty much have to win a championship just to qualify, just to get into the main show tomorrow. So yeah, pretty difficult, but yeah, that's why we love it.
I mean, we did see, in the past 2 big weekends of stock car racing, track kind of helping track members and what have you. Would you expect that tonight or maybe possibly more tomorrow?
You never know. Come heat 3, see who's up there, I suppose. But we'll soon see.
One thing that really doesn't surprise me is you guys never disappoint. It's going to be an absolute show. We wish you all the best. Hopefully you can do maybe 1 or 2 better and come up on that podium a little bit higher.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal tonight. So yeah, cool.
All right, good luck. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, 2 Wanganui drivers on the podium last year. Dylan Marshall and Trent James, although Trent James during the off-season has transferred to Palmerston North. So with a P on the side of his car. Well, here we go. A few more cars on the track and the revs will come up shortly. This is the first of our overseas drivers practice. So as we take a look at the cars, the 94 of Dale Stewart, we chatted to him just before. He won last year's second tier championship, so pre-qualifies for the finals tomorrow night. The 175 is Carl Hawkins. It's one of the Ashton cars and his special mashup of the Ashton livery and his own livery from back home in the UK. So all of these cars on track will be in the finals tomorrow night. They are already through. The 20 is Liam Gilbank. There's the one, I'm just trying to see, he's got GB. Sometimes it says UK, sometimes it says GB. Tom Harris in the 1GB Joblin Motorsport car. This is the Scott Joblin car. Scott is a former winner of the World 240s. So this machine certainly boogies around Paradise Valley Speedway. Austin Moore in the 127. We're going to go a clutch start straight off the bat for them in this practice. There we go, look at that. 5-1-5 and 1. Tom Harris and Frankie Wayman Jr. side by side. It's been a long time since we've seen that here in New Zealand. It is the ongoing top of the table rivalry in the UK.
Well, that's it. I mean, you talk about how people help people in New Zealand. Back home, it's all about, Tom Harris versus Frankie Wayman to a point, and plus the other drivers, and there is a huge rivalry between the two camps. Back here, do we see them help each other out if they're at the pointy end tomorrow night?
It'll be interesting.
Carry on and do everything.
It'll be really interesting to see. So here we go. Here's 7 of our pre-qualifiers. 6 of our pre-qualifiers. We've got the 22 out there as well of Lewis Hunter. He is in qualifying action tonight. So he's not a pre-qualifier. That's him sitting on the outside of the front row. So it's his first skid here at Paradise Valley. So he does get a little bit of a practice in the 22 GB. Oh, and he's going straight ahead into the concrete wall. Not the kind of start you want. So as you'd expect, look at this. Dale Stewart jumps out to the front. This is a practice session, so no intentional contact.
So welcome to the concrete walls.
Yeah.
For the very first. He's a little bit gingerly coming around here as well.
And he's got some issues.
Yeah, may have taken the wind out of him, that's for sure. And he up there that quick.
He did have a run at Harrisville, just down at Ohaki. Oh, that's not how you do it, Dale Stewart. So it is the 127 of Austin Moore leading the way. Frankie Wayman just in behind him. Then the Tom Harris 1NZ. So Frankie Wayman Jr., 3-time winner. Oh, we've gone red. Oh, we're having a practice here on the stop.
Oh, Tom Harris is...
Because, of course, they don't do red lights in the UK either. So an opportunity for them to get used to the stoppages. So Frankie Wayman last year, I think he leading on points, or he was so close. Again, he was right up there and with a chance, and he got dealt to in the third heat.
Yeah, sure did get a bit of attention, and we all know that stock car drivers don't have short memories either. So just talking up a bit of action early on in the weekend. So lights out, we'll wait a few seconds, we go back to green, and there it is, Austin Moore. Some good practice for him to get going on those clutch starts. Triple plate, quartermasters generally, Tiltons, that sort of thing, they're very tricky clutches to get used to essentially. And round goes the 20 GB. And there's the ever so smooth Frankie Wayman out there in front. Tom Harris looks like he's come into grips with that 1 GB.
So all good cars, aren't they? Out of Myers Motorsport, Jobler Motorsport, Ashton Motorsport. They're all top quality race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. The best of the best machinery. I mean, any one of these machines will certainly be capable of winning a championship in any of the drivers' hands. And Dale Stewart, he's got himself back right up on pace now in the 94R. Good to see.
And that's it. Any of these cars that are out there, if they had their regular drivers in them, you'd expect them to be in contention.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, the 1 GB, it's literally won the New Zealand Championship and the World 240s Championship before in the hands of Scott. And
just a few issues there for Liam Gilbank.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking to tighten that car up. They'll dial the suspension in somewhat a bit more. It looks very heavy on the right front actually. Oh, he's busted a right rear shock out. That's the big problem. So yeah, problems. The right rear shock's literally hanging off the 20 GB machine now.
Yeah, not gonna go very well with with that issue, is he?
Yeah. So to give you an indication, we've got Dale Stewart. He's sitting in the fastest, a regular here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. He's running 16.88. As you can see on the bottom of the screen there as well, if you're at home. Frankie Wayman Jr. in his last lap was literally 1/10 off him. 16.9 he ran. And looking further back, Tom Harris, he's running 17.1s now, just a couple of splits. We go back to Carl Hawkins on 17.4. So, Tom Harris, Frankie Wayman, those two very familiar names on the pace with Dale Stewart. Oh, Dale's on 16.7 even now, just.
So the revs come down, first time out on track, and A tough one at the office for Lewis Hunter in the 22 and Liam Gilbank in the number 20. So just checking Lewis Hunter there in the 22 GB. He'll be racing out of yellow group and we'll start on grids 8, 19 and 8 for him this evening. So the overseas drivers will leave the circuit as we can see. First of our grids lining up for the opening heat of the night, which will be the purple. Sorry, just checking here. It will be the red group, which will be the first one out. So we take a look at Paul Maybe's Stony Creek sponsored 15R. The 9P of Brett Hislop. Another one of our regular visitors here at Paradise Valley, especially for this one here, the World 240s. They're lined up in their correct grid position, so it'll be a case of drive out onto the track. Thumbs up from the 5R of Logan Nicholson maybe. Darryl Williams, another one of the Rotorua drivers. Looks like he's got Alan McRobbie in behind him. So as usual there, Tony, it's there is plenty of R cars in the field.
Yeah, and they're looking pretty relaxed as well. Just a casual thumbs up. I think I'm. Normally I'm sitting there and I'm freaking out. I'm especially around the outside row. But yeah, those guys that they're sitting there. Logan Nicholson, maybe he looks pretty relaxed. Darryl Williams, the 95R, come from nowhere in the last season or so. I watched him in Huntley as well. Had some hectic pace on him opening night here as well. Just from out of nowhere, that Top Gear chassis has found a lot more pace than we're usually seeing at a Darryl Williams. So he's one to keep an eye on. See, that looks like a car from out of Wellington there. It's maybe one of the tyres, whether that's Jaden or Brendan. And Beck Spa, 34P.
So that's her stock car that Catherine Harris is driving, right?
Correct, yeah. So you normally see, she's won the Aotearoa Ladies Chairman, been there, done that. So concentrating on the super stocks now, see if she can get a 240s title or a podium at least. Take a look at the 23A, Jordan Baldwin, fresh off qualifying.
Yeah, that was a stunning result for him. That was awesome.
It was, yes. Super young driver, another experienced campaigner now. Tim Ross been out there for a few seasons, and that brand new this season, Rees race car. We take a look in there. It's a good shot from our cameraman. And Timmy, see, that's the sort of face I'm expecting from some of these drivers. Just eyes forward, concentration. Jacob Buckrill, he's more relaxed. Gives that wave there from Buckrill, a bit of a heart there. He was thick amongst the action. And one of my favourites out there this weekend, Shane Harwood.
The 3NZ, Formula 1 NZ, of course. Now, while you were out on the track doing the interviews, you might not have heard me talking about it, but I did bring up the fact about how good to have him back after a retirement and then a massive campaign. Bring back Harwood. You were right in the thick of that.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Shane over the years. Actually hosting him and his crew this weekend. They're staying at home, so a little bit of favouritism there. But Shane, he's one of the good guys in the sport. Back in Stratford, there's a reason why he got left alone to win that one NZ when he did. I just wanted to see the Harwood pipe dream back out there. That Higgins built thing, that motor, it's been back to Morrison, it's had a refresh. And Harwood, he's back, isn't he? It was one of those things I just was loving waiting to see. I knew it was, if there was going to be a time that we saw Harwood back, it was going to be at the New Zealand's for Nelson. And he brought the Higgins back out. And here we are. And I literally just said to him, you've won 3NZ, mate. You have to carry on. We'll see at the 240s. And he's like, oh, man, it's not in the plan. It's not in the budget. I'm like, don't worry about the budget, man. Just come and stay at mine. It's free. We got him here.
Yeah, it was super great to see a Nelson car on the podium down there because, there's obviously so much history in Nelson. It took a long time for them to win a New Zealand championship. Before Booty did that in 1997, there were so many great legendary Nelson drivers over the years, from your Ian Clayworths and the Frosts. Tony Hammond back in the day. I remember Tony Hammond coming here to Rotorua in 1984. That was back in the days before there was a lot of travel between the islands. But it was great to see a Nelson car on the podium and a lot of top drivers doing their thing down there and a few of the big names making it through to the finals and the likes of Alex Hill and Brett Nichols. So here we go. We are set for Red Group Heat 1. This is how they line up. On the front row, it is Ryan Hunt and Bailey Warner.
On row number 2, we have Brad McGee and Mike McCarthy, the 888P.
Asher Rees, not with the 1NZ on the side for the first time in 4 years, starts on P5, and Kalen Mooney out of Wanganui outside him.
Row number 4, we see Philip Gargan on P7 and Paul Maybe on the outside from grid number 8.
On row number 5, the local Logan Nicholson Maybe, and then Brett Hislop in the 9P.
Grid number 11 belongs to Darryl Williams, that 95R, and then Dylan Marshall, we just spoke to him earlier, from grid number 12.
Alan McRobbie from the Rotorua Rebel side, former New Zealand stock car champ, starts on P13, and AJ Axton's on 14.
Go to row number 8, we've got Rebecca Barr from grid number 15, and the outside is Brendan Ty. Happy birthday as well. Into the 40s, I see.
Jordan Baldwin starts on grid 17, and the former Grand Prix champion Tim Ross on 18.
Heading towards the back, row number 10, Kalen Keith all the way from Christchurch, as well as Jacob Bruckrill in the 99B.
And Kyle Benton out of Mount Maunganui, and the new 3NZ/18N of Shane Harwood on the back row. So what a lineup. Here we go. You start getting goosebumps around about now, don't you?
Yeah, you're Ryan Hunt, you're sitting there on pole position, the 29M. He's been here plenty of times, he's done plenty of laps, and you're just staring down the barrel of a relatively greasy track, and you've got thousands of horsepower behind you. One of them, by the way, of a very quick 96W of Brad McGee. You've got Asher Rees. I'm actually really liking that silver black. It's something different from Asher. Obviously, the kit didn't vie too well. So there's going to be a big push. Ryan's going to have his work cut out to get around turn 1 and 2. And then you've also got the likes of the outside row as well. Bailey Warner, very quick pedigree, that car. A couple of Rees cars as well, super quick everywhere they go.
12 lap heats tonight for the World 240s qualifying. 5 groups, each group 3 races. 12 laps each, 26 points for a win, 25 for second and so on. Top 3 in each group at the end of the night make their way through to the finals. Welcome to TWS Paradise Valley Speedway and qualifying night of the Technical Welding Services World Invitation Superstock Championships. Race fans, buckle up. Here we go. Green flag drops and qualifying is underway in the valley. Into the tight turn 1 and 2. And Ryan Hunt, he's a regular here at Paradise Valley, takes the lead, but further back, big bumpers going in. Alan McRobbie takes a couple of hits. We've got 2 tangled up down in the concrete wall. We've got Darryl Williams as one of them. I think Brett Hislop is the other. Out front, still Ryan Hunt. Asher Rees with a big push on. And he heads out to the concrete. Oh, big tidy up there. And McGee rides up over the top of Bailey Warner and out of control. And then collects Philip Gargan. Oh, Philip Gargan collects him on. Then Logan Nicholson maybe. Didn't see him. And hard into the side down there in turn number 3. We've got the Benton car round in turn number 4. Man, it is all go in this opening heat. Out front, though, it is still Ryan Hunt, who's your race leader. Heads down to the pit gate. Will we go red soon? Brad McGee been sitting down there for a while in the 96W. The referee's definitely giving him plenty of chance. And now I think, just taking a look at the referees, they're looking closely. McGee is now moving. And the Bailey Warner car sitting in the concrete wall, just creeping along. He's got some major front end damage. Jordan Baldwin out of Auckland clocks the fastest lap. We've got 4 laps done. It's still the 29M of Ryan Hunt, who is your race leader. Oh, yeah, he's dragging that shock in behind the 96. So we look for our race leader on the racetrack as a bit of... Oh, Paul maybe spins down in turn number 3 and 4. Gargan hits the concrete wall as well. So fast-paced out there on the oval at Paradise Valley Speedway. Race leader coming down onto the main straight, the 29 of Ryan Hunt. Asher Rees getting the 126G into a rhythm now. Tim Ross has pulled off onto the infield. 29M, 126G. And then we go all the way back to Dylan Marshall, the 57V. Big gap from second to third. So Tim Ross, he's back on the track, did a big loop around the infield. New race leader Asher Rees has moved through to the front after 8 laps. They come up on a couple of back markers. Jordan Baldwin puts the bumper into Warner. Now Rees has a look up the inside of Jordan Baldwin. Makes that pass in turns 1 and 2. Ryan Hunt not wanting to lose touch with the race leader, but the laps are ticking by. There'll be a couple to go. Right now as Asher Rees completes 10. Bailey Warner 72, still struggling a wee bit. AJ Axton's up into 4th spot. Rebecca Barr in 5th. Pretty tight coming through turn 4. And the white flag drops for the X1 NZ. This is a title he hasn't won. He's won plenty, Asher Rees. And this is the perfect start for his assault on the title. And with the 126 number back on the side, and takes the checkered flag. Of course, the last time we saw Asher Rees racing with the 126 was here at Paradise Valley at the New Zealand Championships, which he won it when he then went on that 3 in a row for the NZ champs. So here we go, top 10 as they complete that race. Asher Rees 126G takes the win. Ryan Hunt home in 2nd place. 57V Dylan Marshall. 14R AJ Axton's was 4th. Then Rebecca Barr home in 5th. Kaylin Keith 231C in 6th. Jacob Buckrill up to 7th. Brendan Tye in 8th. 888 Mike McCarthy in 9th place, and rounding out the top 10, 27S Phil Gargan. So who were some of the big movers in that one, Tony? You're just kind of taking a look at the...
Yeah, AJ Axton's the first notable one, up 10 places from his grid 14 start into 4th. Looking at Dylan Marshall as well, he's come up 9 places. Rebecca Barr, she's come from 15th up to 5th, so 10 spots for her as well. Good start to the night. And a little bit of heartbreak for myself. Shane Harwood retiring early, one of the notable DNFs.
Yes, 5 DNFs in that one. Kaylin Mooney, Brad McGee, Logan Nicholson maybe, Brett Hislop and Shane Harwood. Tim Ross way down in 17th place as well. He had quite a number of issues out there, but did manage to limp home and score some points.
Yeah, actually Jacob Buckrill as well. He started on grid 20 and finished in 7th. So yeah, while we traditionally look at the first 4 or 5 drivers, further back the big movers by way of Buckrill, finished in 7th in the race. You think, oh yeah, 7th not a bad finish, but from grid 20, massive movements for him, and plenty of action in that first lap.
I was thinking the same thing. There was plenty going on in all aspects of the track. As cast your eyes to the Vistaback Super Screen, we're taking some of the action and replays from that opening heat. Yeah, a couple hardened to the concrete there on that first turn. And then it just kind of snowballed from there, didn't it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the 29M, Ryan Hunt, he just got that Rees race car hooked up off the line. I mean, he chooses where he sat on the racetrack as well.
So there's McGee where he did ride up over the top of Warner. They both ended up coming back together. Phil Gargan collects Brad McGee here. He was out of control, Brad McGee, so he had nowhere to go. Then Logan Nicholson maybe didn't see him. He was at the back of all of that traffic. They were mostly able to avoid him. It was Paul Maybe with a couple of heavy hits into the wall, Beck's bar as well. Yeah, lots of bumper work going in everywhere, wasn't there? Kyle Benton going around.
Yeah, Phil Gargan, I mean, he got caught up in that Brad McGee flying across the track. A little bit of anger coming through the pedal there and putting his front bumper hard into the 15R of Maybe, and just the aggression driving, trying to get those places back up. Bailey Warner, he had a bit of a handful, and we saw that car dragging off with a broken right rear as well. Some great shots from the pits media there as well. Heat 2 on the dummy grid, and another whole lot of super stocks ready to go.
If motorsport is in your blood, then Speedway Garage Palmerston North and Wanganui is your home away from home. From Speedway trivia nights, car reveals and good dirt track banter, along with great food that has our famous steaks, roast of the day and classic pub meals, Speedway Garage is the place to be. We look forward to hosting you at one of our 2 locations, 528 Main Street Palmerston North or 45 Anzac Parade Wanganui. Don't forget to check out the Pits TV Garden Bar. See you at the finish line. It's action for the whole family. With 23 tracks around New Zealand, there is no better way to spend your weekends than at a Speedway New Zealand track.
Here they come to the start-finish line again.
There's something for the whole family. Sprint cars, saloons, stock cars, sidecars, midgets and much, much more. Pack up the family and make a trip to adrenaline-filled, action-packed bashes and crashes that only Speedway can deliver. Visit www.speedway.co.nz to find out the track nearest to you. Speedway, it's our summer thing.
So Orange Group on the dummy grid. Jake Berry out of Christchurch will be his first visit to Paradise Valley for the World 240s. And alongside him on the front row, the vastly experienced William Humphreys, former 1NZ, regular here at Paradise Valley. We know he's not afraid to mix it up, caused one of the big punishing blows at the New Zealand champs.
Here's a question, Paul, best finish for William in the 240s. Hasn't won it yet, has he?
No, he hasn't. No, I don't think he's even been on the podium. But he certainly helped decide some of the winners.
I was going to say, he's most definitely one that helps decide who's on the podium, that's for sure. I'll never forget the big park up in turn 2. And he was, I'm not moving.
No, I'm not moving. My car can get out, but I want to leave it there and stop those people from going any further. Right, let's take a look at the lineup for heat number 2. We're just talking about him. William Humphreys on P2, inside of Jake Berry on pole.
Row number 2 belongs to Stefan Roigard from out of Mount Maunganui. Gary Hunter, a local Rotorua boy, 193R.
Ethan Levine, the new 2NZ on P5, and the local Darcy Morant on grid 6.
Daniel Burmester will fill grid number 7 outside him. Kerry Remnant.
Blake Adamson, the 6S on grid 9, and Hayden Hart in a car that used to be a Rotorua car, knows its way around here.
Josh Prentice, he's been there, done that on the podiums in many places, and Alex Hill on row number 6.
Bryce Marks on grid 13, and Ross Ashby, aka Horse, has got the tank on grid 14.
Grid number 15 is James Clark from out of Gisborne, and Kyron O'Brien on P16.
Grid number 17 is Riker Edge and Keegan Bunce on 18.
Go back to row number 10. Ryan Marsh will be on the inside. Outside him, the 351R of Paul Vasey.
As we get towards the back of the field, Ron Ty is back in grid 21, and Cody McKee and that brand new QDR on grid 22.
Just going to see Cody, he's very quick wherever he went in that trial rail. Excited to see him here at Paradise Valley for the first time in that brand new QTR, and a beautiful looking car as well.
Yeah.
Can't beat the fluoro colours.
Look, he had it on song pretty much out of the box.
Yeah.
Didn't he? I don't think he had a lot of luck coming his way down south. But yeah, he's certainly, what was it, maybe 2 years ago at the World 240s or 3 years ago, we really kind of burst onto the scene and made a statement here. And or was that the New Zealand's? Was that one of our big meetings where he made his first kind of real big impression on the New Zealand superstock scene? He'll start right down the back for this one. And he'll have grid number 1, pole position in the third heat.
And the first look at the 2NZ Superstock out on track. From out of Hutt Park Racing, Ethan Levine. See what he can do from grid number 5 there.
No, and while I'm sure he was disappointed at losing the runoff, 2NZ, nothing to be sneezed at. Raced really well all weekend, and thoroughly deserved the number 2 on the side of the car, winning that very hectic third heat just to stay away from all of the trouble was a biggie. How will he go in heat 1 of the World 240s? Here we go, Orange Group, we're underway.
And Jake Berry gets hard on the loud pedal. William Humphreys seems to get a better jump there in the 94P. He knows with that grid 2 he has to get right around the outside, big push. And Stefan Roigard, big ride up over the bonnet of the 2NZ goes Jake Berry. And welcome to grid number 1 of the 240s. The 23C, William Humphreys hard into the concrete. Looks like his steering might have let go there through turn 3 and 4, but out in front, Daniel Burmester threaded to the lead. Flat outside front for William Humphreys there at the end of the start, finish straight. And around goes Riker Edge at the back of the pack there through turn 1 and 2. A big bunch of cars there coming down into 3 and 4. Cody Mack has come from a long way back. And look at the 72A. He's just pushed his way through that pack of cars, and we've got a ball ride down the front straight as well. That was Horse in the tank of the Ross Ashby 38M. Riker Edge still stranded there on this middle of turn 1 and 2. Bit of bustle going on there further back in the pack as we take a look at Ethan Levine, the 2NZ. He's battling back there in 12th at the moment and getting past Paul Vasey as they go past the flag there. And the other car that we've got there battling is the 15V of Ryan Marshall, the other Marshall brother, and Hayden Hart there as well. So that's the battle going around 3 and 4 there. Good look at the racing of Ethan Levine battling Paul Vasey. So we are still looking at the battle for 10th and 11th there. We take a look up the front now. Stefan Roygaard as Burmester runs away a little bit from the battles. Josh Prentice there sitting in 3rd, trying to put the pressure over the back of the 58M. And James Clark now comes up in on the action as well in his ever so fast Rees race car. Kerry Remnant sitting back there in 5th place. So Burmester ticks off another lap. A little bit of puff of smoke from a couple of the cars there as they come under the start-finish line. And James Clark, he's looking quick. He's closing that gap between himself and Stefan Roygaard as well, and Prentice just in front of him. So James Clark, he's shown some good pace in the G car there. He won't want to put too much pressure on his clubmate there, Josh Prentice, as Burmester still continues to tick off. 7 laps gone, quickest car on track. We called it earlier, the 72A of Cody McKee with a 16.59 at the moment. 8 laps down, 4 to go this time round for the 172P of Daniel Burmester. Josh Prentice now looks up the inside of Stefan Roygaard and pushes his way through on the way into turn 3 and 4. Can he make it stick down the bottom? Side by side as they come down onto the front straight. Just taking a little bit easy here, Prentice. He started a little bit further back. He's on grid 11, so he's up into 3rd. He doesn't need to do too much more from there. And he doesn't need to risk, tapping or spinning out Roygaard just in front of him. Burmester, though, look at him there. Ticks off another lap. He's looking really comfortable out front, the 172P. Paul mentioned it earlier, the Panthers selection's probably very hotly contested this year, and the selectors will be keeping an eye on that for the Superstock Teams Champs in just a couple of weeks' time. And look at that. Rees 2, 3, 4, those Rees race cars there, 5th as well. As it's white flag out, 1 to go for the 172P of Daniel Burmester. Looks to have backed off a little bit. That lead's shrunken up a little bit for himself back to Stefan Roygaard, but he will come through and grab the checkered flag. The 172P, Daniel Burmester from out of Palmerston North. Stefan Roygaard in 2nd place. Josh Prentice in 3rd in the 5G. James Clark in the 29G will bring it home in 4th. And then Kerry Remnant in the 19M up into 5th place. As he's the rest of the top 10. Blake Adamson, the 6S, he's going to come home in 6th place behind that bunch we just spoke about. Kyron O'Brien, the 25B, finishing 7th. Cody Mack, all the way from the back into 8th position for the 72A and the quickest man on track. Bryce Marks from out of Auckland, the 73A, 9th. And Ryan Marshall, the 15V, will round out your top 10. Paul, some big movers. I mean, obviously, Cody Mack.
Yeah, Cody Mack, the biggest mover in that one, up 14 spots from grid 22 to finish in 8th place. James Clark, 29G, started on grid 15 and came home in 4th, so he was up 11. Josh Prentice up 8. Daniel Burmester up from grid 7 to take the win. A couple big drops, obviously your DNFs, both 2 that started on the front row, Jake Berry and William Humphreys. Both DNFing that one. The 2NZ of Ethan Levine started on grid 5 and he ended up dropping down to 11th place in that one. So
there he is, your race winner, Daniel Burmester, 172P. No stranger to carrying around the broomstick here at Paradise Valley Speedway, and he'll collect one of those little souvenir take-home flags as well.
Yeah, that's a long time tradition now, isn't it, that one?
Yeah. Yep, some of those drivers are a little bit greedy with those little flags. They end up with too many of them. Jake Berry, though, the 23C, unfortunately getting dragged in there. Yeah, I mean, hey, welcome to the turn 1 and 2 push areas, and for a wild ride, wasn't he, the 23C from grid number 1, and unfortunately getting a DNF. We'll take a quick look at the replay there in that turn 1 push and how it all played out. Keep your eyes on that 23C, though. He was probably the worst benefactor of all of this.
Yeah, so you can see Daniel Burmester there, fall back on the inside row, and so there's that big push, and see from that spot, you can straight away get up very, very quickly. Oh. Yeah, and William Humphreys, again, you mentioned it in the comms, you know, just need to try and get past as quick as you can from 2, but if you get squeezed up out there, you're in trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, I think his right flat, you know, we hate to love the rule, and, love to hate the rule, ended up out there in turn number 2, and I think that's maybe where he lost it.
Cody McKee actually missed the start there as well. He sat way back.
He just let it go, didn't he?
But I suppose that's probably a tactical move. Why get involved in that big push? Just hold back, let everybody else go wide, and nip up the inside.
Well, it's eyes on a top 10 finish essentially from that back row. You're starting on grid 21 or 22, wherever he was, and if you can get up into the top 10, make 10 spots, it's a good start to your night. And that's when we Had Riker Edge go round, and it was a good battle for some time there. A bit of a pinball down the front straight.
Oh,
there
that was Riker Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's where Cody Mack made up a heap of spots. And you watch the drive here, if we follow him around through turn 3 and 4, and he just picks up a whole lot of drive coming out of here and just pops out in front of that big group, you know?
Yeah, see, look, that was look, 3 cars there that he's passing. Bang, done. Tick off another 3.
And that QTR is just well and truly hooked up. Look at the, I mean, he's pulled 3 or 4 car lengths on the pit straight there. Just from that, so you saw him, he would have just ended up closing up. So we spoke about earlier, Joel Steiner, the 118R. First time he's back out on track. Well, he's out on track now. First 240s heat for him.
Go closer that way.
He's got an inside row, thankfully.
Right, green group is on track. We'll take a look at the grids very shortly, and we might head down pit side very soon as well and have a catch up. There we see the 99S of William Hughes coming up to take the outside of the front row, and it'll be Glenn Clark, the local, on pole position. On to the second row, Jack Cunningham, former mini stocker here in Rotorua, racing out of Hawke's Bay now on P3, and Scott Tennant, 808, on grid number 4.
P number 5 belongs to Bryn Liddell. Outside him will be Matt Buckley from out of Wanganui.
Kyle Ashton on grid number 7, Adam Joblin, the only one of the 3 brothers who hasn't won this event.
Go back to the 5th row, Dakota. There he is from out of Christchurch, and Jordan Dare on grid number 10.
Back in a rich vein of form too for Jordan Dare. Joel Steiner in his debut at the World 240 starts on grid 11. Inside Palmy's David Lowe.
Back to the next row, inside will be Logan Bognuda and Robbie Maybe from grid number 14.
Elias Dykstra will start on grid number 15. Won the North Island Champs here in Rotorua last year, so he knows his way around. Brett Nichols on grid 16.
Grid number 17, Brett Loveridge from out of Hawke's Bay, and Dylan Ashton, the 422B.
Ethan Rees and Zane Dykstra have both worn the small numbers. They start side by side, grid 19 and 20.
And grid 21, right at the back from out of Mount Maunganui, Dylan Towler. And he's got the fluoro yellow kit back on this time as well. A few kits that he changes and chops between. Can't miss him out on track here for qualifying night. Look to see probably the black and gold kit tomorrow night. Is that how it goes?
That's normally how it goes, eh? So a good lineup of race cars.
Actually, first look at Scott Tennant as well, the 808C and his new QTR. New to him QTR, that is. First laps for him in TWS Paradise Valley Speedway in that super stock.
Yeah, he has had a few kind of teething issues and gremlins at both the Grand Prix in Christchurch and the New Zealand Champs.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favourites, he's worn a number in the stock car, former 2NZ,
yep.
And in exactly the same chassis, so once he comes to grips, he'll certainly will be fast. Will this weekend be the weekend for Scotty T? Scott Tennant in the 808C.
And right down the back, you mentioned Dylan Towler, former Mini Stocks in Paradise winner at Paradise Valley Speedway. Here we go, it is green group, heat number 1. Another 12 lapper as the sun shines across the valley. Green flag drops and we're underway. Glenn Clark gets a good start from the inside of the front row. Tangle between the 24 and the 16. Big pace for a lot of these drivers down into turn number 3. As Elias Dykstra in the 5 pushes his way up the inside of Jordan Dare. And around goes the 661 of Bryn Liddell. Drops him right down to the back of the pack. The 16 of Dakota Irwin. Round as well out of Christchurch. Oh, we've got a lot of bouncing going on. It's tight coming out of the turn 4. Whoa, there is no quarter given at the moment. Round goes the 99 of William Hughes. Glenn Clark, your race leader from Scotty Tennant, 808C. And the 62P of Adam Joblin is up there in 3rd place. The 16, the black and orange machine, is a lap down. The 2 Christchurch cars come together through turn 3 and 4. So they've spread themselves a little bit here. Elias Dykstra has come through in the 5M. He's come from grid 15. So last year here at Paradise Valley, we had the North Island Superstock Championships as well. He won that. So had some couple returns here to Paradise Valley with pretty good form. Matt Buckley in 5th place. Oh, right in front of him. Problems with the 16 of Dakota Irwin. Oh, problems for Elias Dykstra. Oh, we were just talking him up in commentary. And he's going to drop right down to the back of the pack. Jordan Deere and Matt Buckley makes some moves as Ethan Rees gets on the tail of Jordan Deere now in the 581. Elias Dykstra is going to pull to the infield in the 5M. So here we go. Race leader is the 12 onto the pit straight. And now 808 has closed that gap right up. So we look at some of those battle times. Scotty Tennant, faster laps over the laps 5 and 6. And he's closed it right up. Gets into the bumper. Puts the bumper in, does Scotty Tennant. Old school racing. That's the way you should do it. And just forces the number 12 wide. The Rotorua driver doing well though up front. Glenn Clark, based out of Taupō. Ethan Rees in 127G, he's got by the Jordan Deere 581 car. Here comes Brett Nichols onto the scene. Brett Loveridge. Brett Loveridge was awesome in Nelson at the New Zealand Championships. Running for the club really well. So it's a pretty tight little battle here as Jordan Deere just gets a bit of a push. And he's lost a spot to both Brett Nichols, and he's going to lose it to Brett Loveridge as well. White flag out, 1 to go. Oh, round goes Robbie Maybe. Right in front of the race leader. Jack Cunningham's got some issues in the 71. But Tennant will come down. He'll take the checkered flag. Jack Cunningham's come to a stop right in front of race control on the pit straight. Not where you want to be sitting. Whoa, and here we go. Bryn Little hard on the brakes. Does collect him in the end. That was tight. So another frantic race, a few issues for, oh, okay, it was a flat right front for Elias Dykstra. He was on fire too. He was up into 4th spot. Let's take a look at how they did come home though. Scott Tennant, 808C, takes the win. Adam Joblin, 62P, home in 2nd. Early race leader Glenn Clark, fading just a little bit to 3rd, but that's a great result. Matt Buckley, 94V, in 4th. Ethan Rees and Brett Nichols in 5th and 6th. Another Brett Loveridge, 16B, in 7th place. Jordan Deere home in 8th. Dylan Ashton, the 422B, in 9th. And David Lowe, 722P, rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, just a couple of big movers there, Paul. Ethan Rees started on grid 19, up 14 spots. And then you've got, as well, Brett Nichols from grid 16. He's up 10 spots. Also Brett Loveridge coming from grid 17 through to 7th. 10 spots for him. Scotty Tennant just doing what he needed to do from his front grid there and making up the spots as well. Grabs the checkered flag there. And hey, spoke about the pace that he will get when he gets that thing on rails. And he showed exactly that.
Yeah, so looking good out there for Scott Tennant and some big moves in there. Right, I think we're going to head pit side, and Bianca's with one of our earlier race winners, Daniel Burmester.
Yeah, Daniel, you've come from grid 7 to take away that win in that second heat. More than anything, that track looks incredibly quick.
Yeah, it was nice out there, nice and smooth. It's always generally pretty good up here. No ruts and that like we're used to down home recently, so it was nice to just smoothly race around there, yeah.
I mean, you were a big mover in there. All of the cars were. It just looks like at the minute everyone's on the limmy. They're capable of being on the limmy. It's just more than anything making sure you don't tangle up in the corners.
Yeah, everyone was pretty even out there, looking in the mirrors every now and then. Just everyone kept the same spaces, and it's up to you to make a mistake to lose ground. So it's all pretty even racing.
That's what it's all about too, isn't it? You've got to be able to look forward, look back, and make sure that your position is safe.
Yeah, so you've got to piece every lap together like it's like every lap. It has to be perfect, otherwise it doesn't take much to slip back in these.
It's almost like every lap is its individual race in itself.
Yeah, sort of gets like that in a way. You can't make any mistakes and just hit your points and just try lap after lap to get better. Yeah.
Congratulations, Daniel, on that good grab of points. Well done on that one.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers.
So there we have it, race 1 winner. We take a look at the highlights from the green group, and good start there for Clark as well. Scott Tennant there popped out in 3rd, a little bit of action further back, and it's the turn 3 and 4. And they're throwing it all hard in there to the wide out to the wall. It's where the most grip is early on in a race. You see Stan normally you see him actually walking around, driving around with the water truck at the moment. He waters the lower line, so the most grip is out towards the wall. That's why these drivers seem to throw it all the way out there, slide across the track, and get themselves out to find the grip near the wall, and that's the quickest way. And that's where we had Bryn Liddell go around. This is where the trouble started for William Hughes 99S. Very quick in that car. He podiumed here at the Easter Champs late last year and got himself stuck to the outside after half spinning with Bryn Liddell. Tried to get back on, and then there's that big 4-wide squeeze. Turned into 3 and very quickly, and then a big push there into turn 1 and 2 for him as well. Around he goes. Unfortunate for the 99S. He was one of my hopefuls to qualify. Some more action. Robbie Maybe there, the 33R. He spins round 2. And Scotty Tennant, that's where he's taken... No, still chasing down the 12R at that stage. And it was a tight race there. 2 wide, 3 wide there. Through turn number 1 and 2. And Elias Dykstra was looking to be one of the bigger movers, the 5M. An unfortunate end of the race for him. So good, hard, fast racing here for the TWS Paradise Valley Speedway qualifying night. Joel Steiner there got caught up with the 33R of Maybe just slightly. Scotty Tennant to the lead there by the stage. Joblin putting the pressure on the back of the 12R as well. Some good shots there from the pit media outside camera. So we look forward to the next race. It is going to be heat number 1 of the Rees race cars. Aotearoa Ladies Crown for 2025. Grid number 1 will be Elsie Vlanderen, sorry, haven't said that name before, I'm mispronouncing that one, the 58C, Alan Bisley, 22K, the 144R, Kendall Ashton on grid number 3, grid number 4, our visitor from Great Britain, Catherine Harris, Ricky Lee Cowrie, the 23P, from grid number 5 outside her will be Kristen Vermeulen from Auckland, Azaria Simpson on the inside of row number 4, and Peyton Wilson from out of Christchurch from grid number 8. Grid number 9 will be Brooke McPherson from Christchurch, another visitor from down south, and Asher Penn, 55B from grid number 10. Grid number 11, Carol Bajewski, the 69S. Grid number 12 from out of Wellington, Karina Annan. Row number 7, 42B of Lauren Swift. Outside her will be Courtney Haddon in the 4B. Cheryl Taylor, 26T. That's a car from all the way down in Otago. The T letter code. We'll get to those very soon. 189R, Miller Theobald from grid number 16. Grid number 17, Kirsten Kaiser, Rotorua car, former podium getter here at the Aotearoa Ladies, and Brittany Ty in the 569W outside her. 78A, Caitlin Connolly. Late change car for her. She's jumped into one of her relatives' cars there. That's not the car she's used to, so see how she goes in that one. And then Shanae McNally in the 121T will be outside her. On grid number 20, we go to grid number 21, 15R of Kendall Reed outside her. Brittany Carpenter in the 85G. Row number 12, 18V of Hayley James will be on the inside, and the outside will be the 92C of Laura Ware. All the way back to the back grids now, Zoe Hughes in the 17N, and the 81K of Brooke Courtney will be outside her, row 26. The very back row, Katie Prescott, the 19B. She's in the now 1NZ stock car, and Ella Robertson, absolute hot rod of that car as well. The 89W will start from the very back outside. She'll have a couple of front, further forward grids further on in the night as the 22K of Alan Bisley.
Yeah, it looks okay.
3-minute bell, is it?
Yeah. And we've also got issues right down the back as well. Just can't quite make out who that is. It might be...
Oh, that's Catherine Harris, I think it is too.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Bex.
So Rebecca Barr, she hasn't been out for a Superstock race, has she? Yeah, we saw her early on, actually.
Yes.
So she's not fresh out of car in the last, from the last race anyway. She managed to catch her breath. So we really do hope to see, I really want to see how Catherine goes in that car. So hopefully it's nothing too major for the 8GB.
So to those who are not regular visitors to the Speedway, or if you're watching overseas and thinking, oh, what's going on here, because you don't do this over there. So essentially at this point here now, once you're on the track, you've got to get on the track under your own power. But if you do have an issue after that, you can ask for a 3-minute bell. There can only be one. So we see the 3-minute bell countdown on the screen. Nobody's coming to the 22 car, but they've only got the same 3 minutes. If somebody else is sitting on the grid now and they decide they've got a problem, we can still only have the 1 3-minute bell, so they'd only have 2 minutes. So you can see they've got some issues there under the bonnet.
The other thing, Paul, might be, I mean, Ellen was on the front row, the 22K. Maybe they pulled her forward just to get Catherine through potentially, given that no one's, she may have, I didn't see whether she waved anyone off or not, but see Graham Barr out there, 3x3 NZ in a super stock.
Yep.
Plenty of experience specs there as well. So fingers crossed. Oh, we get a point to the infield from some of the infield track crew.
That's not a good start
for Catherine.
And was going so well in the practice session that she had earlier. So for those UK visitors, I see one England flag up there in turn 3 at the moment. We certainly see a lot. Yeah, there we go. Wave them. There we go. We certainly see plenty more of them come out tomorrow night. But welcome to you, and that's not the kind of start that our UK visitors would be after. And we see there'll be a gap left on that spot. And Catherine will pull her car off. So the outside row start taking their positions. And it'll be 12-lap heats as well. We're actually into the finals of this, aren't we? It's not heats as such. Final race number 1 of 6 for the Rees race cars, Aotearoa Ladies Crown.
So yeah, just casting my eye down that grid, like you said earlier, Paul, as well. Just all regular drivers now, and certainly, I mean, we'll take a look at the lap times as well as the race goes through. I'm pretty sure we'll see a lot down closer. Some big movers, we'll keep an eye on them as well. And some ultra-fast race cars. Plenty of Rees race cars.
Ladies, we wait for the green. Once the orange goes out,
Kristen Vermeulen out there. She's a former Super Saloon competitor in the 17A. Now into stock cars. The revs come up. The pace car leaves the track and we go green and racing in the 58C. First off the line, Elsie Vlanderen. Hopefully I've got it right that time. Oh, Ricky Lee Cowrie here's got a good start from the 23P. And she shot up the inside. Bit of a traffic jam back there in turn 1 and 2. And Kendall Ashton getting the arms out as well in the 144R. She's going to push up the inside of the 58 here. Big pushes. Oh, Zaria Simpson hard into the concrete there. She's stuck up the wall at the moment. Can she get that thing going and up on the off the wall? Yeah, it's still pushing, and it's going to be Ricky Lee Carey as we go red for the first time. Here I suggest that's going to be for a what they call an exposed roll cage. So once you get up on the wall like that, essentially it's exposing the roll cage of the race car. And there she is parked up. The 82A. She was showing some promising pace after visiting here and also in Auckland in some of her races, Azaria Simpson. And no drive. Couldn't get it refired up. So in the meantime, while we have a look at the stock pitch, we'll have a quick chat to the 72A of Cody McKee.
Yeah, not good to see a red light. We never like red lights in racing, but no red lights in the vicinity of Cody Mack. Oh my goodness! Tell us how many positions you came up there, Cody.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not good at maths, but 22 to 8th. So we made that count. We're on the back row. We needed to go forward into the top 10. We did it top 3. It probably might not even be enough yet. So we'll push forward in the next one. I have no idea where we are, but yeah. I'd just like to pay a big thanks to Glenn Leach, Graham Morrison, my crew, Bailey, Dad, Jamie Scott. We had a huge issue go yesterday that pretty much put us out of the 240s, but everyone sort of got together and we got the bits we needed at 10 o'clock this morning, put them in, drove down here, got here at 5:15 or something. So thank you to Sam Ashton for letting us turn up late as well.
I did actually see you rolling late and I thought, oh, you were cutting it a bit close, but I had no idea the drama that was ensuing. Cody, it's great to have you here. If that was your back start, I'd hate to see how fast you're going to come off that front.
I could end up there easy though, with the, at the back with that turn 1 or turn 3. It's get through the first lap and we'll assess where we are from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck, Cody. I mean, you're a crowd favourite here. You're one of our, favourites. We're going to go green in a minute, but thank you for your words.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, spoken like a true experienced race car driver who knows that anything can happen out there in the Superstock class with full contact. And Azaria Simpson, not the start that she wanted in the 82A. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, one that I was keeping an eye on that I thought would potentially sneak through under the radar, but not good news. Hopefully, being across 6 heats. Pick up some points later on. So race leader at the moment is the 144R of Kendall Ashton.
So ladies, once the red light goes out, please wait
If
for
you
the
are sitting
green.
home watching the stream, as you can
Lights
hear, if you
out
are here,
now.
what we hear is the referee turn the lights out. We wait a couple of seconds and we go back to green racing. And the 144 of Kendall Ashton, normally under the hands of the local Rotorua pilot, Stephen Paddle. Self-built car, O'Connor, Holden V6 under the bonnet of that thing, showing some really good pace. And I mean, Kendall, she spends a lot of time behind the wheel of one of those Ashton super stocks from time to time. She holds the lap record, I believe. She might still have it, as far as I'm aware, at Huntley Speedway. So no slouch behind the wheel of a race car. And she's got some back markers on her case already. Ricky Lee Cowrie there in the 23P, the pink and black Rees race car in second. So Kendall will need to treat, the 26T hard out onto the wall there. Cheryl Walker. Little half spin as well, courtesy of Carol Bajewski on the 58C of Elise Flander, and she started off pole, starting to lose some spaces now. So quickest car out on track is Ricky Lee Cowrie with a 19.4. We'll take a look. Katie Prescott now goes half a second quicker. We've dived into the 18s now with Ricky Lee Cowrie. Kendall Ashton in a commanding lead at the moment. There's your defending champion, the 189R of Miller Theobald, trying to push her way through past the 42B of Lauren Swift. That battle there is for third place. Oh, Asher Penn, the 55B, just pulls straight out of the track in front of that battle. And she picked up Lauren Swift on the way past as well. These girls certainly not afraid of the contact in these stock cars. Courtney Haddon now sneaks through in the 4B. One to the grass there, that's Ella Robertson. Oh, we've got the 58. We're going to go red.
Red, ladies, red. Hold
A very precarious position there for the 58C. She's sitting back down in 19th position now. Oh, and the 26D doesn't appear to have much brakes as well as she rolls around the outside of turn 3 and 4. Plenty of action, plenty of bumper work.
Yeah, there is. They're not afraid to mix it up, are they?
Asher Penn, though, pulling straight out in front of that's very brave. Something that I certainly wouldn't do.
You mentioned earlier on, while we've got the stoppage here, the track codes. R for Rotorua, we see plenty of those across the super stocks. We're used to seeing A's for Auckland, H for Huntley, and so on and so on. We're not so used to seeing the T's at Paradise Valley, though, are we?
Yeah, I don't know what the T has in relation to Cromwell, where they register to Cromwell maybe, but yeah, it's good to see those ladies travelling from all the way down there. We've got the N's from Nelson, and like say the C's from Christchurch.
So hence Cromwell can't be C because there's already a C for Christchurch.
Maybe a Q for Queenstown, it's kind of in the
kind of close,
but yeah. I know they got some sort of name, like B Hawke's Bay, Miami.
Well, and like for Blenheim. Blenheim can't be B because you've got Hawke's Bay, so they run E, which is after their track, Eastern States Speedway.
I'm wondering if there's some history with the T and Cromwell.
Somebody might know.
This building doesn't give me much reception, unfortunately, so I don't know if I'll get any messages through.
It is one of the weird idiosyncrasies of our new administration building. It kind of blocks cell phone coverage, but oh well. We've got the live stream. That's the main thing.
Absolutely.
Thanks to Jason, the team from the Pits Media, getting that stream out. Again, there we see the 19B, so Caleb Ireland, the New Zealand stock car champion. That's the race car.
That's it, yep. It's another week before it can get the 1NZ put on the side of that. And Katie Prescott, I wonder how he feels about handing the keys over to that to give her the first drive of... some big work going in there.
At least he hasn't got the one on the side.
Yeah, that's it.
He gets the first one of those. So, there's some big names on the infield, isn't there, now with obviously Catherine Harris that did not start, and now we've got a couple of those stars out there, Azaria Simpson and Kristen Vermeulen out. So she was running up in, fifth place?
Our race leader there, and amongst some of the back markers, one of them, Sinead McNally there in the 121. She's no slouch, and she's obviously been in some trouble early on. She's back in 17th. And Ricky Lee Cowrie, look at the jump that she got on the 144R there. Is there problems for that car, or is Kendall just caught napping, I think? So shoots to the lead, the 23P. So she'll shoot to the race lead. It's 8 laps down this time by for the 23P of Ricky Lee Carey there. She just navigates herself up the inside this time of the 26T. I thought I saw her retire to the infield under that red light.
Red, holding positions, please.
As we hear the referee go red. So
9 in the back straight, you need to retire. It's got a flat outside tyre.
so there it is. We heard it across, if you can hear it at home, most definitely. The 58C's got a flat outside tyre.
So Elsie Vlanendurin started on pole.
Oh, sorry, no, it's the 569 that got called to the infield. So Elsie's just chosen to go to the infield under the red.
Yeah, so she was obviously in the wall in that last stoppage, and I thought that's what the stoppage was for, but she did continue, but yeah, some issues.
So Ricky Lee Carey now, she's going to have to navigate her way through this lap traffic. And Brittany Carpenter, she's running her back in 12th there in the 85G. Like we say, it is across 6 heats, so just need to accumulate some points every race. And some good pace. She's opened up a good lead now over the 144R of Kendall Ashton. Has Ricky Lee Carey there up the inside.
Red again, ladies.
So we've got a couple facing backwards
again.
there. One of them's Katie Prescott in that 19B, and we've got, that's Ella Robertson, the 89W facing the wall.
You have a flat outside tyre. Please retire.
55B there getting called to the infield for the outside flat tyre rule as well.
So ladies,
and
just on that note,
I mean, Paul, I know you're certainly one person that doesn't like the outside tyre. And in a 6-heat championship, if they just sort of coasted around and come home, I mean, at this stage in probably 23rd or 22nd place if Kristen actually, she's retired, but we're looking at 21st, you know. That's enough points
that's
to just...
5 points,
yeah,
you know.
it is. 5 points could be the difference between making the podium over this many, but hey, I mean, they're all on the same track, they're all racing the same rule.
Yep, so that rule is if you do get a flat tyre on the outside, whether it be front or back, you are forced to retire to the infield. There was a lot of, you know, dirt and muck being thrown up by those rims as the cars carried on racing at pace.
Yeah. So, Ricky Lee Carey with a good jump there again on the restart, the 23P.
Red again, girls. Red.
There's Ella Robertson there. She's stranded there. She is on the exit of turn number 2. And Kendall Ashton has lost her right rear shock as well. So plenty of air in the tyre still, which is good. Ella Robertson there, she'll be the cause of the red. And no refire there from the 89W. Of course, Ella, the daughter of multi-prize winning and trophy winning father of Dale Robertson.
Yeah, had
89W.
Had a brief chat to Mum and Dad, Belinda and Dale earlier on tonight, and Dale normally out here in the super stocks as well at the World 240s, and you know Ella would be doing the Ladies Crown and Dale doing the super stocks, but he's having a week off from behind the wheel and just focusing on his daughter and crewing for her. So might just be a little bit of extra work for you now, Dale.
Yeah. Hopefully nothing too major for Ella there. Plenty of pink out there, isn't there? I wonder why. So yeah, we're stacking up the DNFs here in this 28 car field.
And the red lights. Like what's that, 6?
Yeah, there's plenty of red lights. It's almost going to be like the modified soon when they get told time limits.
Yes.
So that beautiful presented race car there, Linton race cars. A little bit biased, but I do love a good Linton. And Ella Robertson will go down for a DNF for heat number 1. She'll need plenty of top finishes if she wants to be at the pointy end towards the end of the weekend. There's your race leader, Ricky Lee. If I was to say it properly, she's probably Ricky Lee Cody. Apologies for the pronunciation of that one, but a leader at the moment, showing plenty of seconds over
and the white flag is out.
The white flag is out. Yep. One to go as well. So, she's stalled it.
Oh no!
Problems for Ricky Lee Cody there. That's 23P. So through from there, Kendall Ashton. She's got the right rear blown out of that car at the moment. It has got air in the tyre, but is the shock dragging on the ground? We go back to Courtney Haddon, the 4B. And she is where I'm trying to find her on track. Kendall's going to come through though, and she will grab the checkered flag. So heat 1 winner does go to the 144, and Carol Bajerski ends up in 2nd place. That's a long way back in the 69S. Courtney Haddon, a heartbreak for Ricky Lee Cody in the 23P, still stranded there in turn 1 and 2. We've got one around there, the 17N. That's Zoe Hughes from out of Nelson. We'll take a look at the top 10 though as they finish. So as mentioned, Kendall Ashton, geez, her and Ricky Lee ended up a long way ahead for Kendall to just catch up there with the busted right shock. So that's first place. Second was Carol Pajerski, the 69S. We go back to Courtney Haddon in the 4B. Miller Theobald's got her way up into 4th position. Hayley James, the 18V, finishes in 5th. Lauren Swift in the 42B in 6th. Brooke Courtney, the 81K, in 7th. 92C Laura Ware in 8th. Sinead McNally in the 121T. Now she was almost a lap car, so that shows how far ahead they were. And Brittany Carpenter round out your top 10, the 85G. Race number 1 of the Rees race cars, Aotearoa Ladies Crown, done and dusted.
Right, you talked about big moves and, you know, some of them coming in those lower positions. The biggest mover there in that race was Hayley James, home in 5th from grid 23. So she was up 18 spots, Hayley James. Then we go to the 92C of Laura Ware, up 16 spots from grid 24 up into 8th place. Courtney Hatton, 4B, was up, Brittany Carpenter, up 12 spots. Then Sinead McNally, 121T, and Courtney Hatton, the 4B, both up 11 spots. So
some big
movers in that one. In a field of 28, a lot of DNFs though. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9. So effectively, you've picked up potentially 9 extra spots.
Yeah.
So it is underway. The Aotearoa Ladies Crown, sponsored by Rees Race Cars, as we take in some of the highlights of that opening heat on our stream through the Pits TV and on the Vistamax Super Screen here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway.
So it was just, all push and shove. There's the Azaria Simpson walling, so not even a full lap completed, unfortunately, for the 82A.
And it was pretty solid too, wasn't it? It wasn't like she was driven up the wall. The car kind of came in at her at the side and just bounced her up the wall. So see, she's sideways there and just gets
3 cars
bumped
just
into
pushing her, yeah. So it wasn't like there wasn't purpose or anything. And Cody was chasing down Kendall Ashton. She had the pace to catch her. Kendall losing her right rear shock. And just a heartbreak at the end of that on that last red flag. The right rear dragging as we watch Kendall Ashton shoot into pit gate. And hard around the concrete there. I believe that was the 68T. And the 58C as well. She had a hard time from grid number 1. Got caught up in all sorts of problems all the way through that race. But plenty of action, plenty of bumper, plenty of side rail and side rail action as well from the ladies. And that's just the start. That's where Asher just pulled out in front of your current ladies' crown. Geez, Lauren Swift almost put enough push on her to push her up the wall as well.
Yes, lucky to get away with that one, Miller Theobald.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're going to head down to the pits and we're catching up with Christchurch driver Jake Berry.
Let us paint a picture, Jake. You've come to Rotorua for the very first time. First race off pole, it was pretty much downhill from there.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately. We were just a victim of the turn 1 push, I suppose, that everyone talks about. But coming off the exit, a car got under us and it put a wee bend in the rim, and that chewed the side of the caliper out. So coming into the start of lap 2, we had nothing there when we go to hit the brakes. But she's all good. It's almost fixed up now.
Unbelievable. What I can comment on is how incredibly calm your crew are. Listen, Jake, we're really pushed for time, and I wish I could give you more time because you've been really patient with us, but we're going to jump back to the track at the minute because we've got things to do. But listen, I promise you we'll come back and interview you soon. Well done on getting it back out there.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, great to see more of these South Island drivers making their way up. Right, let's take a look at Yellow Group Heat 1. Keegan Levine, the 5W, is on P1, and P2 is Dion Henderson. We'll come back to those in just a moment as we see the cars lining up there. Dion Henderson and Keegan Levine, who were both racing last week at the New Zealand Stock Car Championships. Keegan Levine, what a mammoth weekend it was for him. Been 2 big weekends for the Hutt Park Racing crew. But let's take a look now, if we can, at these grids. Keegan Levine and Dion Henderson on the front row. Jack Myers, former champion, alongside Regan Penn on row number 2. Grid number 5 is David Ellsworth and Michael Rumney, the 2 locals, on 5 and 6. James Thyon out of Christchurch and Lewis Hunter, the UK visitor, are on 8, 7 and 8. Josh Verity and Scott Gallup round out the top 10. Mark Costello 198R on P11. Adam Groom 9B on grid number 12. Luke Alderdice 77M on 13. Jerry Linklater, former stock car champion, is starting on P14. Then we go to Joe Carter and Matthew Pickard on 15 and 16. Anthony Brown is back, grid 17 for him. Trent James, last year's runner-up, starts on grid number 18. Blake Dykstra on grid number 19. Tony Coxhead on 20. And then the back row, we've got Darryl Wallace on grid 21, Seth McConchie on 22. We're in the starters' hands, yellow group, 12 laps and we're underway. So Keegan Levine, former winner of the World 240s, gets the good start from the front row. But here comes Jack Myers, and underneath him, round goes David Ellsworth. And another car down there as well, just can't quite make out who that is. It's 2 former champions who lead the way, Keegan Levine and Jack Myers, in first and second place in this one. Here comes Luke Alderdice, the sister car to the new 1NZ, up in the third spot. And Michael Rumney, 7R, is in fourth place. And then James Thyon out of Christchurch rounds out the top 5 in the bright pink. He is hard to miss. His yellow group set the pace. Oh, round goes the Carrot Kid. That's the nickname for our UK visitor in car 22, Lewis Hunter. It was always going to be a big ask for him to compete out here in this field in qualifying at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. Darryl Wallace has made his way up to 14th place in the back of the grid, driving the 55C car that Matt Nata has been racing over the last wee while. Looks to be some problems for Tony Coxhead in the 41, so he is just limping around and down the main straight at the moment. Oh, a lot of smoke coming from the 7R car. That's Mick Rumney as he gets a bump there from, oh, it's the tyre rubbing on the side rail. It's the inside one, so let's hope that lasts. Going to be a big ask. Oh, a bit of a push there, bunt from Dion Henderson onto the 9 of Adam Groom. Out front though, still the number 5, Keegan Levine, ahead of 88 and then 77. There's your race leader coming onto the pit straight. You can see there, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. They're running really hard and fast at the moment as Regan Penn gets up into 6th place in the 235G. Still relatively new into the super stock scene, but already with a national title under his belt. Seth McConchie in 272. It's quite a few of these cars actually that bit of smoke coming from the rear rubber. So Keegan Levine still leads, makes his way past one of the back markers. Mark Costello, the local racer, up into 4th place now. Oh, Seth McConchie, his inside rear is blowing. Still able to continue circulating though. Inside flats are A-OK. Big Rumney has dropped right off the pace, sadly, down into 11th spot after running right there at the top. Problems as well for Joe Carter in the 18M. Oh, around goes the 22. We're going red.
Hold position, please, drivers. Hold position.
So not sure what this is for. Oh, it's the 18.
22 GB. I need you to move right back, mate, please.
Okay, so outside flat for Joe Carter, so he goes to the infield. A lot of steam coming from the 41 of Tony Coxhead.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Yep, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Bit of rubber there. Luke Alderdice, 77M, the fastest lap of the race is 17:09. I think that's been eclipsed now. Jack Myers just done a 16:96. Oh, sorry, a 16.59 from Luke Alderdice. White flag. So there's something on the ground just in there behind the 45. Does it look like a bit of rubber or steel? Down there in turn 1. So the white flag is actually out. Race leader sitting in turn number 2. So who's got some issues down? They're going to get rid of
the
Tony Cox.
yeah. Bit of steam coming from that car. Brother Brad, he's down racing GTR NZ Corvettes, and Camaro's down in Manfield this weekend. Handed the keys over to his brother. Hopefully he hasn't cooked it. We won't. Hopefully Brad's not watching.
Not the phone call you want to make, is
no,
it?
No.
So there's your leader. 5W, Keegan Levine. Somebody with some great dance moves as well. All right, here we go. Less than a lap remaining. Great start from Keegan Levine. He got a goodie at the actual start. Oh, look at James Thine comes diving up the inside. Oh! It was a great last-ditch effort. And the 2 cars he passed, I think one of them was a back marker, so he did pick up a spot. Oh, then Alderdice comes back in with a bumper. I don't think he realises the race is over. So let's check out your top 10. Keegan Levine, 5W, takes the win. Former champion, ahead of another former champion, Jack Myers in 88p. James Thine out of Christchurch, first appearance at the 240s, grabs a third. Luke Alderdice, 77M in fourth. 198, Mark Costello rounds out the top 5. Then it was 45R, Dion Henderson. 9B, Adam Groom. Trent James in 8th place. 55C, Darryl Wallace in 9th. And Matt Pickard in 307S rounds out the top 10 in the opening heat for Yellow Group. Fastest lap of the race in the end was that 16.598 from Luke Alderdice. DNS, Jerry Linklater, Joe Carter and Tony Coxhead. So the checkered flag for Keegan Levine. After an eventful great pick of Keegan Levine. After a very eventful weekend last weekend for Keegan Levine. Did end up making the finals after a little bit of controversy on night 1 by getting through via the repecharge. Right in the hunt to win that New Zealand title at the end of it. In the third heat though, he just came under too much attack and too much focus in that third heat of the New Zealand Stock Car Championship. And on the super screen, here's some of the highlights. So yeah, it was a good quick start. There was a bit of bunting there going on. David Ellsworth, one of those, getting turned around. Big Rupney up there early in the 7R car. And must have just caught a shot in the side rail and started having those tyre issues and started fading off the pace. There went round Lewis Hunter. So I've seen a few of these overseas drivers now. Seth McConchie with issues in 272. Yeah, we've seen a few of these overseas drivers try and qualify, but it's just hard yakka for them if they're not really used to what this New Zealand style of racing is all about.
Hey, I'm Sean.
Hey, I'm Jace.
And we are Sign Solutions.
Situated at 61 Preston Street in Invercargill, we can meet all your signage needs.
Anderton Decorators are a long-established Canterbury company covering the whole of the South Island who love to support their local community. If you require expert advice from design to application, then Shane has the expert team to ensure your next project is hassle-free with a professional finish. Floor to ceilings, walls to roof, inside, outside, commercial or residential. Let our team take the hassle out of your decorating. Give us a call now on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators, we have you covered.
We'll talk more about that real soon. So we haven't mentioned the repecharge and then the main racing program getting underway at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Right, let's take a look at how Purple Group is lining up. Royden Winstanley out of Nelson on pole position alongside the Grand Slammer, Pete Rees.
Zach Harrison, the 119, will start from row number 2. Outside him will be Levi Jones.
On to row 3, Mike McLaughlin out of Hawke's Bay on grid 5 and Robbie Morris, the local, on 6.
Then go to grid number 7, Dan Pollock. Good to see him back in the hands of a super stock, and Cameron McDonald from out of Palmerston North from grid number 8.
On row number 5, we've got Sean Gooch from Gisborne and Zane Riddick on grid number 10.
Grid number 11, Todd Hemingway. First time we see him, there he is, the 1NZ. Outside him, actually almost a relation, Brendan Ashton.
We move to grid 13, it's Hayden Chapman, the 247, and Simon Joblin, multiple winner of this event on grid 14.
Go back to the win this Superstock, Randall Tarrant, grid number 15, and Chad Ace will be outside him in the 4P.
Regan McKenzie starts on grid 17 and Quinn Ryan on grid 18.
Grid number 19 belongs to Liam Marsh, brand new car for him this weekend, and Brad Pajewski. Oh, there's the former win this Superstock as well out there in the 69S.
And Scott Duncan rounds out the field, the 23V. From Wanganui on grid number 21. So I think it's the first time we've seen them do an extra lap just to check the ELS, or have I not been paying attention?
If you haven't, I haven't either, that's for sure. And we've got Peter Rees. Look at, he's pushed himself right out wide, and they're asking him to do one lap.
638R, can you go thumbs up if you're receiving? Thank you, mate.
So the 10G, no colour scheme on the 10G, no sponsors yet for himself and Ethan.
Rees Race Cars, maybe?
Yeah.
It's just the sponsor?
The name says it all itself. And those good looking wholesale tyres, front wheels on that as well. The rest of the grid comes on through.
So, Royden Winstanley, the 693, I'm pretty sure this is his first World 240s visit from Nelson. Another one of those names that's been around in Nelson Speedway for a long, long time.
Yeah, long time camp paper. I think 82p, I think he was for a long time in the stock car as well. And he's moved his way down to Nelson. Still racing his, he's got a couple of stock cars actually, Royden Winstanley. That's the car that Shane Harwood was racing last year too, wasn't it?
Yes, it is.
Zach Harrison, that pretty unique looking race car. It's hard to make a Rees race car look different, isn't it, with all the panels and that, but I think Zach Harris, he's done a pretty good job of making that happen.
So our New Zealand champion, Todd Hemingway, sits right in front of our commentary box. Couple back from him, a former 1NZ, and Randall Tarrant. Peter Rees up the front. Like we say, Grand Slammer, he's done it all. Won this World 240s event. New Zealand champion, Grand Prix champion, North Island champion. What a lineup. Here we go.
And away they go racing this time, and it's going to be Peter Rees with a massive jump. Look at the 10G straight to the front, and he's got a few car links as well as they sort themselves out through turn number 1 and 2. And a little old jam back further. 84B Mike Mack there getting hard into it, and around goes the 44 of Cam McDonald, not the start that he wants in turn 3 and 4, and he's just got a big push, and he's just a passenger from there on. He's managed to get his way out of it though, straighten himself up for the front straight, but he's going to lose a lot of spots in the process of that. Dan Pollock there in the bright yellows 777 forcing his way through this field at the moment, himself up into 6th or 7th there as they run. So lap number 2, they've slowly sorted themselves out. There's this group, very, very fast group of race cars. But Peter Rees, look at him, he's gone at the moment. Todd Hemingway leads the charge for the next pack now. He's sitting in 2nd in the 1NZ. He's got some work to do to catch Peter Rees. Out wide goes Brad Pajewski in the 69S, takes a wall ride around 3 and 4. And around goes 1. Oh, he's got himself sorted again though. Chad Ace almost spun the right the way around. Mincing some words there. Regan McKenzie, the 49M, under hard attack there from Chapman in the 247, pushes him out of the way, uses the front bumper. We'll take a look further up the pack now. Zach Harris, he's running in 4th. Robbie Morris looks up the inside of him as they come off turn 2. They'll be side by side on their way down into turn number 3, and Robbie Morris in the 638 will grab that position from Zach Harris. So up into fourth goes Morris as Hemingway, Mike McLaughlin, Robbie Morris, Zach Harris, Pollock all cross under the flag. That's how they will sit at the moment, with Peter Rees a long way out. He's already caught one of the lap cars. There's now heaps of pressure from Randall Tarrant on the back of Pollock and the 777, and also right there is the 72 of Simon Joblin. So Pollock now hard up on the back of Zach Harris bumper, the 119V. Loses a spot to him. Randall Tarrant will take advantage of the push wide as well in the 66A. Grab a spot, so does Simon Joblin. So a handful of spots there almost for Zach Harris in the 119. As Mike McLaughlin, look at him, the 84, still pushing hard. He's sitting in third place. Todd Hemingway's put a big gap now as well between that. That's the battle for third and fourth there between the 84B, Mike McLaughlin, and Robbie Morris. We take a look now at the front to Peter Rees. He will make the 717 a back marker of Levi Jones, and you can see the gap. There's no car inside as he goes through 3 and 4. There's Todd Hemingway now coming through 3 and 4. Down onto the front straight. It's 9 laps this time by out of this 12-lap race for Peter Rees. Sneaks up the inside of Chapman as he becomes a back marker. As the battle still going on now between Morris and Pollock. That's where the action is. And Randall Tarrant's coming up in the action now. He shoots up the inside of Pollock, so that will put him up into fifth spot, for Randall Tarrant, the 66A. And Morris now putting pressure all over the back of Dan Pollock as he grabs that spot back through lap number 10. Peter Rees, though, comes through and grabs the white flag, 1 to go. Just coasts his way around turn number 1 and 2. And he'll sit him behind Duncan there in the 23B. And look at that, nice and easy goes the 10G around the final corner and onto the front straight, or the back straight, the pit straight we'll call it here, and through the checkered flag. Just like that, easy does it for the 10G of Peter Rees. Dan Pollock there wins the battle to the line between him and Robbie Morris. Comfortably in second though is the 1NZ of Todd Hemingway. 777H, Dan Pollock, he will come home in third, like I say, over Robbie Morris in the 638R. Randall Tarrant in the 66A pushes his way through up into 5th spot. As we take a look through the rest of the top 10 on the screen now. Check the super screen if you are here at the track. The 72P of Simon Joblin will grab 6th place. Mike McLaughlin hangs on to 7th. Brad Bajerski, after a wild wall ride around turn 3 and 4 in the 69S, will bring it home in 8th. The 693N of Royden Winstanley, from his front row start, comes in 9th. He'll be disappointed with that one. And the 46B of Quinn Ryan rounds out your top 10.
All right, so biggest movers in that one. Brad Pajerski in the super stock that he won just before Christmas. He's moved up 12 spots from grid 20 to finish in 8th place. Randall Tarrant has come up 10 spots from grid 15 to 5th. Todd Hemingway up 9. And then we've got a couple up 8, Quinn Ryan and 3-time champion Simon Joblin. Bit of form returning there for the 72P, up from grid 14 to finish in 8th place. But Peter Rees, masterclass from the front row, as you'd expect, and the checkered flag on his victory lap. Right, let's head down pit side and catch up with Bianca.
Listen, Keegan, you're doing everything you can to shake this 4th place Logie that you constantly seem to have on you at the minute, but coming home first from your first heat, that's got to be good.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good start. 2 more to go. I was off pole on that one, so just you don't want to go backwards when you're off the front row. So it's a good start. Pretty happy, but 2 more to go. Anything can happen.
How are you finding the track? You said Rotorua is awesome. It's Rotorua, but can you explain to everybody at home what exactly does that mean when you say Rotorua is Rotorua?
It's always a good meeting when you come here, and obviously I've won the 240s before, and I don't know, I just seem to go really good here, and I love the track, and it's always a good meeting, so that's why we come back every year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a really nice, clean track for you guys to drive on and absolutely shine.
Yeah, exactly, and it's always prepped perfectly, so we love coming here every year. It's always on our calendar, and we'll be coming here every year when we can.
Oh, we love it. We love that, Keegan. Hey, good luck for the rest of the evening. Hopefully we can catch up with you again at some stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Cheers.
Yeah, I got called 4NZ for a number of months or a couple of years, and I think Keegan Levine certainly has grabbed the 4NZ title well
what's
and
that,
truly.
5 times now, is it?
Yeah, something
5
like
times
that,
he's been 4NZ.
So we take a look at some replays here, thanks to the Pits TV, live on the live screen, the big screen here if you are here at the track, and there's that big push. Look at Peter Rees, some call him the master of the clay, and away he goes. Just, it was from there. And there's Todd Hemingway shooting up the inside of a few cars as well. A little bit of work to get himself into second, and Yeah, it was never catching Peter Rees from there, really, was he? That was the wild ride for Cam McDonald. He did get straightened up towards the end and got it going again. And then, yeah, that's when Todd Hemingway managed to get himself up in a second place. Well, that stage, Pete was gone.
Yeah, it was never going to catch him, were you?
He was just coasting as well, you know.
Yeah.
So there's the wall ride from Brad Pajerski.
Then he got sorted after that, didn't he?
Yeah, kept on moving his way through.
Great to see him out there. Look, he's been a regular visitor here to Paradise Valley in the stock car class. I'm sure at the start of this season he wasn't dreaming of racing at the World 240s, but if you missed it, Maka Motorsport, Benji Sneddon behind all that. He's a former World 240s champion, actually. He ran the competition with regards to buying some of his merchandise, and you get tickets to win a super stock, and Brad Pajerski won that super stock, and here he is racing at the World 240s, the son of two-time World 240s champion Barry Pajerski, and he's racing with his dad's old number as well, which he didn't do in the stock cars. So it's great to have him running the 69S, because of course Barry with the 69S for many years as New Zealand champion before he moved across to Palmerston North. I think he picked up another 2NZ after that. But that was also the days before the 1NZ. He was the last driver to win a New Zealand championship and not have the 1NZ. He won it in 92 and in 94, and then it was 95 when Lyle Rumney won it, and Lyle became the first one to be able to run the 1NZ, because they'd done it for years in the open wheeler classes.
Yeah, and it's good to see. I mean, it's ever since, look at it, it's all you want is a number. You want to just go to a national championship and change your number.
Yep. All right, here we go. We are back to the top, and we are regrouping it. Dylan Marshall starting on pole for this one. Alan McRobbie on the outside of the front row.
Row number 2, we'll see AJ Axtons in the 14R. Outside him is Rebecca Barr.
Brendan Tye, birthday boy, on grid 5. Jordan Baldwin starts on grid number 6.
Grid number 7 will be Tim Ross, and Caelan Keith will be outside him on grid number 8.
Jacob Buckrill on grid 9. Kyle Benton starts on grid number 10.
Grid number 11, Shane Harwood, 3NZ. Hopefully we see him back out there. Ryan Hunt at the 29M will be off grid number 12.
Bailey Warner on grid 13. Brad McGee on 14.
Go back to the next row. Mike McCarthy will start from grid number 15. Asher Rees from grid number 16, your race 1 winner.
Kaylin Mooney starts on grid 17 in the 26V. And 27S Phil Gargan on grid 18.
From the 10th row, Paul Maybe will be on the inside. Outside him will be Logan Nicholson, maybe.
Uncle and nephew. Brett Hislop on grid 21. And Darryl Williams rounds it all out on grid number 22. Regroup heat number 2. So just confirming and recapping heat number 1. Asher Rees home in first place. Second was the 29M of Ryan Hunt. Third place, the 57V of Dylan Marshall. Fourth was 14R AJ Axtons, who moved up 10 spots. Running up the top 5 was Rebecca Barr. We then went Caelan Keith, 231C, Jacob Buckrill, then Brendan Tye, Mike McCarthy, and Philip Gargan rounded out the top 10. So yes, Shane Harwood is back out there.
Good to see. Still heartbroken, not going to lie.
No.
There's a little bit of chat actually about the bronze number. I've spoken with a couple of mates and that. Some people like it, some people don't. I think that anything with a number 1, 2 or 3 once again looks great on it. And I think in person, seeing it now right in front of us, Paul, it looks a lot better than the photos actually make out as well.
I totally agree. It will be interesting. Like there was when the car was out there, when Graham Houston of Sportsweb Photography had the 1, 2 and 3 out there, the angle it was on, it just looked like a blur.
Yeah,
I couldn't actually see a number at all. Whereas the other 2 cars on the exact same angle, perfectly fine.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how that does end up from a lap scoring point of view when it does get dark.
Pretty relaxed down in the cockpit there. We've got a 3-minute bell going though for the 888 of Mike McCarthy. Now, can't see what's going on here. Like that panel. Is that the same car being shared between 2 drivers? Or?
No, can't. Oh.
Because he's only out there and... I'm a little bit confused.
So is that the... No, they can't do that, can they?
Can he run it... is it in the non-qualifiers that's happening on? I'm not sure.
So is that the car that Lewis Hunter was driving? That's what it looks like, eh?
Can a car, I mean, I haven't actually read the rule. Can it do double duties? Can you have two drivers in two different heats running the same car? I may have well and truly missed the boat, but
I don't think so. Mind you,
sure we can find out.
There was also the issue last weekend. Dion Henderson last weekend in Wellington hopped into a different car on night 2.
Yeah, which is a non-championship type title.
But it's the same meeting.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be in the same car.
It was
for
interesting
a meeting.
So he pre-qualified that? Sorry.
No, that's Mike McCarthy, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Triple Eight.
He's starting on grid 15. If that's the car that Lewis Hunter's driving in what group's he in?
Is he purple group, I think? No, we just saw purple group out there, sorry. Or is Lewis the pre-qualifier?
No,
yeah, he wasn't. Oh, there we go. Director in the air telling us that they're sharing the same car. Well, I mean, I haven't looked up in the rule book to see if it's actually... you can't change cars during the night, but there's nothing that I'm aware of. Someone might be able to enlighten us a bit more. I mean, it's clearly...
They'd be screwed if they both qualified.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Bring back the two-seater.
That's a great multi-level conversation. Imagine that. Two-seater super stocks, just a field of them.
Right.
What I've noticed from up here actually is a Dale Stewart has watched just about every single race. I wonder what's going through his mind, what he's racing, what he's watching, who he's watching.
Yeah.
Or if he's just spectating. And I've made
Well, there's
something
no
out of
pressure on
nothing.
him tonight, is there? You can just sit there. Right, it is red group, heat number 2. We are into the second round. Another 12-lapper. Here we go. And it's last year's third place getter, Dylan Marshall, who starts off pole. Looks for the jump and he gets it. Tim Ross is going to slot into third place. And we've got a big cruncher going on down there. McCarthy's, Bailey Warner's in the thick of it again. Couple hard out into the concrete down in turn number 4. Nicholson maybe. I think it's a couple of the same cars that got tangled in heat 1, getting tangled in this one. Brett Hislop limps off to the infield. The 2-3-1 of Kellen Keith gets himself fired up and mobile again, right in front of the race leader. Alan McRobbie, 10R. And Ryan Hunt at 29. He's got a whole lot of issues. He's dropped right down the field. He was in 17th place. He finished second in that opening heat. So this is not the follow-up that he wanted. Shane Harwood, desperate for points, comes in with a big bumper on AJ Axton's, and we go red. And Murphy's Law, the red will be for Brett Hislop, who was sitting stranded on the pit straight, and just as the red lights come on, he gets himself fired up and moves on out onto the infield. So heat 1 winner, Asher Rees. 126G started this one on grid 16. He's up to 10th place. We're ready for a restart. No mucking around on this one. Here we go. Race leader 10R on the main straight. Brad McGee failed to fire. And I think there was another car that didn't take off very well too, but Brad McGee, not the night at the office that he would have been wanting. DNF in the opening heat. Now we're going to do the same thing here in the 96W. So I mentioned there during the laps, the 29M of Ryan Hunt finished second in the opening heat. Currently sitting down in 19th place in this one. So he had an issue. No issue though for Alan McRobbie. When he won that New Zealand stock car title many moons ago, he was the youngest New Zealand stock car champion back then. Not sure whether that's been eclipsed now or not.
Geez, there's a lot of younger guys driving, that's for sure.
It's so hard to keep track of how old they are.
Yeah. Geez, not the night that Brad McGee's looking for.
No.
Start this off, we take a look
Nor
down
Brett
here.
Hislop. The two cars, they both DNF'd that opening heat. And Jordan Baldwin, from those highs of 2 weeks ago, making the finals of the New Zealand champs in Nelson. He's on the back of a tractor in this one. and will DNF it. Remember, it's just the top 3 that go through in all of our groups tonight. 21 or 22. So ring group continues. And some pressure on our race leader, 10R Alan McRobbie, as Dylan Marshall looks up the inside. Marshall just seemed to ease off the gas there a moment. Didn't want to put too much pressure on himself. Brendan Ty and Bex Barr battling for second place with a back marker in amongst it. Battling for third. Tim Ross is there in third place. Ty got a bit of an advantage, but then Haas spins himself coming off turn 4. Great battle at the front, down onto the main straight. And here's this battle for 4th place, Rebecca Barr and Brendan Ty. Ryan Hunter let down in this one. Caelan Mooney, he forces the issue, the Wanganui Flyer, and he's going to move up into 4th place now. He's got past on Asher Rees as well. That doesn't happen very often. Laps ticking by, 4 to go. Is your race leader. Great battle between Caelan Mooney and Asher Rees. Another little family battle going on the racetrack. Oh, something's just gone wrong there with Caelan Mooney's car. He's got it fired up again now, but he's lost a lot of spots. He was sitting in 3rd place and he's now in 11th. White flag and 1 to go. And Mooney's got those issues again. Checkered flag falls for the number 10. Dylan Marshall home in 2nd, and there's Asher. The 126 home in 3rd. Gotta love that last turn 4 and onto the pit straight. Battles for the positions. Every point counts when it is only the top 3 who will make it through to the finals. Top 3 from each group, and then the next 2 highest overall. Let's take a look at that race though. The top 10, Alan McRobbie, 10R, takes the win. 57V, Dylan Marshall, home in 2nd place. From 126G, Asher Rees. Another Gisbornite, Tim Ross in 4th. 3NZ, Shane Harwood, much better in 5th place. Then it was Rebecca Barr, 34P. 14R, AJ Axton's in 7th. Jacob Buckrill in 8th place. Brendan Ty in 9th, and the 15R of Paul Mabey rounds out the top 10. We've been talking about the big movers, but I guess now it's more a case of looking at the points and see where we're at. Tony?
Yeah, so provisional, unofficial points at this stage. Your 126G, former 1NZ Asher Rees, sits on 50 points. Atop the group, we go back to the 57V of Dylan Marshall. He's on 49 points now. Nice little 6-point buffer for those 2 drivers going into the 3rd heat. We're talking about 3 drivers, but tied for 3rd at the moment, the 34P of Rebecca Barr and the 14R of AJ Axton's, both on 43 points, but like 6 points and 7 points back from Asher.
And they start one
Dylan
behind each other in the next heat.
So that's going to be interesting for those 2. Just a further, we're looking 4 points further back actually to 5th and 6th, the 10R Alan McRobbie and the 99B of Jacob Buckrill, both on 39. Brendan Ty, a little bit of maybe an outside chance at 7th at the moment on 37 points. He'll just be looking to probably improve on a repecharge grid at this stage.
Yeah, Jacob Buckrill, he starts up on grid 5 in the final heat. So as far as those drivers we've mentioned, he's off the best grid. Barr and Axton's 15 and 17, and those 2 who have got the buffer, Asher Rees is on grid 14, and Dylan Marshall will start on grid 21. So Jacob Buckrill with a little bit of an advantage in that one. He's 11 points off the pace from the top, but only 4 points off that third spot, and that's what he's really dicing for, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, you've got, well, between third and fourth, that battle, it's 4 points back. Asher and Dylan, they're looking pretty comfortable at the moment from the likes. It's 11 points between Alan and Jacob, up to Asher Rees at the moment. So Asher sitting in the box seat at the moment. We see Alan McRobbie there in the 10R on the replay, looking really smooth out there in that Gorge race car. Dylan Marshall looks like he's just cruising there behind. Oh, big bumper from Asher there at the end of the front straight as well. That's what they're there for. So we look forward to the next race up on the dummy grid.
So welcome again everybody to TWS Paradise Valley Speedway as we get set for Orange Group Heat 2. Nelsonian Alex Hill sits on pole for this one, alongside Bryce Marks out of Auckland.
Ross Ashby on grid number 3. Outside him will be James Clark.
Row 3, Kyron O'Brien, 25B on grid 5, and the 573 of Riker Edge on grid 6.
Row number 4 belongs to Keegan Bunce, and the 48B outside him will be the other Marshall, Ryan Marshall.
On to grid 9, Paul Vasey in his final World 240s before retirement, and Ron Ty on grid 10.
Grid number 11 will be Cody McKee, made a big move from the back in heat number 1, and Jake Berry needs to bank some points in the 23C from grid number 12.
William Humphreys likewise after that DNF in the opening heat on grid 13. Stephen Roygard looked impressive. This one he starts off 14.
Gary Hunter, one of the locals again, off grid number 15. Ethan Levine, I love that photo.
Like the pussycat.
Oh, grid number 16 for him.
Then we go to Darcy Morant and Daniel Burmester, Heat 1 winner starting on grid 18.
Row number 10, Kerry Remnant, the 19M, and Blake Adamson, the 6S from grid number 20.
Hayden Hart and Josh Prentice right down the back on grids 21 and 22. So
what was the first group, sorry, Paul, that we were running through? Was it the yellow?
Red group, was it?
Have yellow done 2 heats? Sorry. No, they haven't.
No.
I've only had the one group do 2 heats.
Yep, so this is the second one.
Just trying to keep up with making sure
Orange group
points rolling.
So just reconfirming Daniel Burmester, winner of the opening heat from Stephen Roygard. Then Josh Prentice, James Clark was home in 4th. And rounding up the top 5 was the 19M of Kerry Remnant in Heat 1. So we look at this lineup. Alex Hill, he'll be looking for a better one. He's been the regular visitor from Nelson over the last couple of years, along with Brett Nichols, since Shane Harwood retired, then came back. We've got an empty grid. So we've got Gary Hunter on 15, so it's grid 16. No 2NZ.
Ooh.
All right, we'll have to chase that one up. No 2NZ of Ethan Levine.
So away they go. Alex Hill leads them in, the 95N, under some pressure from the 38 of Ross Ashby and Kyron O'Brien. Oh, big freight train into turn 1 there. We've got a couple of cars. Looks like Ryan Marshall's one of those ones. And it looks like Ron Ty as well. Get themselves up into 3 and 4 this time. Around the outside goes Darcy Moran in the 82R. Good to see him back out there in a super stock. Try rail there, but Alex Hill will lead them through the first lap, the 95N. And quickest out on track at this stage. They sort themselves out at the moment. A few bumpers going in there. And they're going to be 3 and 4 wide as they come off turn number 4. And down the front straight, some chopping and dicing there. William Humphreys, he's in the thick of the action, so is the 172 of Burmester. Little wild ride there, up and over the side rail of Morant goes Remnant. And Cody McKee, he's lost some spots in the first couple of laps, so he's got some work cut out from him. He's sitting in 16th as of that last lap across the start-finish line. But he grabs a couple up the inside there. And Humphreys, he looks a little bit shaky down the straights at the moment, trying to get that power to the ground in the 94P Superstock. Forcing his way up the inside of Hayden Hart there in the 166, and there you look, that puts the bumper, puts the 166 wide there, and will grab that position. Nice and aggressive driving from the 94P, William Humphreys. Of course, we've got the Ripper Charge that we'll talk about soon as well. A couple of cars to come from them. So these guys, drivers, while they might not make the top 3, they are still going to battle. As Hayden Hart there puts Daniel Burmester, half spins him into turn number 3 and 4. He gets it going again as they tick off a lap. We take a look at Cody Mack going around turn 1 and 2. Fastest man on track at the moment. James Clark picking up a 17.5. Trouble off turn number 2 there for the 73 of Bryce Marks. Gets it going again. And ticking off laps, Alex Hill out front. Take a look back at Stefan Roygaard in the 58M, running in 7th there. Josh Prentice, he's up into 6th place in the 5G there, leading that little pack. And further back to William Humphreys, he's running in 8th in that 94 as they come through to check off another lap there. Out in front though, there he is, the 95N of Alex Hill. We'll go back to Ross Ashby, a few car lengths back, and Paul Vasey, the 351. Look at that. 4th as they run on track is James Clark there as well. Another lap down. Cody Mack now sets the fastest lap this time around. And Alex Hill looking nice and smooth, and he's opened up that gap somewhat as well with some free air in front of him. The 95N, Alex Hill, trying to tick up those numbers, and he needs to capitalise on his front grid. He had a 15th place with only 12 points in heat number 1. He makes his way around 3rd and 4th now. Horse 38M, Ross Ashby's closed that gap up a little bit in that tanker, but it looks like Alex Hill's got some good drive off the corners here. He's got that setup dialed in for coming off the turns as such. He's keeping that gap nice and consistent as they go around the race track. It's going to be white flag out this time for Alex Hill. 1 to go for the Nelsonian. Got that word from Paul Hickey a moment ago. As he fires it into turn number 3 and 4. That's as they run on track, the top 5. And that's the way they will cross the line. He comes through, takes the checkered flag. Good drive from P1 for Alex Hill. As the rest of the field comes through as well, William Humphreys there just in front of Gary Hunter. Cody McKee was the quickest man on track at the end of it all, running 16.4s here at the moment. We'll take a look at the top 10. The 95N of Alex Hill will finish in first. 38M of Ross Ashby in second. The 3rd place remains as the 351 of Paul Vasey. The 29G of James Clark in 4th. Kyron O'Brien, 25B, comes home in 5th. Josh Prentice will grab 6th spot. Stefan Roygaard in the 58M 7th. Cody McKee picks up 8th in the 72A. 19M, Kerry Remnant in 9th. And rounding out your top 10, the 166V of Hayden Hart. And provisional points there.
Yeah, provisional points after 2 heats. James Clark from Gisborne, the 29. He leads the way on 46 points. Just 1 point back, tied for second, Josh Prentice and Stefan Roygaard. They're on 45. Then kind of still in the mix. I know it's still a heat to go, so plenty still to run. But Kyron O'Brien, Kerry Remnant, Alex Hill, Paul Vasey, Cody McKee, Daniel Burmester, Heat 1 winner. Getting bunted out of the way there. Who bunted him out of the way?
Hayden Hart. Just put the bumper hard into him, half spun him, and he ended up semi-stranded and took a bit to refire. But a lot closer the points on these ones. For the orange group.
So James Clark, points leader. He'll start down on grid 16. Just looking at Cody McKee is 6th equal on points, but he'll start on pole. Paul Vasey is 6th equal on points. He is starting off grid number 5. Josh Prentice, 2nd on points, 1 off the top, and he starts on the front row. So, so he's almost a sitter, you would think, for qualifying for Josh Prentice.
Here he is completing his victory lap with a checkered flag. Alex Hill, Hillbill, across the front visor of the 95N. The old Higgins-style race car. Of course, out of Nelson, built plenty of cars and plenty of copies out there as well of those race cars, and still out there doing it.
We have had a key handed in to race control, and it's a car key, and it's got a pink lanyard. A pink lanyard. So if that's yours, come and see us at Race Control. Likewise, better do this, The Rotorua Rebels 50-50 raffle. So the Rotorua Rebels, 2 weeks away from heading down to Palmy for the teams champs. If you bought one of those raffle tickets tonight, Here we go with the winning number. I'll tell you the winning total first. The 50-50 split. Obviously, 50% goes to the Rebels, 50% to the winner. Our winner tonight will receive $1,672.
Wow, what a count that's good. Handy, isn't it?
It certainly is. Okay, $1,672.50 going to ticket holder 18949. 18949. I can't see anybody jumping around just yet.
I like the concentration on a whole lot of people. It's just tickets out and 18494. I hope I said that right.
18949.
Oh, there we go. Now listen to me. Listen to Paul.
18949. If that is your ticket, you have won $1,672. Come and see us at the admin building in the pits.
Wow,
and
what a
you'll be
night
able
to come and
take
spectate that. That's great. What a great haul. And once again, thanks for supporting the Rotorua Club
And
teams.
you'll be invited to the club rooms later on. You'll shout.
Absolutely, we'll be waiting there.
All right, here we go. Green Group Heat 2, Joel Steiner, the rookie, on P1 for this one alongside David Lowe.
Row number 2, we'll see Logan Bognuda and Robbie Maybe.
On to row 3, Elias Dykstra, the 5M on P5, Brett Nichols from Nelson on grid 6.
Grid number 7, the 16B, Brett Loveridge and Dylan Ashton out of the Hawke's Bay 422B.
Ethan Rees starts on grid 9 inside the former 3NZ, Zane Dykstra back to the 38.
Grid number 11, Dylan Towler, he's had his back grid, he's got his middle grid this time. From grid number 11, grid number 12 is Glenn Clark from out of Rotorua.
William Hughes, 99S, starts on grid 13, Jack Cunningham. 71B on grid 14.
Row number 8 has got Scott Tennant 808C and the 661P of Bryn Liddell.
On to the next row, Matt Buckley out of Wanganui on 17, Kyle Ashton on grid 18.
Grid number 19 belongs to Adam Joblin in the 62P, and we've got Dakota Chicoine on grid number 20.
And grid 21, Jordan Deere sits all on his lonesome right down on the back row. He'll be looking to go better than his 2015 result, where he finished a runner-up at the World 240s. So grid number 3 is empty. So Logan Bognuda out of Wellington is missing.
And a 3-minute bell there as well for Matt Buckley in the 94.
And problems over in turn 3 for Glenn Clark, the local. He finished 3rd in that opening heat. So
he's looking really good out there as well in that race car. He showed some pace, but he had extra pace in that one for what we're used to seeing from Glenn Clark.
Now, if my memory serves me right, he's done a lot of motocross over the years, and this would be season 3 or 4 for him in the Superstocks. It's the ex-Lance Ellsworth car that Ellsworth raced with the Rebels the year they won.
I think he tried to buy it back at one stage as well, and good reason for Glenn not to sell it back. He's doing bloody well in it.
Okay, so let's see if they push him over. See, so the 3-minute bell will have already started. Is he going to try and get over there? No, he's just going to park it up. Oh, that is really disappointing.
Yeah, those helmet moves inside the cockpit of the 12
Yeah,
they do look disappointment. Yeah, there's a shake of the head there as well. Oh, unlucky for Clark and the Hooker Honda Motorsport team from out of Taupo, actually, racing with the Yar. And the bonnet off the 94V of Buckley. So with a little bit of urgency and movement seem a lot quicker, the body language of pit crews. It's one of those hard things when you're in that situation. You need to sort of calm yourself down, and slow is better, and just, but you're also, flustered and just trying to, there's a lot goes into these things behind the scenes. And to have something like that happen and pull out pit gate, you can see from the angle we're sitting at, we did have the oil light on. It's turned off now. A lot of these drivers have a big strip of sort of white light or bright light. That's generally an oil pressure light.
You want to be able to see that very quickly when you're racing,
absolutely,
don't you?
yeah. Motors ranging from between 30 and 100,000, or maybe even plus dollars out there.
It's always funny when you can actually see the timer counting down, because it feels like it's been a lot longer than a minute and a half.
Yeah.
You do feel those 2-minute the 3-minute bells go on forever. So Matt Buckley in the first heat, he did finish in 4th place. So again, these guys will be desperate to get out there. So if he doesn't manage to start after a 4th place finish, and Glenn Clark finished in 3rd, and he's obviously not going to start this one, it's going to throw this one kind of wide open as far as the group goes.
So it helps the likes of, well, if there was a couple of DNFs, wasn't there, from the first heat?
Jack Cunningham, Elias Dykstra. So see, Elias Dykstra was... Oh no, Glenn Clark is now mobile.
Oh, he's managed to get it fired up. The 3-minute bell's a blessing, isn't it? And thankfully for him, it's at the back of the grid, so he can just join his grid position.
Is he? No, he's supposed to be on grid 12. So he should be... There's a gap here between Zane Dykstra and Jack Cunningham. That's where he should be. Maybe he'd rather just start at the back.
I'd say that, well, the clerk of the course, Jamal, as he goes through and finds the grids, he'll get to the very back, and then he'll realise...
what are you doing?
We'll have the outside row do one lap, I'm sure.
6.5.
I mean, if you're Glenn Clark at this stage, you'd even be happy if he even forced you to make a start off the back row.
Oh, disappointing for Matt Buckley. Again, you can still see the head shaking.
Yeah, so Jamal's actually picked that up. We can, oh yes, Buckley's on the screen, sorry, but Jamal is indicating Glenn Clark up into his grid 12 position in the 12R. A little shuffle there.
He's got tangled up there with Bryn Liddell. But Liddell's still going to have to go back so that Glenn Clark can get in here. Because they are all lined up in their order on the dummy grid in the pits. So they do drive out in their regular race order, but obviously with Glenn Clark jumping in there into the infield, it got out of order. Right, so Buckley, sadly for the Wanganui crew, not out there. Another empty grid too. Who's that inside the 24? So Kyle Ashton's on 18, so grid 17. Oh, that's Matt Buckley.
Grid 3.
And grid 3, we did mention, didn't we? Oh no, Logan Bognuda from Wellington, missing in this one. Right, here we go. Green group in the starter's hands. Green flag, and we're underway. Big punt at the back from Jordan Deere. He's desperate to make up some early ground, and he's going to as well. He's picked up 5 or so spots over the course of the opening turn. So the 7.22 of David Lowe is your early race leader. Big squeeze down the pit straight. Robbie Maybe gets spat out the back. David Lowe, Joel Steiner, Elias Dykstra, your top 3. Bumper from Brett Nichols, 48 into the back of Elias Dykstra. Get a move on, boy. Nichols looks up the inside. A few sparks flying there from Ethan Rees as he rubs up against the concrete. Nichols makes the pass on Dykstra, but Dykstra comes back and a bumper in. And up the inside as Dylan Ashton and Bryn Liddell come together and off onto the grass momentarily. More sparks from Brett Loveridge as he deals with Ethan Rees just in behind him. So up the front, the leaders have cleared away. Joel Steiner looking good in second spot behind David Lowe, but there are some battles going on behind them. Jordan Deere is just on fire right now. He's now moved up into 9th place from grid 21, and we've just gone 5 laps. Now he's in behind Zane Dykstra. Will look to make the pass on the Wanganui driver. 3NZ up until a couple of weeks ago. Had a good result here last season too at the Valvoline Superstock Charity Invitational event. Zane Dykstra finished on the podium. So good battle down the pit straight, coming around into turn number 1 and 2. So the front two still away, looking comfortable. Brett Nichols in 4th, Elias Dykstra, Scott Tennant round out the top 5. Tennant with the fastest lap of the race, a 16.5. I think that might be one of the quicker ones of the night so far. Green group, heat number 2 for the World 240s qualifying. It's Jordan Deere ahead of Brett Loveridge. So this is Jordan Deere's back grid, remember, and he's up into 7th. So little bigs, a couple of big barges now coming through as Zane Dykstra and Adam Joblin try to follow the lead of Jordan Deere. And big, a bit of a wall ride there from Adam Joblin. White flag is out for our race leader. So look at this battle for the minor spots here now. Elias Dykstra tries to look up the inside of Scott Tennant, makes the pass as well. But David Lowe, the 722, will come home, take the checkered flag. Still this battle, Tennant and Dykstra. Tennant's going to get the advantage. In fact, Dykstra loses 2 spots there. That's costly. When he had a DNF, he really needed those extra 2 points. So let's take a look at the top 10. David Lowe, 722P, takes the win. Joel Steiner, 118R, he'll be stoked with that. Home in 2nd spot. Brett Nichols, 48N in 3rd. Then the 808C of Scott Tennant. 127G, Ethan Rees rounds out the top 5. Then it was Elias Dykstra, Jordan Deere, Zane Dykstra, Dylan Towler, and the 99S of William Hughes round out the top 10.
Heat number 2 of the World 240s Green Group provisional points after the second heat there. Scott Tennant, the 808C, sitting on 49 points with a 4-point buffer over the 48N of Brett Nichols, and a further point back we go to the 127 on Ethan Rees on 44 points. The 722P with the race win there, David Lowe. And then we go back to 40 points as Adam Joblin in the 62P, and Jordan Deere from the back, the 581P, is sitting on 39. Glenn Clark sitting on 38 points, and Joel Steiner just outside that bracket as well on 37. Looking at some grids, Scott Tennant starts from 14. Brett Nichols, the 48N, he starts from 11. Ethan Rees has got to have a front grid left, grid number 5.
Yep.
David Lowe just had his front grid, so he'll have to come from grid 19. Adam Joblin 6, and Jordan Deere from grid number 2. So it's going to be quite tight for the top 3 in this group here. That's the green group results as they sit at the moment. Officially, as we said before, the red group, Asher Rees is on 1st, Dylan Marshall on 2nd, tied for 3rd, Rebecca Barr and AJ Axtons. Alan McRobbie and Jacob Buckrell both sitting on 5th equal. I don't know if he picked it up in the points provisionally, Paul, but Tim Ross marked down as a DQ, interestingly enough, for heat number 1.
No, I did miss that.
So not sure what happened there with the 144G, something we missed.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about the repecharge, so let's just quickly look at that. So the top 3 from each group will go through to the finals tomorrow night. We then take the next 2 highest point scorers overall.
So something to keep an eye on as we go through these groups.
It is. So potentially you could have 5 go through from one group tonight, if it's a high scoring group.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Right? But then for all of those people who don't go through tonight, the points they've earned gives them their positions in the repecharge. Now I'm just going to have to go for a walk here because I hadn't checked this. Is the repecharge the next top 26 point scorers, or is it the next
3 or 4 from each
group? It'd be 5 from each group would give you 25 plus one more person. So I will just get that confirmed.
And it is just one repecharge, yes.
It is just one repecharge, and two cars from the repecharge will go through.
The right machinery and attention to detail is what it takes to produce precision engineering. At Phantom Engineering, they can do exactly that. Whether it's a race car or trailer build, or even alterations, through to anything you need built for the home, your work, or the farm. Come and chat to our team that will take the hassle away. The right gear, the right knowledge, and the right team. Phantom Engineering, 317 Waihola Highway, Melbourne, New Zealand.
If you break it, we can fix it. If you want it, we can build it at Phantom Engineering.
Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years experience, this fourth-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or morning harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton.
And running up the front three rows will be 78A Caitlin Connolly and the 121C of Shanae McNally. Good to see the 8 UK, or is it 8 GB, out there. And this one will
85G.
So the grids, you see them popping up there now on the screen. The 8 GB of Catherine Harris, she'll start on grid 18. So, bit of work to do, but get her head around the way this is all going to work. She'll be bitterly disappointed sitting on the infield for that opening heat.
So the 28 ladies all lined up, ready to go. A lot of pink out there on these race cars, and it's good to see them all out there mixing it up. It is about the 5th running, I think, of this Title 6 maybe. Should know that fact. As the TWS Paradise Valley Pace Ute pulls off the track, the green flag gets lifted, and the 189 are local lady and current defending Aotearoa Ladies Crown Miller Theobald leads them through turn 1 and 2. Carol Bajewski pulls straight off to the infield. We lose the 69S real early on in the 569. Very confusing numbers, a whole lot of tyres out there this weekend. And even more will be out here in the mini stocks later on in the season. She'll rejoin at the back as they sort themselves out. Oh, Ella Robertson, she's having a night to forget here, the 89 double. She's gone round and has got herself stalled down on the pole line. Hopefully she'll get that going. She's not in too much of a dangerous position at the moment, and she does get it fired up. As Miller Theobald, the 189, looking for a good start, good first night of the finals here of the Aotearoa Ladies Championship. Caught back up to some back markers already. Take a look at the rest of the field. Katie Prescott there in the 19B shoots up the inside of the 15R of Kendall Reed. And Zara Simpson hard into the side rail there of the 252. And we've lost another one to the infield, the 8GB of Catherine Harris. You see her there sitting on the infield. We've lost her once again. Not a good night for the Harris clan either. Luckily Tom goes through. We've lost Alan Bisley to the infield there as well, the 22K, with what looks like a busted right front shock. But out in front, Miller Theobald, she's leading this and commanding charge at the moment, the 189R. Take a look further back there, the 92C of Laura Ware. And that Rob race car getting chased down at the moment by Katie Prescott. That's the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th there. Caitlin Connolly, sorry. The Chatfield car, the 78C there, she's in amongst that as well. There's Hayley James, big mover from the first heat. She's up into 6th spot at the moment. Hayley, she started from grid number 9, so just a few moving forward. What she needs to do. Quickest car out on track at the moment, up into 2nd place. The 85G of Brittany Carpenter. As I say that, Miller Theobald goes faster with a 17.8, so that's what the ladies are lapping at the moment, 17.8 second laps. And bumper work going in at the moment. A good battle there between Hayley James, Laura Ware and Katie Prescott on the 19B. And Brooke Courtney there as well. She's up in the battle with the 81K. So that is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. A nice little battle brewing between the ladies here, and some good bumper work going in as we follow them around out of turn 1 and 2. Zara Simpson there, the 82A as well. She's trying to catch up. She's sitting back in 9th. Katie Prescott putting all sorts of pressure over the back of Ware from out of Christchurch. Into turn 1 she goes. She's going to look up the inside here. That's the pass there from Katie Prescott. Up into 6th she goes. And Hayley James now, she's up into 5th. And she threatens Kirsten Kaiser for a position now as well. There's Brittany Carpenter in the 85G making her way through some back markers. Couple between her and the race leader, Miller Theobald. She enters turn number 4. Brooke Courtney looks to have fallen off the pace a little bit there in the 81. Trouble for her as Azaria Simpson looks up the inside. Ella Robertson showing some pace again now, she's up on it. So, there's a little comparison there on the big screen for you and at home of the lap times. Oh, trouble caught up there up the inside of Zoe Hughes. And the white flag falls, 1 to go for the 189R. And she's got a bit of clear space in front of her as well. Miller Theobald, your reigning champion, defending champion of the Aotearoa Ladies Crown, throws into 3 and 4 for the final time in the Humphrey Steel and Performance chassis. And she'll come through to take the checkered flag. And Shanae McNally will pick up 2nd in the 121T after making a late race pass on the 85G. Then we go back to Hayley James in the 18V. She's had a good start to the weekend. Of course, the partner of your new 2NZ, Josh Walsh. And then we go back to Katie Prescott, fought her way up into 5th place as well. The rest of the top 10 there, Laura Ware, the 92C, hangs on to 6th place behind Prescott. Kirsten Kaiser out of Rotorua Falls loses a few positions late in the race to 681R. Azaria Simpson with an 8th place finish. Brooke McPherson in 9th, and Lauren Swift will round out your top 10 in the 42B.
Okay,
We
drivers,
have some unofficial points updates for the ladies as they sit.
189R, 121.
Miller Theobald with that race win will go to the top with 53 points.
189R.
The rest of the 20, Ella Robertson recovering to 20th there. The rest of the 28. Hayley James will sit in 2nd place on 49 points. That's the 18V. And then we go back to 3rd at the moment, the 121T of Shanae McNally on 47 points, just 1 point further back. Your race 1 winner, Kendall Ashton, in the 144R. She battled her way up to 11th. And then Brittany Carpenter sits 1 point further back as well on 45. Laura Ware from out of Christchurch, the 92C, sits in 6th there as well. But there she is, Miller Theobald with a checkered flag. Put your hands together for her as she comes around for her checkered flag. In the meantime, we'll shoot down to the pits and we'll have a word with the 10G of Peter Rees.
Sorry guys, I'm interrupting a conversation here. Peter, I think everyone's going to agree with me that you're meant to get slower in your older age. You just keep getting faster and faster, consistently fast. Well done on that win though, because that's a really tough group you're in.
Oh, to be fair, I was off the front, so I cheated a bit.
Oh, come on, take credit where credit's due. Pete, we were having a really quick chat off air and everyone is doing really quick laps. They're all on the same track. They're all doing the really quick laps. It's almost potluck where you just pop out in some of this carnage.
Yeah, not surprised. It's a beautiful track out there. Yeah, very close racing. The heats I've watched, and you know, I starting backwards now, so it'll only get harder for me.
How do you predict the rest of the evening is going to go for you, Pete? I know that's a big ask, but I mean, if anyone can predict something and pull a rabbit out the hat, we're looking at him right now.
Keep the tyres up, go forward as much as we can. We should be right, but top 3, hard ask.
It is, it really is, and like I say, when you're all on the same part, it just gets harder and harder every time we get here.
Yeah, I saw Ethan's heat. There's a lot of DNFs, so that'll help them. I don't think there's any lost out of ours so far, so just got to push forward.
Yep, that's all we can do, right, Pete? Good luck for the rest of the evening. You're about to come out for heat 2, so strap in, hold on tight.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Grand Slam winner now, Peter Rees, after finally grabbing the New Zealand Superstock Grand Prix title at the beginning of the year down there at Woodford Glen in Christchurch. So he's done it all now and joins that elite group of drivers. All right, let's take a look at our grids, how they line up here. Adam Groom starts on grid number 1. Luke Alderdice starts on grid 2.
Jerry Linklater will start from grid number 3 and Joe Carter from grid number 4.
On to row number 3, Matt Pickard out of Stratford on grid 5, Anthony Brown on 6.
Grid number 7 is Trent James. Grid number 8 will be Blake Dykstra.
On row 5, Tony Coxhead in the 41R car. Darryl Wallace running his 55C this weekend on 10.
Seth McConchy will start from grid number 11, and Keegan Levine, that photo's great, on grid number 12.
Both of the Levine photos are awesome. Dion Henderson, grid 13, and Jacko Myers on grid 14.
Go back to the 8th row. It's going to be Regan Penn from the inside and David Ellsworth from grid number 16.
Michael Rumney, 7R, 17. James Thine out of Christchurch after that big dive. He
that was a
starts
photo
on
of
18.
Tim Ross.
Yeah.
Lewis Hunter from grid 19 and Josh Verity from grid number 20.
And Scott Gallup and Mark Costello round out the back row, heat 2 of yellow group.
Now, dare I say, the 41 of Coxhead, Tony Coxhead, he was the supposed to start from grid number 9, so that is vacant. Brad, I do know that he is actually watching. He sent me a sad face from the live stream, so poor Brad Coxhead has seen that happen. Yeah.
So it looks like there might be maybe...
Oh, just pushing the back
just
a bit.
pushing the back a little bit more.
Doesn't seem to be any other more vacant grids.
So heat 1 winner, Keegan Levine. Started off pole for that win. He starts on grid number 12 this time. I was impressed with Darryl Wallace in the 55. Had that car really pedaling in that opening heat. Got the two 55s actually in this group, and they are side by side as you Murphy's Law, right? All right, yellow group. Pace car pulls off. Set for heat 2 and we're underway. So there's that big push. Oh, we've got Seth McConchy almost around. Oh, we do have him around. Backwards down the straight. We've got the second car gone around there as well. Right, just some issues in the commentary box. We're sorted now. And it's Adam Groom, who is your race lead. He's going to come under some pressure real shortly from Luke Alderdice. It's a few more. Crash and bash through turn number 3. I think that might have been Matt Pickard, who was sideways in the 307S. Adam Groom still leading. Luke Alderdice has just stopped off the pace a wee bit. Mig Rumney, he needs to make amends after that tyre issue in heat number 1. And David Ellsworth brings the 87R to a stop. Tries to limp it off the track on the starter by the looks of things. So some of those familiar names at the front as Luke Alderdice catches the concrete wall as Jack Myers tries to roar past him. Regan Penn as well, making some moves, and Trent James. It's a star-studded pack in this yellow group. So Dion Henderson, in his first year out in the Super Stocks, he's mixing it fairly well at the moment. Race leader still Groomy. Adam Groom, 9B, down into turn 1 and 2 he goes. It's Luke Alderdice looking up the inside of Trent James through 1 and 2. Dion Henderson just in behind them. So Luke Alderdice had a great run down at the New Zealand Champs. He'll be looking to do something similar here at the 240s. 9 and 7, running 1 and 2. Adam Groom and Mig Rumney. Then it's back to Jack Myers. As the race leader has a back marker and Blake Dykstra that he's got to deal with at the moment. So it's eyes forward as well as back. Regan Penn, he's got some issues in the 235. But just sitting there in behind Jack Myers at the moment. This time Dykstra runs wide. Groomy heads up the inside. Clocks up another lap. That's 10 gone. 2 more to go. In Heat 2, for Yellow Group qualifying at the World 240s. Front two are kind of skipped away. Jack Myers has grabbed... No, sorry. Jack Myers has lost 3 or 4 spots there. Didn't see what happened to him. So he's dropped down to 6th place from 3rd. He's going to drop another one. And then gets a huge punt from Keegan Levine. Levine can't quite move him out of the way though, or can he? On Thine will cross the line sideways. Yeah, he did officially finish, James Thine. But Adam Groom takes the win. From pole position. And confirming your top 10, Adam Groom with 1st place, Michael Rumney in 2nd, Regan Penn in 3rd, the 156p of Trent James in 4th, rounding up the top 5, 77M, Luke Alderdice. Then it was 45RD on Henderson, 5W Keegan Levine, 88p Jack Myers, 9th place 14C James Thine, and in 10th place the 55C of Daryl Wallace.
Yeah, so Yellow Group, unofficial temporary results at the moment. Adam Groom will sit at the top, the 9B, with 46 points, tied with the race 1 winner Keegan Levine on 46 also. We go back a point to the 77 of Luke Alderdice on 45. Jack Myers, geez, I tell you what, he's had a good aggressive battle there with Regan Penn, and the last lap actually went to Regan Penn. He put the bumper in hard, which forced Jack wide. It was a really good battle to watch. And Jack losing a lot of... He was sitting points leader mid-race, and he's fallen himself back to finish 8th. He's sitting on 44 points, but only 2 points back from Levine and Groom. Trent James, Dion Henderson and James Thine all tied for 5th at the moment on 42 points. So extremely close, the points here in the Yellow Group. Looking at the grids of those top 6 drivers though, Paul, 7 drivers.
Yeah, Adam Groom is right down the back on grid 21. He did start on pole that time around. Keegan Levine, he'll start right down the back as well. We'll look at some of those shortly, but right now let's head pit side and catch up with Bianca.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with the very gorgeous Cheryl Walker. Cheryl, you've told me many times where you've come from. It's in the middle of the South Island, but please tell everybody you've come such a long way. I think that you deserve to have your moment.
We come from Pleasant Point, which is a basic centre of the South Island, inland from Timaru. I contract to Cromwell, because it's just easier for us to, but it's enjoyable. I love coming up here with the girls. To even race with this calibre of ladies is phenomenal, and to enjoy it, spot on.
Awesome. What we do love too is every time you come up here, Cheryl, you've always got a big smile on your face. You absolutely love coming up here, representing the South Island and getting it on with these girls.
Yeah, I love it. And these girls supply me with baking, with fudge and strawberry cake and everything like that. They're pretty good ladies.
Is that right? Because they don't supply us with anything, so we're going to go on the hunt for that.
I might share.
Yeah, I might. Hey, tell us, how's your very quickly, because we do have cars coming out, Cheryl, how's your night been so far?
Awesome, absolutely awesome. The husband has done a fantastic job with my car, and everything's perfect. I've finished 2 races so far, so I'm wrapped with that. And hope I can finish last race for tonight and carry on through to tomorrow.
Awesome, Cheryl. Hopefully we can catch up with you tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you very much. Best of luck, ladies.
Yeah, let's do it. Purple Group Heat 2. Todd Hemingway, the 1NZ, starts on grid number 1. Brendan Ashton and 21R on grid 2.
Row number 2 sees Hayden Chapman. Outside him will be Simon Joblin.
On to row number 3, Randy T, 66A and 4A, Chad Ace.
Grid number 7 belongs to Regan McKenzie from out of Mount Maunganui, and Hawke's Bay's Quinn Ryan will be on grid number 8.
On grid 9, Liam Marsh, and then Brad Pajerski on grid number 10.
Grid number 11, Scott Duncan, and Royden Winstanley from grid number 12.
On to grid 13, it is Heat 1 winner Peter Rees in the 10G, Zach Harris in the 119 alongside.
Row number 8, we've got Levi Jones out of Huntley and Mike McLaughlin out of Hawke's Bay.
Grid number 17 belongs to the 638 of Robbie Morris, Dan Pollock in the bright yellow 777.
Row number 10, Cameron McDonald, the 44P, and Sean Gooch, the 7G.
And right at the back, Zane Riddick has that one all to himself on grid number 21. just quickly back to yellow group. As far as those top point scorers go, the only one inside the top 10 is Trent James on grid 9 and James Thine actually on grid 10 as well in the final heat. So there could still be some other potential drivers who are a little bit back on points but are going to start right up the front in that final heat. So it's still anybody's game. Right, purple group, heat number 2. This is the final group that we're seeing in round number 2.
So Todd Hemingway, we've actually vacant on the outside there as well. So he's got the first row, Autumn South Isle. A little bit of a jump from Simon Joblin. I think the referee's going to let it go though, because Todd Hemingway from pole position gets the jump into turn number 1. They are going to go red.
Red, guys. Just take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
So you can hear, if you are at home watching the live stream, we've got the fortunate sound of the referee's radio coming through.
Drivers, we're going back to yellow. Come round and re-grid, please.
So yeah, the driver's just been told to regrid. There is a one-way communication system from the referees to the drivers. All the drivers wear earpieces, and the referee is able to talk to them. He normally does give them a bit of a warning if there's going to be a red light. It's easy to sit at home and go, red light, why aren't they stopping? They're still moving, The referee does give them a little bit of leeway and is telling them just hold your position. So if the car in front of you is still kind of moving, you can kind of move with them, and it does give them a bit of grace with that. So yeah, through the live stream with the Pits TV, you are hearing the referee's words. Rod McNaughton, a long-time referee here at Paradise Valley Speedway. Jesus, I can remember back to the late 70s. And Rod was the referee. About where the flag box is now is where Rod used to stand in a little box there. It was called Rod's Nest. And he was the referee outside in those days.
We've come a long way, haven't we? Yeah. Most certainly.
And over the years, he's gone on to become the senior referee in New Zealand. Has reffed many teams, championships in Palmy, most of the national championships over a good kind of 15-year period. But still great to have him here at Paradise Valley Speedway for big ones like this one, the World 240s.
So it's Brendan Ashton that's missing from the row number 2 or row number 1 on the outside there. So all on his lonesome up the front of the 1NZ. Simon Joblin on a warning for the jump start, the 72. Todd was very quick on the green there as well. Away he goes. And the 1NZ to the lead. Oh, big slide job up the front there from the T247 of Hayden Chapman to get himself up into third. And they fire themselves away. We've got one around at the moment. It's the 44P, I think, of Cam McDonald. Gets himself going though and straightened up. Peter Rees has got himself right up into the top 5 or 6 battle there already. Has the 10G on his mission to qualify for another 240s. Some call him the Master of Clay, and he certainly earned that name and deserves it, that's for sure. But out in front, it is Todd Hemingway, your current 1NZ. Bit of dust flying there off the exit of turn 2 from a few of the back cars towards the back of the grid. And Zach Harris almost stalled it up coming through there. Had to get hard on the or off the accelerator. Gets a bit of a hurry up from Chad Ace. Brad Pajerski, there is Hot Rod Todd, the 69S. He's in a bit of a battle there. And Zach Harris forces his way through. So plenty of bumper work going in. Every point certainly counts here for these super stocks as they vie for their position to try and qualify for tomorrow night or get themselves a good position. Oh, sparks fly from Pajerski as he flies through the concrete on the infield there and rejoins further back. So he's lost a few spots as the 69S dropping back to 13th now. The 777 of Dan Pollock there. Can't miss those cars out on track. While they're not fluoro yellow, they are nice and bright. He looks up the inside of the 6R of Liam Marsh, tags him, half spins, pushes him straight, and he's going to grab that position as they go out of turn number 2. Robbie Morris there grabs a spot as well from the 6R. That is a battle at the moment further back for 8th and 9th. So cars coming through there. That's Warren and Winstanley crossing the line. Zach Harris is the next car on the range of Pollock in the 777. And just trying to get that Rees race car. Big flames. They look fantastic as the sun comes down and the dark of the night starts taking effect. Out by the wall we have one there in turn 3 and 4. Looks like the 307 maybe. No, it's the 6R of Liam Marsh, ex-Trent James Rees Superstock. He's going to pull off to the infield there. So we'll take a look now at Riddick, Zane Riddick, 61W now. And Quinn Ryan a battle further back in the field, that one there. So 8 laps gone this time by for the leader, Todd Hemingway. in the 1NZ. Randall Tarrant sits in second place in the 66A. He's right up on the back bumper now. He was to start with. Brad Pajewski becoming a back marker. That's the battle for the lead now, and it's brewing up here between the 1NZ and the X1NZ, the 66A of Randy T. Randall Tarrant racing out of Auckland, based in the Hawke's Bay, and they've got back markers to contend with. So who's going to be the better driver in traffic here? Todd Hemingway puts the bumper into his clubmate, the 49M, and Randall Tarrant now leaning on the side wall, the side rail in the wheelgate. It's going to be a good finish here, close one between two very quick drivers. Hemingway gets a little bit of an advantage going through turn 1 and 2 now, and Cam McDonald, he's going to feel the bumper. No, he's just moved off to the side. Good smart move there from the 1NZ. Big flames popping out the back. Peter Rees there. Oh, a bit of a tangle there. That's the 1NZ. He was the race leader with one of those back markers. So Hemingway rejoins in front of Simon Joblin, who's going to shoot up the inside of him. And is that Peter Rees right there as well in the 10G? It is. So your race leader is now the 66 of Tarrant. Comes through, collects the white flag. That's the checkered. We've missed the white. Sorry, my apologies. There was a lot of action there for Hemingway late in the piece. Oh, Robbie Morris hard into the concrete in turn 3. As the rest of the field comes through to complete that race, we take a look as the lights go orange at the top 10 as they finished on track for heat number 2 of the purple group. 66A Randall Tarrant late in the piece grabs the lead and the race win from Simon Joblin in the 72P. Hemingway falls back to 3rd. Peter Rees, look at that finish, 4th. He'll be up there on points. Hayden Chapman finishes in 5th in the 247. Zach Harris, Royden Winstanley, Dan Pollock, Quinn Ryan and Zane Riddick round out your top 10 of heat number 2 purple group.
Oh, it's disappeared off the screen, but what does that tell you? The quality of that group and that field, when you look at the top 4, they have all worn the 1NZ. And Simon Joblin's done it twice. Simon Joblin's won this World 240s 3 times. What a race. And Randy T, while he takes the... There we go, it's on the screen now. Randall Tarrant, Simon Joblin, Todd Hemingway and Peter Rees.
Wow.
Yeah, that's one hell of a lineup to finish top 4 in your race, eh? Points-wise, Todd Hemingway and Peter Rees are tied on 49 points. Randall Tarrant with the checkered flag on his victory lap around through 3 and 4. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. He is 1 point behind on 48. Then Simon Joblin is on 46 points. So 3 points separating the top 4. Then it's another 3 points back to Dan Pollock in 5th. Then another 5 back to Royden Winstanley. So, you know, those guys have got a bit of a jump. But the grids that they'll be starting on, Randall Tarrant will start on grid 13. Simon Joblin on 15. Peter Rees on 18. And Todd Hemingway on 21.
Ooh, lots of work to do there.
Yeah. Although it's Randall Tarrant's, he had a 15, so he's had a 15, 5, 13. And from 15, he got up to 5th. So then we kind of look at Royden Winstanley. He's even further back. Robbie Morris is on grid 10. Zach Harris, he's had his front grid. Mike Mack.
Has Pollock had his front one yet?
Where are we, Dan? Pollock. 777. No, so he's on grid 8. So yeah, he is kind of he's right there in the mix, isn't he? Yeah, only 6 points off the lead, and yeah, he's actually starting up on grid 8. So he is in a box seat at the moment, but he won't be able to make as many passes.
Yeah, he's got 6 points to get to Todd, and yeah. So it's great to see Dan Pollock back in the seat of a super stock as well. He's been in a stock car, had the pleasure of racing against him, and in the super stock as well. Took a bit of a time off and concentrating on some work and also the super saloon, and very happy, smiley person as well through the pits. Always a pleasure to see him around, and great to see him. Obviously, that Pollock name, it's pretty rich in the sport, especially from Mount Maunganui.
Hey, we've got the overseas drivers coming out. Let's talk about this meeting. I'm sure, how many weeks away for the team's champs, Tony? I'm sure you know. How many days? How many hours?
Yeah, I'm trying to, the anticipation for me is great. We've provisionally got the team named. I won't name it just yet.
Okay, so let's just to those who don't know, Tony is the manager of the Rotorua Rascals, who are the New Zealand stock car teams champions, and we get to host that meeting here in Rotorua in late Feb.
Yeah, and just a quick thank you as well. We had the boys and girls out the front selling merchandise, so we do thank those who have taken the opportunity to purchase the bright red T-shirts. Join us for the New Zealand Stock Car Teams Champs as we try and red out the stands or the terraces here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway for that, and those T-shirts will be available tomorrow night as well. If they are selling out, do not hesitate at all. We do have another run coming, and we do thank you for the support in buying that. Obviously, all proceeds or profit, minimal profit that there is from merchandise will go towards the team's defence here at Rotorua. February, looking extremely forward to that one. A lot of teams I know as well, I've spoken to other managers, other drivers, they're looking really forward for teams racing to be back in Rotorua as well.
Do you know when we're going to get any kind of updates on how many teams are coming? Is that something I need to go and tap Sam Ashton on the shoulder about?
So the entries have closed, I believe. I don't think there's any late entries that we're aware of. There was rumours of Nelson maybe coming, but I believe that they're not now. It'd be great to see the Tasman Thunder. It's been a few years since we've seen them. But yeah, it's exciting to, there was a lot of interest to start with. I think Cromwell we've seen, the T.
Yep.
Pretty sure they've committed to coming. The Crushers will be here. It's great to see those, and it's hard work for those South Islands. Like, I appreciate how much fundraising and money goes into it. And, as much as I do want to do a travel down there, I hope it's not this year. We're really keen to
defend it on your home track.
Yeah, it would just be something else, Like, winning it was absolutely amazing in Auckland. With a great bunch of guys, and it was just, I still, even get goosebumps when you mention it. Being here in front of this fantastic arena, the terraces, the crowd, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be a fantastic weekend, and like I say, just a quick plug as well, there'll be merchandise available at the gate. We do only have cash options, and also Makita coming on board as the naming rights sponsor, not only for the team but also for the event. There's about 10 or 12, maybe 20 grand's worth of Makita gear that's going up for a raffle. It's just $20 a ticket. So if you do want a chance to win a lot of value for $20, do go down and grab yourselves a raffle ticket, and we thank Makita for their support this year.
Frankie Wayman Jr., Carl Hawkins, Tom Harris, Dale Stewart, Austin Moore and Liam Gilbank on the track. All of these 6 drivers are in the finals tomorrow night. Dale Stewart won the second tier championship last year, so that guarantees the Kiwi driver entry. The other 5, the invited drivers from the UK. We get set for another practice session. Green flag drops and we're underway. So the only driver missing out of this group is the defending World 240s champion. That is Jamie Hamilton. Haven't seen Jamie himself. I've seen the big black truck down there, which is carting him around the place, but I'm guessing the car is in there.
I spied him along pit wall here for the Grand Parade, and we try to wave him down and get him to come down. He just seemed kind of cool, calm, relaxed. He's I like the confidence of the ability in the car, the ability in the driver, and the confidence in his car, his vehicle. He's had some good, strong finishes. We know he's fast everywhere he goes, the 9G, and just no need to scrub off any tyres, no need for anything really. He's just the confidence. I admire that.
So Carl Hawkins in the 175 is leading this one from Frankie Wayman. Dale Stewart with the quickest lap, but they're all on the pace. Tom Harris about the only one who's not on the pace. Oh no, as I say that, he clocks the fastest lap.
So we saw 16.4s, 16.5, I think 16.4 from Asher early in the night, maybe 16.7s at the moment for Harris. So he's only a couple of splits off. And in many years, this is the only time he's been. It's the second time he's gone out of pit gate here, the 1GB, and it's pretty cool to see Tom Harris out here. And Frankie just doing what Frankie does, doesn't he? He would he'd drive a gumboot with a flat tyre if they had tyres on them. And
yeah, he's had a mix of cars over the years, but no matter which car it is, he always tends to put it in a position to win the championship. And it's like you said, when Dale's going to have a bit of a play with him here. Well, it's like you said in the interview earlier, and he's been saying it for years and years and years. If he didn't enjoy it, he wouldn't be coming back anymore. And it's one of the things with this sport that we call stock car racing. It is so unique in what we do. It's the ultimate sign of respect. Like, while you might swear and curse at getting taken out if you're in the running to win a championship, it's the ultimate sign of respect that others are wanting to stop you from winning and are having to hit you to stop you from winning, because you put yourself in that position. You're a contender.
Yeah, and quite simply in the interview earlier, he just literally said if I didn't like it so much, I wouldn't keep coming back. He loves it, he knows what's coming, and he's always at the pointy end too, so he puts himself in that position, like you say. And I tell you what, Dale Stewart, one of the quickest cars around here, just about every meeting we see the 94R, whether he's just, I don't know, sandbagging a little bit, I'm not sure, but it doesn't certainly look like it. He's pushing Frankie hard, and Frankie just isn't giving up that spot.
And 10 laps done. And they're all there or thereabouts.
Tell you what, that's Tom Harris that's just retired to the infield there, and that does not look like cheap damage. The right rear is locked up. Let's just hope that... Oh, no, it's going again. You see him move his way to that concrete pad there on the exit of the track. Hopefully that's nothing major for the Linton/Droblin Motorsport crew. It doesn't look tidy the way that thing's sitting down on the right rear, and the fact that that rim wasn't spinning as it went past us, Paul.
And then all of a sudden it did start.
Yeah, I'm hoping that... Oh yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-bone fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
I sure do, Randy. Paul and Tony were actually commenting on how great it was to watch four former 1NZs have a really respectful tussle. You coming off the victor though, that was awesome.
Yeah, got pretty lucky there. Todd caught up to the back markers and had a bit of a tangle up, so just held my time and patience and sneaked through to get the flag. So yeah, quite lucky, but I think Todd's the quicker car.
I mean, you're all really, really quick, Randy. I've got to say, the times are getting quicker and quicker. Are we getting to the point where you think there's more, or is this it for the night?
Yeah, there's not really much as the track goes on. Once it gets into single file, it's pretty hard work. You really have to make your placings in those first 5 laps, and then just settle in and hope you've got the setup right. Because yeah, I mean, those top 10 cars in every race, they're the same cars, and they're all very fast. Yeah.
You're all on the same par, really, aren't you? On a track like this, which is immaculately presented for you. I mean, it's just sometimes pot luck.
Yeah, you want to set a car up, you come to Rotorua because you know you're going to get a bloody good track every single race. But yeah, I think we've fixed our gremlins from Nelson. We had a lot of damage to fix, and we've sort of gone back to basics, to be honest. And yeah, it's on the money. So hopefully a bit of luck in this last one, and another. I think I get to the top 6, and we should be able to squeeze through. But you never know what's going to happen when you're up there on points.
Sometimes the basics are the absolute fundamentals of racing though, Randy, so you've probably picked right.
Yeah, you're trying to get that every sort of half a second out of the car, and sometimes you overdo it, and I'll admit, if you're not trying something, you're never going to find out, and I love to try something, and didn't quite work in Nelson, but yeah, back to normal now.
Good luck for the rest of the night, Randy. Thank you for your time.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, what a story that was. It was kind of on the Wednesday, 2 or 3 days before the New Zealand champs in Nelson, he wasn't going. He put up his Facebook post which said, not going because it was never part of the plans this year. The plan was we were to sell the car. And then all of a sudden, sponsors came on board and Randall Tarrant is on the grid and made the finals. But then due to the rain out, he had to leave.
Yeah,
so he raced the first heat on the Saturday night, then it rained out and we went back for the next 2 races on the Sunday. But he had to leave and get back to the North Island because obviously with those last minute plans. But great to have him here.
Yeah, you got to appreciate the fact, younger business owner, and sometimes that's what comes first. We're not professional race car drivers; they're just hobbyists essentially, and there's a lot of money tied up and that sort of thing. And the expense to get down the South Island alone is rather expensive.
So we get into round number 3, which is not far away. It'll be Red Group. They are on the dummy grid. So if you're first time here this season or watching the live, I think this is our first live stream. You can see our new administration building. We've got the closest to the pit gate is the lap scorers. Then we move to what is our driver's rep room and viewing room with guests. Then we move along to the referees. And then at the pit end of the building is our commentary position. Oh, there we go. We're going to get moving that camera over. So there we go. So yeah, closest to the pit gate, the lap scorers, then that Rotorua flag, the bright lights, that's the drivers' reps in there. So each of our groups have a driver's rep who's the liaison between the referees and the officials and the drivers. So that's where they get to base themselves now. They used to sit alongside us in the commentary box in the old building. So that's where the bright light is. Then into the referee's box. And then, yeah, you can see us, my bright orange shirt. There we go. Got the wings going on. That's the commentary position. So great building it is, and obviously plenty out the back as well. It's all... So usually we've got an amazing back staff here at Paradise Valley, and I think it's been the secret of the success of the Rotorua Stock Car Club over so many years as the organisation that goes on behind the scenes. We can only give out as much information. The drivers can only be as clued up as they are with the information that comes back to them. And we've always had a great crew out the back working hard on the computers, crunching the numbers, but they never see any of the racing. With the new building, it's all wired up. They've got a flash TV screen out there. They're watching the live stream. They're hearing the commentary. They know exactly what's going on. So Kim and Leslie and the crew out there, keep up the great work. Hope you're enjoying seeing the stream tonight. So here we go. Red Group. We are hitting the track, and from the front row, it is... I'll let you do this one.
Shane Harwood, the 3NZ. Bring back Harwood, brought back Harwood, and Harwood is back off the front row. P1, he needs some good points here to make the repo. Outside him, Darryl Williams.
On to row number 2, 16M, Kyle Benton, and Brett Hislop needs a good run too in the 9P.
Row number 3's got the 99B, Jacob Buckrill, and the 5R of Logan Nicholson, maybe.
On to P7, Keelan Keith, and Paul Maybe sits on grid 8.
Grid number 9 is Tim Ross, and grid number 10, Philip Gargan.
On to the next row, Jordan Baldwin after a DNF in the last heat starts on 11. Kaylin Mooney in grid 12.
Grid number 13, happy birthday, can't say it too many times, Brendan Ty. Outside him will be Asher Rees.
Grid number 15, Rebecca Barr and Mike McCarthy outside on grid 16.
Grid number 17 is AJ Axton's. Outside him is Brad McGee. He'll be looking to improve on the horrible night he's had so far.
Yeah, not a flash one, eh? Grid 19, the 10R Heat 2 winner, Alan McRobbie and Bailey Warner on grid number 20.
And from the very last row, Dylan Marshall, grid number 21. Outside him will be Ryan Hunt.
So that is heat number, the grids I should say, for heat number 3. So, reminder, leading on points going into this one, Asher Rees, one ahead of Dylan Marshall. So, it is just the top 3. But then what we've got to think about, the next 2 highest overall. So, we'll be keeping a close eye on that one for you and be able to update you as soon as we can on that kind of info as it comes through tonight. Right, we've got a couple of empty grids. What do we got? Grid number 4 is empty, so Brett Hislop, 2 DNFs, he's out and gone.
Grid number 11 looks like, inside Kaylin Mooney.
It is, and that is Jordan Baldwin, the 23A. We did see him get towed off in the last one.
17 outside AJ Axton's.
So grid 18
Drivers,
is
so we're getting
Brad
a wee bit of
McGee.
creeping once we go
Yep.
lights out. So please
So,
wait
a
for
few
the green once the light
no
goes
starters
out,
in this
drivers.
one.
Wait.
But we will find our first 3 qualifiers in 12 laps. Red Group at the TWS World 240s. Here we go. Oh, no. So Shane Harwood a little bit slow off the mark. No such issues though for Darryl Williams. Got all the pace and all the drive from the outside. Oh, here we go. Look out, the concrete. Oh, they managed to pull that up nicely in the end. So it's Williams and Harwood who lead the way. Tim Ross is up into 3rd. Oh, Bailey Warner's just been in the thick of it tonight. Tangled up there with Brendan Ty. Warner's got it fired up. Ty's got it moving too. Wow. I'm sure we got that. We'll go for a replay of that as soon as we can, I'm sure. Round goes the 16 of Kyle Bent. Oh, and a big cruncher into turn 4. Major air. So Logan Nicholson maybe was caught up down there. Oh, and Asher Rees was caught up in that one. So he's dropped back to 12th place now. And he's pulled off. It's a DNF for the 126.
Red.
We're going to go red.
Red. Hold position, please. Hold position.
See, now I just caught what happened there out of the corner of my eye, but there was certainly plenty of cars going in there and a bit of air going on too. So we'll see what kind of replays we may get of that one. We certainly back to that opening lap as well. So Logan Nicholson maybe. In the 5 he's okay, but we'll get towed to the infield. And the 126 of Asher Rees was the points leader in red group.
Yeah, that's the big news of the heat, isn't it? The 126G, that's a huge loss to the field at the moment, and some people liking that. As they sit currently, Rebecca Barr and AJ Axtons will be the qualifiers in the box seat, though. Dylan Marshall still atop of the points, and Dylan at the moment sitting in 10th, so he can certainly gain more points at the moment as well. We'll watch Asher Rees certainly drop down that points order. Alan McRobbie is going to have to make a couple of passes. Unfortunately for AJ, it's got to be on him. But Alan McRobbie's also a few places in front, so points up for grabs. It's going to be a good point shuffle here.
Yeah, it could come down to the two. Well, where's Jacob Buckrill? So he's in 5th place.
You ended up getting...
So, well, no, he'll be 4th on points now because Asher Rees will...
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tight.
Yeah, it is going to be very tight.
Yeah, plenty of passes still to be made as well.
Yeah, we are only 3 laps into it. So there is the 95 just coming off the turn, off turn 4. Blue car, 95, is your race leader, Daryl Williams. The 3NZ of Shane Harwood sits there in 2nd spot. Officials still just sorting a few things out there. Looks like we are happy. Very quiet up the turn 1 and 2. A lot of action down the other end. Here we go. Ready for a restart. Tim Ross gets a magic start. He's going to go from 3rd to 1st as he hears. He tries to dip up the inside. Got sparks coming off one of the cars there. That's Kyle Benton. And the J Swap car. So Tim Ross had a big wild wall ride for 2nd place Daryl Williams. That was tight. Tim Ross is on the charge and is your race leader in the 144. Then back to the 3NZ, then 10 Alan McRobbie. Daryl Williams has dropped back to 4th. Jacob Buckrill has got up and passed Rebecca Barr as well. Who's that who's just spun around? Is that the 3NZ of Shane Harwood? Not what he needed after the DNF in the opening heat. Daryl Williams just struggling a little bit now after that wild wall ride, and he's dropped back into 5th place. So coming up to 2/3 distance, race leader onto the pit straight, the 144 of Tim Ross. He's got back markers in front and behind. And doing it nicely at the moment. Here's Tim Ross. Rebecca Barr now all of a sudden has jumped up into 2nd place. Jacob Buckrill into 3rd. AJ Axton, something's happened with him. He's dropped right down the pack. We've got one gone around down in turn number 4.
Looks like a flat left front or even a collapsed hub on the left front of the 14R. Oh, it's well and truly.
Coming together for a moment there is Ryan Hunt and Darryl Williams. But the white flag out, 1 to go. And Tim Ross just sits in behind these back markers. And he'll come home and take the win. Couple of last-ditch passes or attempts to. Not really going to affect the results at the end of it all. But let's check our top 10 first off. 144 Tim Ross, 34p Rebecca Barr, then Jacob Buckwell home in third, Dylan Marshall 57V, Ryan Hunt 29M, AJ Axton's got home in 6th, Darryl Williams dropped to 7th, Alan McRobbie 10R in 8th, then Phil Gargan and Shane Harwood rounding out the top 10. But the all-important top 3 qualifiers, this is unofficially, but as it stands at the moment, Tony, how are we looking?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there were some crucial moves late in that race. Rebecca Barr made a pass on Jacob Buckrell, and at the same time, AJ Axton's made a pass on Darryl Williams. Now, what that means is we have Dylan Marshall out in front provisionally, of course, unofficially, 57V on 72 points. We then go back to the 34p of Rebecca Barr on 68 points. Talk about those crucial moves. AJ Axton's picks up third place on 64 points. That late pass, one from him plus the pass from Rebecca Barr drops Jacob Buckrell back to fourth on 63 points. So that pass, AJ Axton's with a busted left front. A little bit biased there as well by way of Rotorua cars. Sorry if I do sound that way, but it's good to see him up there in the final. So Buckrell is one of the first ones on 63. We'll keep an eye on those points.
Yeah, and Alan McRobbie on 58. Remember, because it's the next two highest point scorers, so we'll keep an eye on that. Right, let's head down to the pits, and for the first time this weekend, we are catching up with the Brisker Formula One World Champion, Tom Harris.
Such a pleasure to be down here talking to you, Tom Harris. You need no introduction to everyone who's watching. But listen, we are standing behind your car. This looks like a super expensive fix.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately, the rear axle just broke in that last run with a lap to go. So, huge thanks to the Joblin team, because they're not bothered about the price of the fix. They're just bothered about getting it fixed. So we figured out we've got enough stuff to fix it. So, we'll be back in this car again tomorrow.
I mean, if there's a team that you want to be a part of, it's definitely Team Joblin. These guys carry enough spares. They know their cars inside and out. I think you've picked a really, really good group to be a part of this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. We've been family friends for since 2009, 2010 when I first came over here. So it's been a long time since been back, and they've been wanting me to come over. So really fortunate to be blessed with such great friends and such good equipment to use too. So yeah, the car felt pretty good then on pace towards the end of the run, and it's kind of difficult to get used to big heavy superstock after a midget last week, but we'll be fine.
Tell us, have you managed to go and watch any of the racing at all, or are you just concentrating on what's down in the pits here?
No, I've been pretty chilled today. These guys are great. There's enough crew to fix the car and do the maintenance he's doing. I've watching the starts and been watching Simon and Adam, seeing how they've been going, and yeah, it's racing's turning out really good. The track's slicking off now, so it's going to be good last couple of heats.
It's going to be really, really quick. If it can get any quicker, it's going to be quite incredible, I think, to watch. How are Scott's stress levels? Of course, he might have to use his car in the teens in a couple of weeks. He seems pretty cool, calm and collected because he knows he's got a good crew behind him.
Yeah, that's right. He's, they, like I said before, they've got enough spares and stuff in their trucks. They can fix anything, and that's the guys you need to be with.
Absolutely. Listen, you're out for the night for tonight, but we'll see you again tomorrow.
I'm going to go for a skid in Adam's or Simon's car in this next run and just get some laps really and see how we go.
Yeah, great idea. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Yeah, well, there's no differences there between the cars. We'll take a look at the groups for the green group. Heat number 3, Dylan Towler, he'll be off pole in the 96M. Then we go to Jordan Dare in the 581P on grid number 2.
Zane Dykstra on grid 3, Dakota Irwin on grid 4.
Go to grid number 5, Ethan Rees, the 127G, and Adam Joblin from grid number 6.
In 7th, Dylan Ashton and Kyle Ashton on row number 4.
Row number 5, Brett Loveridge and Matt Buckley, the 94V. Go to the next row, Brett Nichols, he'll be from grid 11. Grid 12 is Bryn Liddell. Grid number 13, Elias Dykstra, the 5M from out of the mount. Scotty Tennant, the 808C from grid number 14.
On grid number 15, 33R Robbie Maybe alongside 71B Jack Cunningham.
Logan Bognuta on grid number 17. Grid number 18 will be William Hughes.
Grid 19 is David Lowe and Glenn Clark on grid 20.
And off the very back, we'll have Joel Steiner, the rookie, as we've given him the nickname already. Is he actually...
Has he not made it out?
She's sorry, looking at that, those grids are from the next race. We've got Cody Mack out there. Cody McKee, he's the 72A.
This is orange
Apologies
group.
for that. And the 5G, Josh Prentice, he'll be from the outside, concentrating on the screen there. All right, Darcy Moran, he's hard on the starter motor down there, is he? Oh, no, it's the gear stick, that's fine. Missing grid off row 2.
Grid number 3 is Ron Ty. Yeah, then Hayden Hart sits there on grid number 4. So,
grid number 11 inside Darcy Moran is also vacant.
Riker Edge. All right, so this is orange group, just confirming orange group, heat number 3. As we get set to... No. Pace Ute still sitting there. No, now looks like they are happy. 12 laps to find our next 3 qualifiers.
So Cody McKee was looking fast all night on the 72A off pole, and that QDR getting hooked up into turn number 1 and 2. As the big push comes, we have seen Ethan Levine, the 2NZ, also join the grid once again, like Bianca said, fix that resolution of the broken brake pedal. Cody Mack there, look at him all the way down on the pole line, the quickest way around the track, so they say. It's a bit wet down there, he's big, crossed up, he's going to lose a couple of spots here. But out in front, the 5G of Josh Prentice leads them into turn number 1 and 2. Oh, Paul Vasey almost got crossed up there, but enough to, hard into the concrete as well goes Ryan Marshall. A little half spin there from Vasey, managed to get it back together. Was in the middle of that, and around this time goes Vasey, he's just going to get pushed by Burmester and Ashby. William Humphreys, a little bit suspect at the back there, the 94P working on the bumper, and as they go through there, the 48 of Bunce is going to take up a whole lot of positions. In saying that, Burmester just pushes hard into 3 and 4. That's a good battle brewing there. And that battle's for 9th, 10th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th around there as Ross Ashby spins to the infield there in the 38M tanker. William Hughes, nice and aggressive. He's got some work to make up here. He is very far down on the points with the DNF in heat number 1. So plenty of work to be done. Out in front though, Josh Prentice, the 5G. As you take a look down the straight, that's your race 1 winner, Daniel Burmester, ticking off another lap. Race 2 winner, the 95N of Alex Hill, they're running 7th and 8th respectively. Down the back straight they go, and Burmester showing some good pace. There's your race leader now. Into turn 1 and 2 they go, getting chased by the 166V of Hayden Hart. Blake Adamson there running in 3rd place, and Cody McKee in the 72A. A little bit further back they go to James Clark. Up the inside now looks McKee on Adamson, and Cody McKee, the 72A, makes the pass for 3rd there. He's going to make it stick coming out of turn number 2. So Josh Prentice, look at the big flames coming out the back of that Rees race car, the Hartley powered Nissan VK ethanol machine, and it looks awesome as the lights go down. Big flames popping out the back. Hayden Hart though, the 166V, he's right there. He needs to get as many points as he can to try and get that Repocharge grid up there. Prentice ticks off another lap, and is also, or was the quickest car for just briefly before Cody McKee decided to get a 16.6. So still running around that bracket, even though the track's slickening off as the moisture's content's being kept in there. And Prentice, 3 to go for him, 9 laps down this time by. It's Cody McKee going to put some pressure now on Hayden Hart as they come out of turn 2. Leads them down into turn number 3 and 4. And some good pace being shown here by Hayden Hart in the 166. But Josh Prentice looking pretty cruisy. Oh, he's got some back markers to deal with now. No, that's Darcy Morant, just pulls off out of the way and gives some clear track now for Prentice through 3 and 4. Once again, sparks flying down the front straight. That was Ethan Levine squeezing Keegan Bunce up the wall. And the white flag is out. 1 to go for the 5G of Josh Prentice. Can take it easy into this final turn. Hayden Hart at the moment hanging on to 2nd place. And it's going to be Cody McKee come home in 3rd. Under the checkered flag they go. The rest of the field comes through as well. The unmistakable Pollock orange of Kerry Remnant. Oh! big right turn from William Humphreys into the side of Stefan Roygaard. I don't know if that's a steering issue, if he just hooks hard right. We'll certainly see that in the highlights reel. And the oranges come on. We'll take a look at the top 10 as they finished for heat number 3 of the orange group. Josh Prentice, the 5G, finishes in first place. Hayden Hart in second. Cody McKee in third. Blake Adamson, the 6S. He'll come home in fourth. Kerry Remnant in fifth. 29G James Clark in sixth. Alex Hill from Adam Nelson in seventh. Daniel Burmester in eighth place. William Humphreys 9 and Stefan Roygaard rounds out your top 10. Provisionally, Paul, we're looking at some tight points here, are we?
Yeah, very much so. Josh Prentice is your top scorer. Remember, these are unofficial. Josh Prentice, top scorer on 71. Then we go to James Clark on 67. We've got a three-way tie for third.
Oh, we love some ties.
We love some ties.
I like to hear that.
Although this only just happened. On my bit of paper, while you were commentating the last lap, I had Stefan Roygaard down in third place. He was clear. But then that incident with William Humphreys, he lost a couple of spots through the final corner and onto the straight, so he was easily in that top spot. We'll just zip back and get that. So they're on 62 points. So that is Stefan Roygaard, Kerry Remnant, and Cody McKee are all on 62 points. So one of them is going to go through. If it stays that way, we'll need a three-way runoff. One of them will go through, and then the other two may end up needing a secondary runoff because they'll be 1 point behind Jacob Buckrill for the next two highest point scorers.
Yeah, that's it, because Buckrill's clear already, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on 63.
Non-qualified, but 63 points. One clear of all these next highest points on 62 as they sit. So, yeah, a three-way runoff to get the third position for the orange group.
What I might do, I'm just going to nip next door and have a quick chat to the referees.
Yep.
And just make sure we've got no relegations.
Good as gold. So, we have the next group lined up on the dummy grid, and what an action-packed race that was. William Humphreys with the hard turn right on Stefan Roygaard down the finishing straight. And it hit hard. We felt the rattle up here in the commentary box all the way through the admin building as the next race heads out on track. It's the green group for their heat number 3. And first out the gate, the bright yellow, unmistakable Dylan Towler after having his very back row. There it is this time. Jordan Dare will be from row number 2 in the 581P. We go to row number 2, Zane Dykstra, the 38V, and outside him, Dakota Irwin from the 16th seat. Ethan Rees from grid number 5, outside him will be Adam Joblin. Row number 4 has got Dylan Ashton outside him, cousin Kyle Ashton. We go back to row number 5, Brett Loveridge from out of Hawke's Bay. He's sitting quite up there in points. Actually, keep your eye on him. 94V, Matt Buckley is on the outside. We go to row number 6, and it's Brett Nichols along with Bryn Liddell. Grid number 13 belongs to Elias Dykstra and Scotty Tennant in the 808C from grid 14. 15 is Robbie Maybe, and grid 16, Jack Cunningham. Grid number 17 is Logan Bognuda, and grid number 18, William Hughes. Heading towards the back of the grid now, the 722P of David Lowe after a race win, and Glenn Clark, the 12R from 19 and 20. And there is the rookie this time, and he hopefully makes it out on track. One of the last cars to come out pit gate.
Just had a quick chat to head referee tonight, Rod McNaughton, and no relegations.
All A-OK.
So all A-OK. So it does look as though we will be on for a runoff. Just very quickly, we've had a cell phone handed in that was found in the car park. The surname is Todd. Come and see us in the admin building, and we've had a key, looks like a house key on a green key ring, found outside the coffee cart up on the hill. So house key on green key tag and a cell phone with some ID in there. The surname is Todd. Come and see us in the admin building. So yeah, so it will be interesting to see here, because those numbers may not come to play yet. But like I say, we've got a car on 63. We've now got 3 on 62. Those 3 on 62 will have a runoff.
And it strikes out McRobbie.
It does strike out McRobbie at 59, or 58. He's gone.
Yep.
So
I do like the potential of a double runoff. I've never heard and seen of it before. So this format,
or will it come down to where they finish in that runoff.
Could that be another three-way runoff if there's another tie for 62 somewhere as well?
It could be. Well, you'd have to, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Especially if it is on 62. Right, here we go. Green group. And we are set to race. Heat number 3. Green flag drops. And we are underway. And it's Dylan Towler who will lead away. Oh, there's your classic turn 1 push. And look at those cars from the back. Look at Glenn Clark in the number 12. He started on grid 20. And he's going to be... Well, he was going to be up in the 3rd or 4th. Joel Steiner just overcooked it there a wee bit too much. And a whole lot of them being caught out. We've got...
red, guys.
We're going red.
Just hold your
We're going
position,
red for
please.
the 16, is
Hold
it?
your positions.
So there was... I think that's been our biggest turn 1 concrete wall kiss so far tonight.
Or Dylan Taylor, Dylan Ash, Dylan Ash in the 422 Paul B, mincing my words there. It was like he was almost stalled in the front there. Joel Steiner got a really, really good start from the back of the grid. He threw it into turn number 3 and just caught out by the greasiness of the track. He went right rear corner first into the wall, and that's really quite sore. It will take the wind out of him. It's probably going to be quite happy to see those red lights on for a little bit.
All right, in amongst this, while we've got the stoppage, let's head pit side and catch up with Josh Prentice.
First of all, Josh Prentice, well done. Congratulations on qualifying tonight, but that was an epic win. You just took off from the get-go, you had a great start, and the rest was yours to lose, really.
Yeah, just had to get around there turn 1, It's been a few pile-ups every race of ours. Got around there and then just kept going and pushed hard. Just hard task to qualify with only 3 going through. So, no, absolutely stoked. Car's going real good, handling good. So, into the big show tomorrow and it starts again.
Absolutely. You can rest now, Josh. You've absolutely deserved it. Well done. Congratulations again.
No, thank you.
Yeah, first of our qualifiers through to tomorrow night. So it looks like Joel Steiner is staying out there. They're moving Dylan Ashton back. Dylan Towler back. The 16C car is retired and off onto the infield. It's been a little bit of a baptism of fire for some of our newbies here at Paradise Valley this weekend. Hard and fast out there, and big move from Zane Dykstra off the start, but ended up having to just ease back a wee bit as the 722 of David Lowe, he was our Heat 2 winner, and he retires to the infield. He's got a flat right front. So David Lowe gone. Out front though, it is Dylan Towler in the 96M. He can't make any more points, and he's outside the top 3, and he's only sitting on 60. So he's not going to be one of the next 2 top qualifiers either. So at least it'll give him a good position in the repechage. So Towler, Jordan Deere, Zane Dykstra, then Ethan Rees is up into 4th. And William Hughes sits in 5th. Oh, cruncher into the concrete. Is that the Jack Cunningham car? The colours are very similar to Jordan Deere's, and for a moment I'm like, oh, Deere's gone. But no, it was Cunningham. Jordan Deere, 581, still running nicely in 2nd place. And sitting very comfortably in the top 3. Scott Tennant. Glenn Clark has pulled to the infield. After that really good Heat 1, he's got a flat right front as well. So at the moment, the top 3 are 10, Scott Tennant, Ethan Rees, and Jordan Deere as far as your qualifiers go. Scott Tennant, the only one who can really make up a heap more positions. William Hughes has got issues, so the 99S pulls off onto the infield. This is a tight battle at the front. 1, 2, 3. So Dylan Towler out of Bay Park, 2-time winner of mini stocks in Paradise, I think, and he went back to back as well. That unofficial New Zealand championship for the youth mini stocks. I think he's the only one who's done it twice and back to back, but he's your race leader in the 96M. Jordan Deere, 581, sits in 2nd place. Zane Dykstra in the 38V. missing out on the finals of the New Zealand Champs a couple of weeks ago with a referee's call. They took it on the chin and back out here repping the 38. Famous number around Paradise Valley too. That number 38. And now Dykstra looks up the inside of Jordan Deere, who almost got caught out there by the Jack Cunningham car that they were coming up on at a very fast pace. White flag drops, 1 to go. Jordan Deere, he can afford to drop a spot. Oh, who's that who's got turned around? Robbie Maybe. In behind our race leaders though. And Towler will take the win. So let's take a look at the top 10. In Heat 3 for Green Group, Dylan Towler takes the win. Good drive. Jordan Deere home in second place. Zane Dykstra in third ahead of Elias Dykstra. Then it's Ethan Rees, 127. 808C Scott Tennant up to 6th place. 24R Kyle Ashton. Then 62P Adam Joblin. 9th place 661 Bryn Liddell. And Brett Loveridge 16B rounds out the top 10. So as far as qualifiers go in that one?
Yeah, so the Green Group qualifiers look pretty good.
Let's just check with the... I said to Rod McNaughton, he's giving the call at the moment for the cars that need to go to the weighbridge. So give us a thumbs up if they're all good. Yeah, he's busy. Okay, so let's go to what we have got then unofficially.
Yeah, so Scott Tennant sits up top there with 808C on 70 points, provisionally top qualifier for that group. Ethan Rees on 66 points in the 127G, and Jordan Deere with a couple of really good drives is on 64 points, the 581P. And there's a little bit of discussion going across there in the ref's box as well. Rod's he's pointing around, he's liaising with his other referees there as well. And Dylan Towler, meanwhile, takes that.
Well, those top three, I don't think they're
threatened
even
by
if they get relegated a
two
point.
spots or something. Yeah, it's still safe.
Yeah, so Brett Nichols on a 61 is not enough.
No,
because we've got 1 on 63 and we're going to have 2 on 62. So Brett Nichols, 4th place in the group. Dylan Towler, 5th place. They'll have good spots though in the repecharge.
Yeah, so we'll see Adam Joblin, Zane Dykstra, and potentially Joel Steiner. There's a bit of a gap there between Zane Dykstra and 7th on 57 points, back to Joel Steiner on 51 points. So he may squeak in for the repecharge there. There's that big turn 1 push, look at it there. And yeah, Dylan Ashton, the 422, looks like he'd sort of stalled up. There's it was Dakota Irwin there, the 16 squeezed on the outside as well. And that's where Joel Steiner, just a little bit of inexperience on a greasy track out front. He just throws it in real hard and just it's a little bit too wet. Someone else did it behind him there as well. So
which is that's gutting for him, because I think he was sitting about 5th on points going into that race, and he started on grid 21. He could have finished lap 1 in 3rd place.
And that would be him qualifying, dare I say it as well. But hey, what a great night regardless. He'll definitely take away from that.
All experience,
no time like seat time, I said a lot earlier. And Joel Steiner, I can only imagine what's to come from him. So Scott Tennant, Ethan Rees, Jordan Deere join the list of qualifiers at this stage. And like Paul said, even if there's a 2-place relegation, I don't see a DQ happening anywhere as far as the attention I paid to those particular drivers being Scott Tennant, Ethan Rees and Jordan Deere. From the Green Group, so we're slowly piecing together our 240s finals field here at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. What a night it's been so far. We hope you've enjoyed this hard, fast qualifying racing. And there's that's the right turn there. We'll go back to the, the ladies are coming out the gate at the moment. There was a quick snippet of the William Humphreys, Stefan Roygard. And that was a hard cracker into the concrete.
Are you looking for new tyres for your car? At Mag & Turbo, we stock and fit original specification tyres for every brand of vehicle, including Range Rover, Toyota, Mazda and Porsche. We're also the preferred tyre supplier for many of Christchurch's leading vehicle dealerships, and we pride ourselves on having the very latest fitting equipment and a team of staff with the best knowledge in the tyre industry. So if you're looking for new tyres for your family car, sports car or four-wheel drive, then get down to the number 1 Mag & Turbo Tyre and Service Centre.
Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years experience, this fourth-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or morning harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton.
Normally we're saying Heat 3 and we're revving it up to find a winner. Not the case with the Rees race cars, our Te Roa Ladies Crown, eh?
I'll tell you one lady that I'm missing at the moment. It's the 28R of Alex Jones.
All right, let's take we'll come back to that because I agree. Let's take a look at the lineup here. Ella Robertson sits on pole for this one. Courtney Haddon on the outside. Katie Prescott 19B on 3 and Lauren Swift clubmate on P4.
Row number 3, we've got Brooke Courtney, the 81K, Karina Anand, 33W, Zoe Hughes and Carol Bajewski have got row number 4.
Then we go to Laura Ware out of Christchurch. Asher Penn from Hawke's Bay rounds out the top 10. Then it's Hayley James and Christchurch's Brooke McPherson on grid 12.
Grid number 13, Brittany Carpenter and grid number 14, Peyton Wilson. Kendall Reid on grid 15 and 82A, Azaria Simpson from grid number 16.
17 is Shanae McNally from Cromwell, Kirsten Vermeulen on grid 18. Caitlin Connolly from Auckland on grid 19. And grid 20 is Ricky Lee Cody.
Brittany Ty, the 569 on grid 21, grid 22. Catherine Harris, the 8GB. Hopefully we see her. Oh, yeah, she is out there on track and running as well. 681, Kirsten Kaiser from 23 and Kendall Ashton from 24.
Then we go to the last 2 rows. Miller Theobald, 189. Alan Bisley, 22K on 26 in the back row. Cheryl Walker, we heard from her earlier on in the 26T. And Elsie Vlanadurin on grid 28. Alex Jones, that's who you were mentioning, eh?
Yeah, the 28R, she loves to mix it up. I think by now, the Heat 3, Heat 4, she was already getting into it.
Yep.
And obviously, there's a thing that ladies do in life, and they get pregnant. Congratulations to her and her partner as well on that, but obviously being pregnant doesn't allow you in a full contact motorsport quite clearly.
No, which is, and that's one of the things which is, as we see a car over there waiting for the
3-minute bell.
3-minute bell. It's that Caitlin Connolly, I think it is.
Yeah.
Look, it is, and I alluded to it before with regards to this particular championship. We've got a waiting list because we can't, if we opened it up to more, we wouldn't be able to run it at the World 240s.
Yeah.
We've got to restrict it to these 28 cars. And there's a whole lot more than 28 women wanting to be a part of this. So I do believe there's been some kind of rules and written up with regards to how acceptance is going to work for this championship. And I believe it was discussed with all of the lady drivers at the drivers' briefing tonight. Because you mentioned pregnancy, right? And I think it comes back to the standard practice has been, if you've been coming, you are first on the list, so you don't get kicked out, essentially.
Yeah, we saw the absence of Brittany Carpenter for a couple of years.
So whereas with a pregnancy issue, you can regain your spot automatically, or you end up going first on the wait list. So it's all been kind of worked out. It was all discussed with them this evening ahead of the meeting. So it'll be interesting to see what does come of that, because it is a very, very elite group, and they all want the opportunity to be a part of it.
Actually, just something quickly as well. The boys at home have kindly messaged me, picked up on an info that we've got the 121T is actually 121C. Of Shanae McNally, yes. She's got a C on the side of that, so thank you very much, those boys. But shooting out to the lead, race number 3 for the ladies. Oh, big tangle there. Zoe Hughes is up over the bonnet there, and they're all gone to the grass. It's Brooke Courtney caught up in that as well, and that looks like, I think it's Karina Anand. So we take a look up front, look at ourselves. It's going to be Hatton, Courtney Hatton in the 4B, leading them down there as well. Laura Ware leading the group further back. And still trying to get away from that tangles. Brooke Courtney, the 81K. Getting used to saying K instead of R on Brooks' car. And stuck down there, it looks like the 17N of Zoe Hughes. So not good news for her for heat number 3. 252C of there. Don't recall saying her name too much during the evening. That's Peyton Wilson from out of Christchurch. And big, massive hit there.
Red, girls. Red. Just hold your positions, please.
Yeah, that's not what you like to see at all.
No,
is it?
not at all. Laura Ware there, the 92. Got a little bit stranded there. We'll take a look down the front straight there. Prescott just comes under the flag. She's sitting in second at the moment. You can see the wing of Courtney Hatton there. She's just crossed under lap number 3, that is. And Prescott, she's sitting there in second place in the 19B. Third place was Ella Robertson. Now she's dropped further back, the bright pink Linton. So it's actually Hayley James as they sit on the track in the 18V. So she was 6th last time around, but she's managed to get herself up to 3rd. And Brittany Carper there sitting in 4th as well. Brand new Rees race car, qualified at the New Zealand Stock Car Champs only a week ago. And ultra quip in that car. In the meantime, while we sort out this accident, we'll go down and speak to James Clark.
James Clark, I said from the get-go, watch this guy. You haven't done a lot of racing this year. You were hungry for it and you've come off with 2 4ths and a 6, I believe.
Yeah, it was a really good night. Just stoked to be here. I'm going to say big thanks to my sponsors and my crew and my family for getting me here. And, it's been a big effort. So, pretty stoked,
It's funny because, like I say, we haven't seen you in much seat time this year. We did see you spinning spanners down in the South Island for a couple of weeks down there. I was actually really, really glad to see you arrive today, and you haven't let us down.
Yeah, just helping out Jace Jones. He let me race his car at the start of the year, which was great. So, big thanks to them. And, I just wanted to return the favour. It didn't quite work with our work schedule to go down. So, I was a little bit gutted. But, all the great guys won at the end of the day. Everybody had a good time. So, it was awesome. Yep.
Hey, I believe that the family are watching at home. Do you want to say a good hello?
Yeah, I'd just like to say hello to Georgia, Hunter, Charlotte. Yeah, thank you guys for supporting me. Wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it all starts from home, really, doesn't it? They allow you, and I don't mean allow you as in they let you come, but I mean, it's a huge commitment from you and your crew and your family to be able to do this week in and week out.
Yeah, it's massive. All the guys from work get stuck in as well, and help me during the week, which is great. So I wouldn't be here without them and my sponsors, which is, fantastic. So, I'm just stoked to get through. And, another Gisborne car, Josh got through as well, which is fantastic. So, we'll see what the rest of the night brings.
If we talk about the rest of your season as well, James, aside from the rest of the night, because your hard work's done, tell us where we might see you popping up next.
Hopefully in a couple of weeks at Palmerston North. We'll see how we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's no disrespect to any driver from Gisborne at the minute, but it's really hard to make that team. You guys have a track of quality drivers.
Oh, yeah, I think we're probably a little bit spoilt, to be honest. Yeah, there's so many good guys to pick from, and you just got to go with who's best on the day, I suppose. So hopefully, I'm doing enough to get in, and we'll just see how we go, yeah.
Absolutely. Lovely speaking to you as always. Congratulations again, James.
No worries, thank you. Cheers.
Right, and while we've been seeing that, we can tell you that after that incident, Karina Anand, the 33W, she was the car that rolled over and then got hit while she was upside down.
Yeah, so
that's her on the infield with the St. John's crew. So they're just checking her out. And also the first car that got caught up there, Laura Ware, she took the big hit in the back. She seems to be okay in the car as well. So there it is. And then there's the shot right in the roll cage. Nowhere really for Caitlin Connolly to go.
Yeah, Laura Ware, she just had trouble and someone collected her on the way past, didn't quite catch that car, and was a hard hit. And for Karina, just wrong place, wrong time, went upside down, and we'll try and catch that again. So there it is there. So it's the hitter. That's Catherine Harris, I think, that unfortunately caught Laura. She just ran out of power completely. Hard into the back of the her went the 8GB of Catherine Harris. Karina rolls over, and then not nice seeing that car come in there with a cage shot.
No,
extremely relieved to see Karina walk into the infield there and under her own steam as well. It's huge relief, and of course.
Look, it happens occasionally. Look, we saw the same thing happen a couple of weeks ago in Nelson. Asher Rees got rolled over. Jacob Buckrill had nowhere to go. He managed to throw the car sideways and on the brakes, but still hit Asher at the time, but again, just nowhere to go.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, the drivers spoke so much last week about the dustiness of Nelson. The visibility was quite poor during those races. So it was, Buckaroo, he just did the right thing and got the brake, tried to throw it sideways and slow it down as much as he can. Dare I say, there's a bit of steel work to go into the roll cage of the 33W overnight. And most of all, the roll cage has done its trick. The Hans device, or the Simpson hybrid that Karina wears, the helmet, everything else. Good news to see her walk there across the infield. Laura Ware, very surprised to see her still there.
Still in the car.
That was a pretty big, I mean, in stock car terms, tubing, I suppose we call them. And Caitlin Connolly nowhere to go. Kirsten Kaiser there caught up in that as well. Catherine Harris, she definitely would have felt that one as well, although...
Laura Ware was running in 4th place as well.
Yeah, and she's just dropped, she'll be back behind, what's that, the 58C, so that's going to put her, 58C is actually a lap down. We got there the 17A of Kristen Vermeulen.
Down 21, 22.
20th, yeah. So Miller Theobald running right down there in 20th as well, actually. So lights out, going back to green, and away we go. Your race leader, Courtney Hatton, down through 1 and 2. So we concentrate on the cars. There's Azaria Simpson, the 82A, makes her way around. Laura Ware gets the car going as well. And back into full race pace they go. Laura Ware, is she down trolling the pole line a little bit at the moment? She's starting to look for someone. Is she trying to try and pick something up, or just catch her breath and away she goes? A little bit limping down the front straight though at the moment for the 92C, not looking very comfortable. The left rear almost looks like it's fallen out of that car suspension wise. And she'll be a bouncy ride for the 92R for the remaining few laps. And also out wide there, get pushed, that's a flat right front now for Connolly, I think that is, parked on the outside of turn number 4. So she'll try and make the 78 back to the infield as Carol Pajewski in amongst it there.
Red, ladies, red, got red. Just hold your positions, please.
A little wall ride there for the 46 of McPherson from out of Christchurch, courtesy of Carol Pajewski. They come down the front straight, so another car there, it looks like. We got Courtney Haddon, she's the race leader still, the 4B, and that's her right in front of pit gate there, the blue car with the silver wing, and Katie Prescott threatening for first place as well. The fastest car on track is the 55B of Asher Penn. She's on 3rd, directly behind Courtney Hatton there, and we go back to Azaria Simpson, who will be running in 4th now. Hayley James is actually who got caught up there.
Okay, so 69, are you able to move forward?
So we're getting some directions there from the referee, seeing if the 69 can move forward. That's Carol Pajewski.
Yeah, I think the referees, because that engagement and the tangle there, that actually came after the red light.
So
I think the referee's trying to, get them disengaged before we go racing again.
Get ready.
No, we're just going to go.
Oh, there we go. So Courtney Hatton, Kirsten Kaiser, problem slow off the line there. And that's Courtney Hatton, the 4B. She's ticked off 6 odd laps at the moment, so a couple more reds. The ladies loving the red lights tonight. Plenty of incidents happening, lots of action out on track at the moment. And so there she goes under the flag there. Katie Prescott's shot to the lead now, actually the 19B, and she'll look to put the 22 of Bisley a lap down. So lap traffic, and there's a whole lot of track now in front of the 19B, and Courtney Hatton's right there as well. Here comes Asher Penn though, the 55. And Azaria Simpson. It's going to be a tight finish here for the ladies. So just 8 laps gone this time by, 4 to go as Penn looks up. Oh, Prescott's gone wide as well. We're going to be 3 wide down the straight. Hatton back to the lead now in the 4B. The ladies are putting on a show for this one. And Hatton, Asher Penn now the 55. Prescott just got it all wrong in 1 and 2. She's coming back now at Penn into turn 1 and 2 again. And she's got a big push coming out there. Penn puts the bumper in to Hatton, and it gets the run off turn number 2. Now the 55B to the lead. So it is Asher Penn from out of the Hawke's Bay, the 55B.
Red,
and we're going to go
ladies.
red. Now, just as that red came on, there was a half spin on the 4B. That's her on the exit of turn number 4 at the top of the screen there.
Thank you.
Oh, 69S summons to the infield. So not sure what's happened
We
there.
must have a wheel guard somewhere.
Missing a right wheel guard. She's lost the wheel gate.
You don't see that very often anymore, do you?
There it is. We're getting walked off turn number 3. Oh, she'll be gutted.
Yep.
She was sitting, was she about 10th on points there? Oh, a little
But
bit
still
further
early
down, actually.
days, wasn't it? I'll tell you what, Ricky Lee Cody had that DNF, didn't she? Was it when she'd stalled? Or she was leading? She is on fire out there at the moment. She's had 2 DNFs to start the night, and she's been so quick. At the moment, it's come up from grid 20 to 4th place.
So back to green we go, and Azaria Simpson gets a good jump there, but Asher Penn, good drive out of those Rees race cars, a whole lot of them. Kendall Ashton's now up there in the mix as well in the 144 after her early race win, and big pushing and shoving going on out of turn 2. Meanwhile, the 55B of Asher Penn, she's run away to the race lead. Through 3 and 4, comes up on a back marker, just puts the bumper into her, pushes her wide. We're going to go red. Again, I've got a car upside down over on the back straight. Too busy watching that race lead. Asher Penn doing a good job with the front bumper there. And it is the 22k upside down there of Alan Bisley.
So a reminder, please do stay back from the fences. Just say that's one thing I
26T
did like
got
in
your
Wellington
signal,
last
thank
week. As
you.
soon as there was an incident, man, the security guards were straight down there.
And you can see the smoke pouring out on the
Go over
screen,
here to
sorry as
push
well,
it off,
Paul.
please.
Oh, from the 26T, she's waved a big thumbs down. She'll retire from the race. Yeah, once got told by my engine builder, as long as you don't let the smoke out, it's good.
Yeah.
The smoke escaping the 26T's motor. Cheryl Walker, we spoke to her a little earlier. She's out there having the time of her life.
Yeah. You know, and she has been one of those regular visitors here, talking about it before the race, you know, with the way the invites and stay, you know, these ladies make their way up every year from the South Island. You don't all of a sudden want to go, no, I know you've been supporting us for 8 years, but you're not coming this year.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And just seeing her on camera before as well, yeah, absolutely loving it.
Beaming, eh?
I want to know a little bit more about this baking as well, just for the record.
Don't we all?
So there it is, back on its wheels, the 22k. In the meantime, she's actually walked her way to the infield as well, I believe. And that's the 26T. Oh, a lot of water being dropped out there.
Flat right front as well, so she would have been retiring regardless. Would much rather have retired just with the flat tyre than,
yes.
than what's going on underneath the bonnet and the power plant, right?
Hopefully nothing too major for the visitor from Cromwell. That's a lot of coolant on the track, though.
It is.
And that'll mess with them as they come floating off. You sort of look for that clipping point on the way out of turn number 4 as well, and it's right there. There's going to be a bit of wheel spin as they come off that turn.
So the race leader's just got the white flag.
So Asher Penn showing some really good pace. She was the quickest car on the track for a little while. Hayley James has got that at the moment in the 16V.
Started
drop back.
Start on grid 10, Asher Penn.
So yeah, fought her way through to the front. A much closer race this time round for the ladies, and right up in the mix as well. Kendall Ashton there. Katie Prescott hanging on to second. Just not quite got the hang of turn 1 and 2 for the last couple of laps. And there she is, Brittany Carpenter, showing massive pace as well, the 85G. So Kendall Ashton, cat amongst the Rees cars at the moment. That Stephen Paddle home-built car. And the Rees race car is just hooking up. Of course, the Rees race car's Aotearoa Ladies Crown. So, car's all
Okay,
clear.
ladies, get ready.
There she is,
Ready.
but second hand, the 22k. Lights go out. And we're back to racing. Oh, Courtney Haddon. She almost jump-started, and she's back on the starter now. Gets it going. But Asher Penn leads them out. It is the white flag out. Final turn for her. She leads them into there. 3 and 4 for the final time. Brittany Carpenter's looking up the inside of Katie Prescott. It's going to be a drag race for second and third here. Katie Prescott's going to grab it in second place. But your winner is Asher Penn, the 55B. So the rest of the field. There's Courtney Hatton. She dropped a long way back on the restart there. Just stalled it as they fired away. And them all trying to avoid that big wet patch you can see down the back straight of the pit straight at TWS Paradise Valley Speedway. As they finish, Asher Penn 55B, Katie Prescott the 19B in second, Brittany Carpenter home in third, Kendall Ashton in fourth, Azaria Simpson home in fifth, Miller Theobald another solid finish in the top 10 for her in sixth place, Catherine Harris getting a finish this time in 7th place in the 8GB. Then it was the 121C of Sinead McNally in 8th and Courtney Haddon. She dropped back to 9th. Hayley James brought it home in 10th in the 18V. So we'll look through the rest of those ladies there. Ella Robertson getting a good finish this time as well in the 89W. But as it sits at the moment.
Big move there. Miller Theobald came from grid 25 up to 6, so plus 19. And Catherine Harris finally kind of getting the hang of it. She started on grid 22 and home there in 7th, so plus 15 for her.
So there it is. Yeah, I mean, there's the talent that shows in Catherine Harris once she gets that car. I mean, yeah, just unfortunately car troubles. We'll try and catch up with her and see exactly what that was. I was really excited to see how she went, and we'll see what results she brings tomorrow night. And of course, from that race, one of the best results is Karina Annan walking away from, she's carrying a very flat wing there, but the winner of heat number 3 of the Aotearoa Ladies Championship, there she is, the 55B of Asher Penn. We take a look at some replays now, cast your eyes to the big screen if you are here at the track, and there's the first corner push. Here's the crack there, and upside down goes Annan, and just hard into the cage. Thankful for all the safety gear that's used here in New Zealand Speedway. And another angle there as well. That was a hard, it's a little bit sickening to watch, but
at full speed, isn't it? It's like,
yeah. And
but that'll go on her highlights reel for life, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. That's where Hayley James lost a few spots, just tangled up in Carol Pajewski. Oh, so Laura Ware was actually spun. You see the 92 regain. No, it's Hayley James it was. Alan Bisley, she was all smiles out then, and it wasn't long. Courtney Hatton losing a few
there's
spots.
where, yeah, that's where they lost a lot of time, both Hatton and Prescott, didn't they?
Yeah. Prescott doing well to get back from there, which she fell back to about 6th there, and there's the remaining damage of Bisley. A bit of work to go on before tomorrow night for the 22K, but provisionally as they sit points-wise.
Miller Theobald defending champion in the Rees Race Cars Aotearoa Ladies Crown at the halfway point. She is the points leader on 76. She is 5 points ahead of Brittany Carpenter and Kendall Ashton, who are tied on 71. Then another 3 points back to Sinead McNally and Hayley James, who are on 68 points. And then the 19B of Katie Prescott rounds out the top 6. She's on 67. Then from there, it's a big drop back to Courtney Hatton on 60 points. But that is only 7 points, although that's 16 from 1st to 7th, which is a lot of ground to make up. Those top 6, they are the ones looking good at the moment. All right, I think we're going to head down to the pits and catch up with Ellen Bisley. Just a bit of an update on how she feels after that rollover.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm down here, Ellen. I mean, you came in here, you've got a big smile. Your car is definitely second hand, but talk us through that roll, because that was a pretty good roll.
Oh, I knew it was coming and everything, but it's all part of the fun. I went up the wall, I went wide, and then I was like, it's inevitable really, and I was like, yeah, here we go, up the wall. Turned as hard as I could, foot to the floor, and couldn't do it anywhere. Just saw it roll over, and yep, that's it, that's racing. It's all part of the fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you've come in with a smile on your face as well. You're not hurt, so that's always a bonus. However, I actually don't know if we're going to make it out tomorrow. Do you think?
I've got spares galore, man. Spares galore. Nah, it's all part of the fun. Again, if you're out there and you're not having fun, what is the honest point of racing?
I love your attitude. Well done. Hey, we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, there's, the roast pork's on the spit, so.
We'll be here.
First it's baking, and then it's roast pork. Jeez.
It is. Right, let's get into the yellow group. On the grid, Seth McConchie starting on pole, Mark Costello alongside on 2.
Darrell Wallace will be on grid number 3. Scott Gallup outside him on row number 4. Grid number 4.
Tony Coxhead and Josh Verity on 5 and 6.
7 and 8 will be Blake Dykstra and Lewis Hunter.
On grid number 9 for this one, Trent James and James Thyon out of Christchurch on 10.
Grid 11 will be Anthony Brown. Grid 12 is going to be Michael Rumney.
It's Matthew Pickard, the 307S on 13. David Ellsworth on grid 14.
Go back to the 8th row. It's going to be Joe Carter and Regan Penn.
Jerry Linklater, former New Zealand stock car champ on grid 17, and former World 240s winner Jack Myers on 18.
Row number 10 sees Luke Alderdice and Dion Henderson.
And on 21 and 22, the back row, it's the 9 and the 5, Adam Groom and Keegan Levine. Looks like, what do we got there? Grid 5? It looks like it's
Tony
empty.
Coxhead, I think it is.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, Tony.
Yep.
Brad, Tony, there's 5 of them.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got it right the first time. Provisional points leader, of course, was Trent James. Oh, no, sorry, no, it wasn't.
Now those are our updated points as they sit on the track at the moment. Yeah, Trent James looking good. But it was, if I can quickly scan through here, Jack Myers on 44, Adam Groom on 46, and Keegan Levine on 46. They were our top 3. Going into
move forward, mate. You're way off the bumper.
Into this one. So still some cars being taken off the track, so might be just a little bit of a wait here before we get the green. If the
and the rest of the field move up.
Tractor's still off the track. And back out there, pit gate shuts. So just that one empty grid.
So a little quick update from the promoter Sam Ashton. There is a protest happening at the moment in the orange group. That's why I haven't got the finalised points for orange. So it may affect the top 3. So we're here.
Okay.
So we'll bring that news to you as soon as possible. Just moving that inside row back a bit as well, making sure the clerk of the course Jamal is happy with where these starting positions are. It's Blake Dykstra in the 55, just trying to sneak a couple of metres on the starting position. Trent James gives him a little bunt here as well. Get back up there. So another star-studded field, lots of fast cars in there.
UK visitor Lewis Hunter in the 22, or is it the 888?
I think it was the 20 in the 888. Or is it? No, it is that one. You're right. Yeah.
All right. Here we go in the starter's hands. Yellow group, heat 3. We're underway. And we've got a couple tangled up down there, riding high. And a nose-to-nose kiss as Seth McConchy takes the lead, but he runs it wide. Trent James has a look up the inside, can't quite get the drive off turn 4 though. As James Stein rides the concrete. Around goes Adam Groom. That's not what Groomy wanted after that great win in the second heat. Got one limping at the back as well, and that's Matt Pickard in the 307. He's going to retire to the infield with a flatty. Cars all over the place down the main straight. Out front though, Seth McConchy from Trent James. Darryl Wallace, Mark Costello, your top 4. As Anthony Brown retires to the infield as well. Along with the 23 out of Huntley, Josh Verity, onto the infield as well. I know Verity gets it fired up again, gets the 23 back out on the track. Seth McConchy, 272, your race leader. Holding it nicely at the moment, bit of a battle there for third. Darryl Wallace in the 55, Mark Costello in the 198. That is James Thine in the 14C. Just had the fastest lap of the race, a 17.5. So that pace definitely just coming off a little bit across the course of the evening. So there's your top runners. Down the main straight into turn 3. Seth McConchy, Sefro Racing out front. So all sitting about a car length apart at the moment. Nobody making any major errors. Let's see, somebody just run wide out there in turn 4 though. Jack Myers, as he puts that pace on, he's up at a 10th place. Got one go round. Got a couple round. Big Rumney is one of them down there.
Turn 1 guys, turn 1.
That's Mark Costello, I think. The other one. Oh, and Big Rumney gets it fired up just on the red light as per.
R7R, can you retire to the infield, please? 7R.
So Mig Rumney got it fired up, but he was the cause of the stoppage. So the referees have sent him to the infield. He's trying to make out that other car down there. We think it might be, yeah, it is Mark Costello. So race leader is the 272, Seth McConchie. We're 2/3 of the way through this race, and it's Luke Alderdice, Keegan Levine and Trent James are your top three. And they've got three. Trent James has got 3 points on Jack Myers. So can Jack Myers pass 3 more cars? He needs to pass Thyon, Levine and Alderdice.
Which are in his sights, actually, turn 1 and 2. He's got to catch 3 cars, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What's that, 63, 64, 65.
Big ask for Jack Myers at this with 4 laps to go. And he's gone off song, Jack Myers. The 88 is drifting. He's lost spots. Flat tyre, is it? It is. Flat front for the 88. And his World 240 hopes go. Seth McConchie comes in with a big bumper on Trent James. Darryl Wallace to the lead in the 55. They'll get the white flag this time around. There it is, 1 to go. And Trent James is going to take the win. Darryl Wallace and Luke Alderdice dropping right down, well, not dropping lots of track time, but Darryl Wallace holds on for second, Keegan Levine for third. And let's look at your top 10. Trent James takes the win in 156P from Darryl Wallace. Keegan Levine 5W in third, then Luke Alderdice in fourth, James Thyon in fifth. Then it was Regan Penn, Dion Henderson, Scott Gallup, Seth McConchie, big drop down towards the end of the race, and Joe Carter there in 10th place. So how are we looking at the qualifiers potentially?
Yeah, so yellow group provisionally, Keegan Levine tops the group, the 5W on 70 points. Trent James, the 156V, will finish on second on 68 points, tied with Luke Alderdice, the 77M, are also on 68 points. Now the one that matters here, James Thyon on 64 points. Now he'll leapfrog Buckrill and then cancel out the 3 62 pointers that we had from the orange group. Now, orange group updates. We had what we thought was a 3-way runoff.
Yes.
For the position. Daniel Burmester, DQ. Now, I can't remember where Burmy finished in that race, but
in the third heat,
it must have been in front of Stefan Roygaard, because official points that have been handed to us: Josh Prentice 71 points, the 5G; James Clark, the 29G, with 67 points, and then on 63 points, the 58M of Stefan Roygaard. Your 3 qualifiers out of the group. We go back.
So
for
what's Stefan Roygaard points wise finished?
63 points in third.
Yep.
And he was tied with...
on 62.
Yeah, with Cody McKee and Kerry Remnant, who both still remain on 62 points. That's what we've been handed at the moment, and supposedly official.
So that's interesting, because I wonder what the protest was over, because I'd talked to the ref. That was when I went out and talked to the referee, and he was like, all good. So
yeah,
somebody's actually said
there.
something, yes.
I will shoot off and try and get some more information on the Burminster accident there.
Okay,
but,
so Stefan Roygaard is in, and those 2 on 62, which was Cody McKee and Kerry Remnant, are now effectively out, because we've got James Thyon on 64 and Jacob Buckrill on 63.
Yeah, absolutely
are our
correct.
next 2 at the moment. So remember, we take the next 2 highest point scorers across all the groups who didn't qualify. So hence the reason we're keeping a close eye on those at the moment. Then the other top 26 drivers, the top 26 scorers, will head into the repecharge. Let's take a look at how they line up for this one though. Purple group, Scotty Duncan sits on pole, Zane Riddick on the outside of the front row, Brad Pajerski and Sean Gooch on grids 3 and 4. Liam Marsh and Cameron McDonald make up row number 3. Then it's Quinn Ryan, 46B on P7, Dan Pollock on grid number 8. Regan McKenzie and Robbie Morris round out the front 5 rows. Chad Ace on grid 11 and Mike McLaughlin is there on grid number 12. Randall Tarrant is sitting on grid 13. Heat 2 winner Levi Jones on grid 14. Simon Joblin on 15. Zach Harris outside him on grid number 16. Hayden Chapman 247 on grid 17. Peter Rees, Heat 1 winner, is on grid number 18. Then we've got Brendan Ashton on grid 19. And Royden Winstanley sits outside him. And the 1NZ right down the back of Todd Hemingway. So, Tony, you've been for a wander?
Yeah, just quickly, Daniel Burmester, flat outside right tyre, was evident apparently going across the line, so he got disqualified with that flat outside tyre, removed from the results obviously. Finished ahead of Stefan Roygaard, but not, which gave him the extra point, but not McKee and Remnant, so it didn't affect their points.
So he has finished the race, it didn't get spotted, somebody has protested the fact that he finished with a flat tyre. They've then probably had to check the video. Yes, correct. So he is gone.
And there's obviously conclusive enough evidence.
That's the way it goes. Yeah. We did have the referee just in. There was a car excluded from the last race as well, but not effective to change anything.
All right, so purple group, away we go. It is the third and final for these guys as well. And Zane Riddick, big push into turn number 1 and 2. That looks like Brad Pajerski. I think we're going to go red straight away.
Red.
All right, we'll wait to hear what the referee says about this one. But we've got Mike McLaughlin there facing backwards. We've also got a little bit hard to make that car. Oh, it's a 7 of Gooch.
Yep, and Pajerski.
Now, please come and re-pull.
Okay, so there's been a jump start, so it's going to be a complete restart. Now, I'll tell you who's going to be happy about that. It's going to be Brad Pajerski, Mike McLaughlin, and Gooch as well. Interesting to see a Gooch name here this weekend, while the New Zealand Street Stock Championships are being held up in Auckland at the same time.
Tomorrow, Street Stocks tomorrow Sunday, I think it is.
Wairarapa Park, obviously being anniversary weekend and a public holiday Monday. And I know sure as heck, as the sun comes up in the morning, that Daniel Sparky Gibbs will certainly be on his way up to that meeting. He lives and breathes and would die for street stocks, that's for sure. Brad Pajerski, though, he'll be stoked with that restart. His bumper somewhat being a bit closer to the right front there.
Hey, just while we're talking about other classes and these guys reformed, tomorrow night we've got the modifieds.
Excited.
Here at Paradise Valley Speedway. And we're running the Foxy Modified Teams event tomorrow night. We've got a Huntley team of 4 cars, an Auckland team of 4 cars, and a Stratford team of 4 cars. 3 heats. They each earn their points, and those points contribute to their team total. Huntley versus Auckland versus Stratford.
In my dream mind, I'm just thinking of modifieds absolutely dusting each other, but of course that is definitely not the case.
Not the case.
I tell you what, I hear teams and I just think, here we go.
It wouldn't take long for there to be no cars left.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, looking forward to that one tomorrow night, and part of Jamie Foxx's farewell, That's going to be a biggie.
Absolutely. Revs come up now. The TWS Paradise Valley Pace Ute leaves the track. Green flag's lifted. Take number 2 for heat number 3 of the purple group, and away they go. This time a much better start from Brad Pajerski. He shoots down to the pole line and washes wide. He's going to shoot out in second place, so extremely happy there. We've got one caught up. It's Todd Hemingway, the 1NZ. Gets himself going again. It's going to be okay for him, I'd say. He wasn't too badly.
Was this backward start anyway?
It was, yeah. So he's going to be okay here. And we've got 2 tied up down there coming around the corner. It's Chapman and McLaughlin. So McLaughlin, 2 horrible starts for him. Mike Mack, that is, from out of Hawke's Bay. They get themselves untangled as we look up into turn 1 and 2 again. Dan Pollock shoots through again in the 777. He's having a good night in that Rees race car. There's Dan Pollock, and around goes, who's that? That's the 6R of Liam Marsh, unfortunately. As Pollock shoots it in, we've got a car stranded on the exit. It's Robbie Morris.
Red,
The 638R as the
holding positions, drivers.
Peter Rees on the infield.
Peter Rees. That's him just hidden behind the tractor there on the screen. You might not see him from all positions here. Robbie Morris, he's going to back off the track, but we've lost Peter Rees, the 10G, to the infield. So he was...
He's got a flat right front.
It is a flat right front. There's that rule again. And we lose the 638R to the infield as well. Robbie Morris, he had got it fired up just before the red light, but the whole field was coming around as well. And there it is, the 10G sitting on the infield. Very, very unfortunate for Peter Rees. He was sitting fourth on points, and he was running he had plenty of cars that he could pass and plenty of points he could make up. So that's going to open up and shake up here at the moment. And away they go. Great restart for the 777 of Dan Pollock here in the yellow. He's going to grab a position off the restart as well. That's a pass on the 23V. But out in front, Randall Tarrant, the 66A. As they sit, lost him on the racetrack at the moment out the window. And the 1NZ Todd shoots through. We're going to take a look. And as it gets dark here, it's Chad Ace. There we go. Zane Riddick up over the pole line. A little battle going on there with Bradley Pajewski. Here comes Pollock. He's running in third at the moment. So the 1NZ of Todd Hemingway is getting a little bit of attention from the 119 of Zach Harris.
Yeah, he's way off the pace at the moment. Todd Hemingway is 8 points outside qualifying.
So the 66 of Tarrant. Oh, sorry. My mistake. Zane Riddick. I was looking at the wrong screen. Zane Riddick, the 61W, is your race leader. The green chassis coming out of turn number 2. Second place running as they are is Quinn Ryan, and then just behind is Quinn Ryan in second, and third is the bright yellow car of Pollock. Big bumper going in there from Randy Tarrant on Brad Pajewski. Brad Pajewski is a lap down at this stage. Randall Tarrant running in fourth. They tick off another lap now. It is 7 laps gone. The fastest car is your race leader, the 61W. He's thrown it hard into turn 3 and a bumper into the back of Mike McLaughlin. Here's Randall Tarrant coming around, and Simon Joblin as well. He's sitting pretty comfortable in 5th place. So down into turn number 1 and 2 they go. Randall Tarrant just trying to put the pressure off himself. And there is action. Regan McKenzie into the side of Chad Ace there, going into turn number 3. Gets it going again. So a bit of a shake up here. Hemingway making up spots though late in the race. This is what he needs to do actually. Hemingway, he's got plenty of people he can pass as well. He's got the pace to do so. He's coming up on the back of Winstanley. Here goes the battle for the lead now. No, sorry, Quinn Ryan, he's marched away with it. It's the battle for second. A good battle brewing here between Zane Riddick and Dan Pollock in the 777. Makes the pass coming out of turn 2. So Dan Pollock picks up another spot in the 777. The white flag's out. 1 to go for Quinn Ryan, your race leader. He makes his way out of turn number 2. Into 3 and 4 he goes. He's got a clear racetrack in front of him as far as lap cars go. And the 46B of Quinn Ryan, he'll come through, grab the checkered flag. In second place, the 777 of Dan Pollock. Third belongs to the 61W of Zane Riddick. And as the rest of the field comes through, we'll take a look at the top 10 very shortly, but a race win for the 46B of Quinn Ryan. And orange lights come on. The end of the race there as they finish. Quinn Ryan, Dan Pollock, 777H. Good night in the seat for him. Zane Riddick in third. Randall Tarrant comes home in fourth. Simon Joblin, good solid finish in 5th place for him. 23V. Scott Duncan showing up in the top 10 this time. Chad Ace in the 4P and 7th. Gooch in 8th place. Todd Hemingway, what a drive to get back up into 9th for Todd Hemingway. A late pass in the race on Royden Winstanley, who comes home in 10th, and some tight points there at the top of the purple group.
It is, Ken. These are of course unofficial, but it's Randall Tarrant on 71, Dan Pollock on 68, and Simon Joblin on 68. They are your top 3, but Todd Hemingway is on 67, which should put him through as that'll be the top scoring.
Absolutely,
non-qualifier.
Yeah. So he's
on 67 and James Thyon on 64.
Yeah, so Buckrell's
that
fallen
puts
out.
Jacob Buckrell out. So again, Randy T, Dan Pollock, Simon Joblin, and then the next two will be Todd Hemingway and James Thyon. So it doesn't look as though we've got any run-offs. We do have another overseas drivers practice. So just as I look down my list here, we've got 5 drivers from Great Britain, 4 from Mount Maunganui, 4 from Palmerston North, 3 from Gisborne, 2 from Rotorua, 2 from Christchurch, 1 Auckland, 1 Wanganui, 1 Wellington, 0 Nelson, 0 Hawke's Bay, 0 Stratford. And I've got a K here as well. I don't think there are any K cars anymore, are there? I don't think anybody races K for super stocks. No, just on my list as I write my letters down the country. Being used to putting K in there. So there we go. Overseas drivers practice. We will bring you any news if it does come through. Tony's going to go and head downstairs. If you are travelling and leaving, thanks so much. We'll look forward to seeing you back here again tomorrow night. Remember that repecharge is at 6:30. For all the official results, once it goes through us, we'll have all the official info on our website at rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. The race night report from Daniel Neville, some of the action photos from Graham Hughes from Sports Web Photography, all up online at rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. Right. We've got some overseas drivers practice. We'll head down to the pitch shortly for any of those updates that may come in, but it looks as though our finals field has taken shape for the 2025 Technical Welding Services World Invitation Superstock Championships. Shout out to Lala and the crew from TWS. Again, massive supporters of the Rotorua Stock Car Club. And great to have the team on board again as our naming rights partner for the World 240s. Frankie Wayman and Carl Hawkins on the front row. We'll see if... Oh, yep, we do have the 62P, the Adam Joblin car out there. So that'll be, I'm guessing... No, more than a guess, really. Well, an educated guess. Tom Harris in the 62. But on row 2, the 94 of Dale Stewart and the 127 of Austin Moore. Tom Harris in the 62 Joblin car. A few extras out there too by the looks of it, just trying to pick them out. We've got the 20 of Liam Gilbank. He should be out there. And a couple down the back here. So we've got Brett Hislop. So he had a couple of DNFs, missed the third heat, so he's obviously just trying to sort out some gremlins. And then it looks as though there's somebody else in the other 175 car that Carl Hawkins will be driving at the Teams Champs. So a little bit of push and shove, and but getting the feeling for how these cars run. Tomorrow night, the real deal for our visiting drivers from the UK. And again, a special good morning to all of those who are tuned in through the Pits TV, watching from the other side of the world. So great to have you on board. And getting behind your drivers. Oh, getting it a wee bit wrong there. Frankie Wayman Jr. takes a big hit in the side from Tom Harris. Dale Stewart went around there as well. So not sure who's at the wheel of the other 175. Wayman with some damage after that spin. And hit. So Dale Stewart, the only driver down in the 16s. As far as lap times go, everybody else in the 17s at the moment. Liam Gilbank, the next fastest. So again, if you are heading off, just a reminder, tomorrow night here at Paradise Valley Speedway. The main gates will open at 3 p.m. and then we will have our first grand parade at 6:15. Then the repecharge at 6:30 tomorrow night. White flag out, 1 to go. And Tom Harris will lead this one home.
Interesting to see what lap times that he was actually doing. If he, you know, because that track's slicking off, and Tom, an extreme tarmac operator, knowing how fast he actually is out there on that slick track in that car. And I mean,
Yeah,
Adam didn't qualify, did he? Now, technically, because this is just a practice for the overseas pre-qualifiers, should they put that car in? You know, it's not necessarily Scott's car that he'll drive, is it? It might be Adam's. How does that work? I don't know.
Well, no, the meeting has started, hasn't it?
Yeah, okay. I mean, you put Tom Harris's body bonnet wing on that car, and you probably couldn't. Apart from the fact you can't see the Ford under there, yeah, it's probably you know, only us our
all right. So
diehards.
You've just been for a wander. Nothing. Well, yes. So we're just getting. I'm just going to say, Tony, have you had any confirmation of anything? Are we done?
Just went to see. I'm pretty sure we're done at the moment, and provisionally, yeah, we've got it all right there, Paul. We see the 1NZ and the 14C of James Thyon sneak through on those extra 2 qualifiers. The rest of those guys will see a very front row grid, I think, from Jacob Buckrill, and then obviously Cody McKee, Remnant. So. Yeah, that's what we're looking like, and then obviously the 3 qualifiers from each group that we mentioned earlier as well. So a good, hard, fast night's racing. We do hope you enjoyed that here if you are here live. And of course, like Paul said, around the world and around New Zealand. So,
all right. I've just had the word from the referees. We're all clear. We are good. So there will be no runoffs. We'll do a quick wrap up soon, but let's head down to the pits and be anchors with Jordan Deere.
Yeah, I sure am, Jordan. Sorry, I'll bring your attention back to us, Jordan. Hey, you're packed up for the night. You've had some really, really tough racing tonight. Congratulations on qualifying 3rd in your heat. It's good to see you back in the winner's circle.
Yeah, we had a tough first race, and then I was off the back in the second one and managed to have a really good run. Then off the front in the last one, but I got a left front puncher in the first corner, so I was like, oh man, but hung on, finished second in there and managed to sneak through and 3rd in the group, so stoked.
How good does that feel, Jordan, to actually be able to come, like you say, off the back and still qualify in your group? Yeah, awesome. I mean, the team's put in so much hard work, and everyone's so fast out there, you know, it was hard to pass, everyone was on the pace, so there was a lot of luck involved, and, you know, we just put our head down and managed to sneak through. Yeah. Well, I love coming to congratulate you, Jordan, but listen, we're going to wrap it up now, so we'll give us the final words. Mason wants an interview, but we're not going to go there. We'll just finish with you and me, Jordan. But listen, go home, enjoy, relax a little bit, enjoy the air conditioning. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Everybody, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We thank you for joining us. Jordan, last words.
Yeah, tomorrow's another kettle of fish, and it's all the top guys from around the country, and it's going to be an awesome event. So fingers crossed this is my night to have a bit of luck in the finals. I've managed to sneak through to the finals, but haven't had any luck. So fingers crossed, everyone.
Absolutely, we'll all be watching together. Thank you, Jordan. And that's a good night from us.
He's had a second place in the World 240s over previous years as well. Well, what a night's racing it's been. Bianca's been bringing us all the updates from the pits. Tony, it's been great to be watching from up here.
Yeah, a brand new commentary box as well to see that Superstock field like it was up here. Just going back to Jordan Deere quickly as well. That's some vintage Jordan Deere that we've seen from a few seasons ago. That aggression's come back somewhat, and see him qualify. Bring him some luck. You know, he's always been into contention for the podium. But moving forward to tomorrow night, it's just an absolute spectacle. If you are nearby, if you have come along tonight, do make sure you come across tomorrow night as well. And just the build up, the anticipation, everything that goes with tomorrow night from early on, I'm looking really, really forward to that.
We'll leave it at that. It's been a magic night's racing. Check out the website, rotoruaspeedway.co.nz. All of the official details are there ahead of tomorrow night. Night 2, bring it on. On behalf of all the drivers, the crews, my co-commentary team with Bianca and Tony, this is Paul Hickey wishing you safe journeys home. Bring on night 2 of the World 240s.